Hello and welcome, and apologies for the false start, but we are now live with day 3 of the Irish Poker Open 2023. Ignore what it says on the screen. This is definitely the third day because I played day 2 and I'm not playing today because I busted on my third bullet yesterday. We are on the penultimate day of the Irish Open main event, playing down to the final table today. That is the objective, at least. 160 players coming into the day, so quite a lofty task to get from 160 to 8 in a reasonable number of levels and a reasonable amount of time. Hello everyone, I'm James Hartigan. Alongside me is Griffin Benja.
Hello everyone, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are.
The 2017 Irish Open champion sits alongside me to commentate on this year's event, brought to you by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. And straight to the action at our first feature table, first hand of the day. This table headlined, Griffin, by Conor Beresford, who's not involved in this hand. Instead, it is Patrick Gillespie and Hans Reichart who have gone to the turn.
If you're wondering who Conor Beresford is, it's the one who still hasn't unbagged his chips.
Conor had a big day yesterday. I'm not talking about the poker, I'm talking about his alcohol consumption. So he might be a little bit worse for wear.
Looks like he needs a Bloody Mary.
So we have a bet here from Gillespie, who has flopped top set. Reichart folds 10-9 suited. On the turn, first pot of the day goes to Reichart. So these are the stacks of the players we're watching on the main stage. These are the players in seat order. You can see that Gillespie is the biggest stack with 870k. Conor Beresford playing an above average stack of 527k. Blinds right now 6-12 with a 12k big blind ante. So we've got two players, Sim and Osbey, who are in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Still got plenty of other big names in the Irish Open main event. Irish poker legends Porrick Parkinson, Andy Black returning today. Dominic Nietzsche is still in. Ross Boatman coming into the day as well. David Doherty. Cognizant of the breaking order and cognizant of the fact that we are probably going to lose players at a reasonable pace. E.g., first elimination of the day, already down to 159. Certain tables not suitable to be the feature table. This one should last us the first couple of hours.
How many left? 156. Okay. Oh, cool.
So Mustafa Osbey, who sat to Conor's right, Griffin, he introduced himself to me when he came into the room this morning. So he was a big fan of our coverage, big fan of the stream, and was surprised and delighted to learn that he was going to be on the feature table today.
You love to hear it. And although Conor has a stack that is well over average, and his second in chips here, does have technically the worst seat with ultimate direct non-position to the table chip leader, but this hand is going to play pretty standard as a limp call, and I think everything is above board so far.
Check.
Great flop for Gillespie.
Okay.
And cheeky check back, and that's going to spell some trouble, I think, for Beresford. Not just because he's drawing dead, but he might be incentivized to start betting here with this gut shot. Maybe try to target some, you know, some ace highs that include non-hearts. I could also see Conor maybe firing twice here on a non-river heart to try to fold out ace high type hands. So Conor's going to get in a bit of trouble here. For his sake, I hope it's another heart on the river.
Jack of clubs. So Gillespie had it on the turn. Conor was drawing dead before that last card was dealt. He bet 29,000 on the turn. Is he going to slow down on the river? Oh, no. A single white chip, Griffin.
Yeah, this is a really cheeky bet here, and I like that Conor's making it because it's going to stop the bleeding of this hand. By betting such a small amount here, you're trying to tell the story to your opponent that you're looking for light value from, let's say, a 7, even a 5, maybe even a 3, you know, against that sort of ace-high range, and it really does. And there is the raise.
And a quick fold from Conor Beresford. Grim Daly, watching on Twitch, asked, what is the criteria for selecting you sim to the feature table? So just to be clear, it is not a curated lineup. This is a table draw that was done by the tournament staff. So this is table 7, for example. What we're looking for is a table that might be entertaining, will feature players who you might know at home. Former champions, for example, big-name pros like Conor, and crucially, a table that's actually going to last the session and not break during the first 2 hours of play. 4 eliminations already, and we are only 9 minutes into the day, down to 156 in our quest to get down to 8. And one thing I would say, Griffin, is that they have imposed a cap on the day of 12 total levels. So this is level 21. We will play to the end of level 32, but if we have not yet reached the final 8 by the end of level 32, we will stop there, and that'll be around 3 a.m.
Yeah, going to be one of the longer days of poker of the year for us here at PokerStars.
Shall I have to look? No, you don't even need to. I'll see it on the TV later anyway.
Yeah, okay.
You'll see it on TV. That's right, River Yowie. We are going to settle in. The lads are settling in for what is like to be a long day.
Is it?
Surprised the chip leader there gave up without a fight. Yeah, nice to just sort of limp in entire range that, you know, hands like the Jack-5 there.
Weird.
Just get to a flop.
Didn't know whether you were blocking a pair or whether you...
Andre, watching on YouTube, says, James, which place you achieved? The first time, the second time, or the third time?
Bag up big, so you had a good hand or a bad hand? Usually when people go big, they have a good hand, to be fair.
They don't count at that stage, Andre, basically.
Hello, everybody.
So we had Jonathan Lynch at the feature table yesterday. He's back for some more, raising here with Queen Jack of Spades. Round to the small blind, Hans Reichart from Germany. And now Thomas Sim from the UK in the big blind.
And Sim just playing about 7-8 big blinds to start the hand. Just going to try to flop some equity with this 6-3 of diamonds. Find some boards you can sort of maybe front shove, but this is not going to be it. And Sim is going to slip to about 5.5 big blinds, provided Lynch continues with a bet here, which we should expect. Lynch, of course, we recognized from yesterday. So viewers at home, if you were watching the stream yesterday, should be a little bit familiar with Lynch's game. Played pretty solid yesterday, but finds himself with just 20 big blinds here on day 3.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. They're not even playing that.
Not after 1 o'clock.
Breakfast sandwich, cup of coffee.
Maybe they would change it.
Come back at 1 p.m.
Yeah.
Use that hat to open up a bottle.
We got nothing out of them yesterday.
Little baby bottle. Well, it's little baby Coca-Colas, you know?
Maybe I'll stop.
Attention main event players. We do not tolerate players deliberately stalling to try and ladder up through the money.
I folded every hand like.
Trying to ladder up the money. We will
Even raise my big blind, I folded that.
have to act.
Now I have to stall.
Clock. You reduce it by 5 seconds each time until eventually you only have 5 seconds.
Great.
5 seconds?
That's very bad.
5 seconds to act now, remember that.
5 seconds. You can't even yawn in between, like.
I'm going all in for 180k and he left 10k behind. And then he tanked 3 minutes.
Well, Nick O'Hara making it very clear.
Online, all right.
Stalling for a money jump will not be tolerated. Griffin, can you imagine a player stalling to make a money jump?
Just despicable. Just reprehensible behavior.
And if you didn't hear the announcement there, Nick is basically saying that if they spot anyone trying to do that, they will put players on 5-second shot clocks. Interestingly, there is no actual formal shot clock in this event.
Charlie, how many people left?
152. Oh, we're on a pay jump. It's not a pay. Oh,
All in.
not the pay jump.
What are the short stacks? Mustafa Ozbey, all in.
When it was 152, it was all in.
Oh, Jesus.
Last thing I want to fall off the stage.
Yeah, that should be me doing that.
This is how we agreed, Charlie. Let's go with this.
Two kings for the short stack here.
King, go on.
Firing in about 9 big blinds. Not going to get any action unless the big blind wakes up. And Jack 9 ain't going to do it. Just kings, says Ozbey.
Game Changer 9801 says, greatest poker announcements ever. Not sure if that is a reference to the commentary or the PA system.
Is it really
Probably the latter.
All right, cool.
I choose to believe it was the former. There are the chip
You're
leaders.
really bad.
Carl
You're
Shaw,
involved now.
you big show off, 1.7 million.
Wow.
Seamus Cahill, was that the one who had $1 million when the next
Yes.
had 600? So
Yes, Seamus.
still been doing very great.
Still up there.
With all due respect, I'm not going to try to pronounce the third name. You want to give it a shot, James? You're a professional here.
Eftisios Georgiou, I guess. David Doherty, who, of course, we saw make the final table of EPT London last year.
Mark McDonnell,
In the top 5.
top 10. One of my very good friends. Holohan, a.k.a. God, for all my battle rap fans. Deep cut reference, James. Very small percentage of our viewers
I
get that one.
basically just kind of tuned you out at that point, sorry.
Easy game. Friendly table. 2 walks already.
You wouldn't do that to
2
me.
walks in 1 orbit. What are you guys doing?
Well, let's talk about prize money, shall we, with 154 players remaining.
You wouldn't.
We
give
burst the
walk?
bubble yesterday with 311 cashing.
Are you missing an ant here, or am I blind?
We're now paying players 2,990 euros. The money jump is when we get to 152. That's when we basically see players lock up another 400 euros, 3,400 for 152nd place. As with every single MTT, the big scores reserved for the finalists, 6-figure scores for the top 4, 365,000 euros up top. And the final table will be played tomorrow. A reminder, might as well make a note of it now, that the final table will start a little bit later, or the final day, I should say, will start a little bit later. An hour later, in fact, 1:30 local time, 1:30 British summer time is when the stream will go live tomorrow.
I eat at 12, but I'm not getting a chance to do that today. So.
You know, Ozbey, you may be fooling your table mates, but you're not fooling us in the booth or all the people at home. You're stalling, bud. We see it. I see it. James sees it.
Freeze.
I'm breathing.
So the shove from Sim gets through.
How much is it? How much?
Your man tanks for like 3 minutes.
Oh, it's 90% of my stack, and I have Jack 9? Oh, yeah, okay.
Maybe Jack 9's his lucky hand.
Maybe it is, yeah. Maybe you're wasting my time.
He wasted 10 seconds rather than 10 minutes.
It's true. I shouldn't be so hard on him.
No, last 3 hours yesterday was so dry, like unbelievable. I just didn't get in.
Yeah. Last 2 hours for me yesterday weren't so bad.
Gillespie with Jack 9 of diamonds, that is a pretty hand. And as table chip leader, he is going to use his advantage to open from under the gun to 25,000.
That's the hand I busted with. Sure seemed pretty until it was dashing all my hopes and dreams.
Folded around to Jonathan
Starting to feel
Lynch.
pretty personal.
Yeah.
He's
It's not
passed.
you, man. It's not you.
And now Conor Beresford in the big blind, who has 8-3 of diamonds.
Yeah, probably a notch or two too low to call against an under the gun open, but a player like Connor is going to go a little outside of that because of his ability to play post-flop. And, you know, with the big blind already in there, I think Connor's probably calling at this stack depth almost any two suited hands. And a really great card, actually, for Connor because
It should be.
on this board, you know, you don't want to make your flush when your opponent has a bigger one and doesn't, gets away with it. So Connor not getting coolered here.
I don't know, Griffin. Pair of threes beaten by a pair of jacks feels like a cooler to me. Oh, it's a straight, of course.
Check.
Yeah, it's funny. I think Connor was thinking like, so wait, if this guy has like pocket eights, I could maybe bluff him, but I have an eight, so he can't have eights. Sevens maybe? Just take it. I don't care.
Well, the money jumps occurred, by the way, as
Pair,
we see Gillespie win that hand. We're down to 150 players
it was
now.
so promising on the flop. This pair.
It wasn't promising, Connor. And your opponent didn't bluff with the ace-5 on the river. You're good, bud.
So just to reiterate, guys, we are not going to play beyond level 32 tonight. 12 levels on the schedule for day 3. The question is, will we hit the final table before we play those 12 levels? Bearing in mind that we are currently at around a 45 big blind average, I'm going to say no. I think we might come back tomorrow with around 11 or 12 players.
Do you think there would ever be an appropriate way to use domination reiteration?
It's re-implementation. Don't try and rewrite what we've
I'm
already
not
got.
trying to. I'm just workshopping. I heard you say the word reiterate, and I was wondering. It reminded me of your alliteration of domination and reinterpretation, all that sort of stuff. I was wondering if we could work in that word. Jeez. Osbey. Got to shove it in on the button here for 9 big blinds. He knows it. We know it. He's got his pay jump.
Spoke too soon.
And he's taking some chips.
I deserve that.
By the way, my analysis, or rather my theory on how many players we'll end the day with, I did consult the widget. The widget thinks it's going to be a tall order to get to 8. Now, interestingly, last year, they did manage to get to the final table, I think, inside of level 31. But two things to say. We're up 25% year on year in terms of players, but also there was a very abnormal chip dynamic last year where Steve O'Dwyer had something like 75% of the chips coming into the final table.
Okay.
So there are various scenarios where it's possible, but realistically, most of the time, I think we'll probably still be at just over 10 players coming back for the final day.
So GRM Daily asks, how many Irish Opens have there been previously? I've heard 43, and I heard it's the longest running tournament. So a lot of prestige here. You know, if you were to win this tournament, I feel like you would be in the annals of poker, you know, royalty, almost Mount Rushmore of poker to win this event.
It is one of your greatest achievements, Griffin.
Tarosian with the jacks. Lynch with the ace-queen and a decision. I think at this stack depth, best way to play this is as a call, or sometimes maybe you just want to... Oh, well, actually, you know what? We're at 8-16, right? No, we're at 6-12. Yeah, I think a call's fine. A shove is also fine, but when you're up against that under the gun 1 range, you're going to be called so correctly here that you're never going to get called by worse. And most of the time you're just going to be flipping or in trouble. So I do like just the flat with the ace-queen, and we're getting some more action behind. And we're going to have a rare 4-way to the flop, I think, as long as Rijkaard doesn't get out of line with this ace-6. So this is fun. This is new. 4-way action deep on day 3 here. And a, wow. Just about 12% pot bet on the flop here. Gonna incentivize, I would think, Lynch to call but actually folds. It is tough with 2 people behind, but that is a heck of a price. You're leaving a lot of money out there for, you know, your ability to turn a queen or an ace and probably be good, and it's going to convince Beresford to see another card, especially with those backdoor straights.
Yeah.
That's it.
But as you can see, Connor drawing dead to that miracle crab. Never count Connor out, though. He might get creative here and start repping a flush. Connor is going to be aware that he's probably not winning a great deal of time here, and he would love to maybe consider start betting to fold out some, you know, something like 2 jacks. Going to be easier to fold out the, you know, the 2 black jacks, of course. So I think Connor's going to be prepared to see a call here some of the time and then have to follow through on the river with a miraculous TV-ready bluff. I mean, I've also seen crazier things. I could just see Tarosian making a tight fold here. I know it sounds crazy, but it's not not outside the realm of possibility. Very big bet here relative to probably what Tarosian is comfortable with, James. I mean, we saw a 16,000 chip bet, and now the ante's being raised 5x that on the turn. And Tarosian has got a decision to make. And does fold it, yeah.
Wow. Connor Beresford pushes a player off jacks.
And that's the thing, too. You know, if you want to be calling with a hand like that, pre-flop and then on the flop when you're probably behind, you got to have tools in your toolbox that you can whip out. And that's just a really great awareness there from Connor. Getting a very strong hand to fold.
148 players remaining from a starting field of 2,491. I'm going to round it. 2,500 total entries, a record-breaking field in the Irish Open main event. 2.4 million euros in prize money. Started paying players yesterday.
Very important stuff over here.
And we've got big money up top. 365 grand going to this year's champion. Along with, as Griffin highlighted, a place in poker history. This is genuinely the longest running no-limit hold'em tournament in Europe.
No, this box is like pretty weird.
They'll tell you, I suppose, right?
Yeah, if you're
say
not doing it
currently?
right, they'll usually
Nothing can catch up, right?
True.
Yeah,
You think about it. It's like we're trying to get him with our EPT London. It's like, no, it's not how this works. Unless the Irish Open
If it was to go on a multi-year hiatus,
who would be able to catch up? I want to know who's in second place. Surely it's an EPT. Couldn't be London because he took some years off London. Monte Carlo, maybe? No.
Barcelona is the most consistent,
Yeah.
right? Barcelona every single season.
So consider this a warning, Irish Open. If you take a couple years off, we're coming for you.
Barcelona now stands alone as the only location that's been on every single season of the EPT.
Wow. No surprise. Those Spaniards love their poker, and we love going to visit there.
The birthplace of the EPT, and it's now become the biggest.
Were you there in the operating room? Birthplace metaphor? Just were you there the first one? Okay.
The story
Keep
goes...
up, James. God, I know it's the first level, but...
The story goes that, that John Duffy conceived it while in the bath.
Okay. Nice.
So an under-the-gun raise from Shane Holohan.
This raise is a big mistake from Holohan. You know, playing about 15 big blinds with pocket twos. You know, you don't have any blockers. You're not going to see a lot of post-flop play. It's just a mistake.
Ooh.
You can't be playing this hand here in this spot. And you can see the big hands that can, you know, happen behind. So
what do you think Hans Rijkaard should do and will do facing this 3-bet on the button with 10s?
I think in this spot, Rijkaard has to fold. This is a bit of a rare scenario where, you know, the early position player is way outside of what their range should be anyway. So based off what Holohan's range should be, combined with how strong that makes Beresford's range, I don't think Connor's ever light here. Because Holohan is raising 3x under the gun, 140 people left in the Irish Open, on 15 big blinds. This is strong. You don't just take ace-9 and then try to get away with one here. Like, you're trying to get the money in, and that's exactly what Beresford's doing. So 10s need to be a fold. And Holohan needs to fold here. Having said that, the way this hand should have played out was folded to Connor Beresford at the hijack.
Yes.
And then either a flat or a shove or a 3-bet call with the 10s because it's all late position, and then now it's 30 big blinds, blah, blah, blah. But instead, and I don't know what Holohan is thinking about.
For a moment, I thought he was going to call. Is he thinking he's being picked on by Connor Beresford, the big pro at the table?
I mean, it doesn't matter because Connor's put in 90,000 and you only started the hand with 200.
So
there's no universe where it's, you know, it's getting folded. So maybe he's just thinking, you know what, I think I'm flipping, let's go for this, which would be catastrophically bad and actually correct in the context of the hand Connor has. This is just really poor poker from Holohan, and it's gotten extremely lucky. And when Connor sees it, he's not going to believe it.
Yeah, I mean, that was a reluctant call from Connor. He's thinking that Holohan's really strong here, but actually it is a coin flip.
Look, man.
Yeah, and again, no disrespect to Holohan here, but this is a big error in judgment every step of the way playing this hand, and quite frankly deserves to lose this hand. But this is the great thing about poker, is that sometimes you can make a mistake, and the fact that you're willing to put it all on the line with 2 2s, and you're probably going to win here, 74% on the flop. I mean, audacious stuff from Holohan. And that is an interesting card. The diamond's not good for Connor and really kills his outs. 5 would be a chop.
Queen on the river. Deuces do hold. However, you may feel he misplayed the hand, Griffin. He has been rewarded with a double up and is back in the game. Connor Beresford down below 300k now.
$202.
Wow. Would be a double up for me.
He's probably supposed to fold 2s there, and then he raises and you go all in, and then you get the double up.
And I don't know whether you heard that, Griffin. Patrick Gillespie talking about how the hand should have played out, that deuces had no business being there. It should have been 10s versus ace-king, and that would have been a great spot for Hans Reichert.
Yeah, so actually Connor got a bit lucky in a way, because should have been all in for upwards of 350,000 instead of the 200 that he lost to Holohan.
How much you best of luck, Charlie? Take care of yourself.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you.
Good job, Charlie, even though
Can you hear the commentary on that?
you busted me yesterday.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Charlie. Hello, Doris.
Hello.
Morning.
So heading out into the field, checking out the outer tables. There is Benny Glaser. Spent some time at the feature table yesterday. $139 players remaining now.
Mark, slug life.
So here is a hashtag fun fact, Griffin. According to our friends and colleagues at Poker News, Mark McDonnell has cashed the Irish Open main event for the 8th time in a row.
Wow.
With his appearance this year.
Yeah, and one of the chip leaders finally might win it.
8 consecutive cashes in this tournament. That is impressive. There is Ross Boatman, actor, poker player, brother of Barney.
Actually, I was going to make that joke, but is he really brother of Barney?
Yes.
Awesome.
Griffin, I know that, you know, your poker career really began kind of post-2010, but you must be aware of the Hendon mob, right?
No, yeah, I am, but I know who Barney Bowman is, and then when you said, when we said, oh, Ross Boatman, I was going to make the joke brother of Barney because that's the only other Boatman I know. I didn't know that it was actually his brother. Ace, King, suited to aces. Oh, my goodness. Stop the presses.
Well, Sim is the at-risk player here.
Good luck, my man.
Good luck, sir.
But obviously has the significantly better hand.
TV table all day, are we?
Tell you what, we run this in a sim. Coming up,
2 hours?
gangbusters.
2 hours? Okay. It depends.
Oh my God.
King's Casino, they
Welcome to it.
have a delay of 30 minutes.
He doesn't have more than
I had a king in the heart as well.
So obviously we know Ross Boatman is a poker player. Most people back in the UK will either remember him from the TV show London's Burning or more recently EastEnders.
A pint of Rockshore lager, please.
Keep hearing about EastEnders.
Thank you. Pay by card as well, please.
You're not missing much.
Oh, it's okay. Up and down.
This is going to leave Osbey with very few chips.
Up and down. That's it.
But it will also leave him with a good,
good to be
cooler
here.
story.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I don't really think that's a fair trade.
I don't know. I think next thing will be James Bond kind of shit.
Did someone say James Bond kind of shit? James? Get together.
Not terrible for you.
That's exciting, but
I had a king of I had a king and a heart as well, so it's like bad shape.
So Osbey now with 83,000.
etiquette, Gillespie.
You know,
Etiquette.
I was before you.
Nobody wants to hear about how, after you lose, you were in rough shape because you folded 2 of the outs.
After that.
No worries.
Ah, yeah.
That's 15, 5. Happy with the call. I feel like I sold the call.
But it's nice not to have aces. Yeah, it's a good feeling in the
Definitely happy with the call, man.
I haven't had it yet in this tournament. First
No?
time.
Really?
First time.
Okay.
Give him a second, he's just right here.
Is Connor back on the beers?
Of
course.
I mean, on the one hand, I salute him. On the other, how?
In fairness, that was a beer hand. The deuces taste king. You need a beer after that.
I don't know, after the day Connor had yesterday,
I think this is going to be a short day, Doris. All in.
Osbey now all in from under the gun with 6s. Beresford with the Spraggy, ace-7 offsuit.
No Guinness, no?
60.
Yeah. Yeah, it does, yeah. There's some places
80.
when you can sit in the
80?
Yeah, there's some places in Dublin you can only have
Recovery pints, says Tubeweight. When you get to my age, there's no such thing as recovery pints. There's recovery time. Normally upwards of a week before you can even contemplate going anywhere near alcohol ever again.
Finish him, Sim.
really good for the it's really light, like.
Oh man, same guy.
Yeah, and this time
And Tarosian is folding a 6.
it's
But
another
don't tell him that, Tarosian.
domination situation. And this could be the end of Mustafa Osbey.
Back to back.
And as we saw, a 6 folded, so 1 out or some kind of straight combo. Hearts. I'm looking for a glimmer of hope here, Griff.
Nah, let's move on.
No diamonds, nothing. Okay, cool.
The guy's a fan. He was really friendly. It's going to need to be the K6 on the river. 1 out.
Okay, you know what? Let's give it to him.
Go on, Dan.
Take it away, Doris.
Nice,
No.
nice, good guys.
Lucky.
Unlucky.
Mustafa Ozbey eliminated. Down to 136 players in the Irish Open.
All right then. Good luck, everyone.
Good fun.
Take care.
Needed it.
Yeah.
Nice spots.
Short stacks and high hopes dashed.
Well,
Nothing quite
Sim
like
has
it.
now
He's
gone
an
up to
ace
25 big blinds. It's now Lynch who's edging towards the danger zone. Patrick Gillespie remains table chip leader with close to 1 million, more than 80 big blinds. Nobody else
It's
playing
really
more
pity
than
that we don't have
43 bigs.
three,
I know, I know.
You know,
Doris will keep us right,
about
I'm
to
sure
do
she
the
can see
danger
the
zone
screen
thing, but I
perfectly.
didn't because I've learned that you don't say it when you're approaching. You
That's
say
what I
it
like
when
about you, Griffin. You learn.
I do, eventually. See, not particularly deep stack. Only 2 players above 40 big blinds. So, you know, if some solid hands get dealt, especially in late position, you could see some all-ins. That's a good hand. Reichert's like, I'm not folding this one again.
Exactly. Reichert now given the opportunity to play his 10s. Das ist 27.000. Around to the blinds. Lynch in the small has the sailboats. Shy of 20 big blinds. Any chance he pushes here?
That's my sailboats.
Oh, I see.
Chance. It's not a bad spot if you think Reichert is opening wide enough, but appears to be kind of on the tighter side. So
right?
I
They've got
would
the GP
lean,
Masters
call,
up
or
there.
fold.
Yeah.
Down there, like.
And Lynch has elected
This is the
to
Irish Open, right?
call. I guess
Obviously
we should
it is.
highlight that Holohan has kind of complicated things by calling on the button with King 10. I missed that.
Yeah. Once again, not thrilled by this play from Holohan.
I assume it's just
It's the kind of hand that when you're up against an early position range, you know, you're going to be dominated by all the better kings and 10s and then all those pairs. So it just gets tough to play. Sometimes maybe you want to work in a 3-bet if you think your opponent's opening light, but again, Reichert doesn't seem like the type early on here on day 3. And lucky for Lynch, actually, that Reichert is playing his hand, you know, kind of face up a little bit. It doesn't appear to be bluffy. It doesn't appear to be balanced. You know, a lot of people will bet smaller on a board like this with something like 2 10s in order to give that balance, so that sometimes you're going to have to continue with hands like 4s. But when, you know, the bet is representing almost half your stack here, about 40% of your stack, it's pretty clear that it's a big pair, and Lynch is going to be able to find a fold. Might have called 30,000 and kept on losing chips.
Thank you.
Wasn't very smooth.
Down to 133 now, so 27 eliminations so far during the first 45 minutes of play.
Must have heard me on the calls.
Thank you.
I've got a really
Bit of
identifiable
chip
last
stack consolidation during this session. Average now probably pushing 50 big blinds.
Domination consolidation? I don't know how this works, do I? Who's that? That is a player at the other table. Cool guy with glasses. Bit of a Where's Waldo character. Which is ironic because we don't know who he is, but we're going to find out. Or we'll never see him again. Either way, we're here at day 3 of the Irish Open. There's someone we recognize. Carr. C-A-R-R. There's that field that used to have so many players on it as we wind down a bit this weekend. Still a lot of poker left, but not where we need all of these tables. This was a massively filled room earlier this weekend.
Spin up.
Well, there is Andy Black, who was on the feature table yesterday.
Yeah, here we in day 3, still in the hunt, still in the hunt.
By the way, those empty tables you highlighted, Griffin, obviously plenty of side events still to be played today and tomorrow. They'll be filling up later on today for sure.
Maybe taking it down. It's a good amount of chips there in front of him. Looking like upwards of 400,000.
Back to the feature table, 131 remaining now, and it's Connor Beresford in action against Jonathan Lynch. And Connor ahead right now with ace high, open-ended straight draw for Lynch.
And playing this as a big check raise is going to put a lot of pressure on Lynch, and is actually ahead with the ace high. But with that open-ended straight draw, I think Lynch needs to call this raise from 22 to 55, or just play this as a shove if you don't believe Beresford. You know, we're only catching up on the action, of course, on the turn here, but I have to imagine this played as maybe a raise and a call from the small blind, or maybe Beresford put it in a... No, couldn't have put in maybe put in a 3-bet and check on the flop. Interesting spot here. Would have loved to have seen the full action. Lynch now with just 106 behind, 184 in the middle. And Beresford the best hand. Will Connor bluff or move this into maybe a check call sometimes? Because the draws miss, the king queens and the queen tens and the heart draws. It sucks that you have the ace 8 with the ace of hearts. So Connor really wearing it on his sleeve of how confusing this spot is.
All in.
Oh, wow, there you go.
Nice value bluff.
Big blind jump next, isn't it? He's 16.
It's 16?
Yeah, next one.
Ah, okay.
It's a big jump.
Ah.
Yeah.
No, that's great.
Yeah.
They changed it. Maybe when they sometimes they switch it, and it's fine.
You're at it, sir.
That's great.
Connor Beresford.
I have to say, we are losing players a lot quicker than I would have anticipated. 128 remaining.
See, I told you you're worried about nothing.
At some point,
We're
it
going to
will
be
slow
done by
down.
9 p.m.
Griffin,
Yeah.
you've seen enough of these things. You know how it works.
We're going to be at 6 players left at 9:30, and we're going to say we need to stop at
No,
some
but I
point.
mean,
What I'm more concerned
if they have a
about
good jack there, then
is
most of them
we
go in
picked
pre-flop,
this table
so-
thinking it would last the first 2 hours. And we are close to losing
I got
40
it straight.
players. There is a danger
I think
that this table could break towards the end of the next level if they continue falling at this pace.
And then what are we going to do? We can't mic up new people. We can't pause the...
No,
we can't
we
stop
can't.
we would just have to cut the level off from broadcast.
I'm just going to sit here with my fingers crossed that things slow down a little bit.
And now Beresford on that little confidence swag, and you can see why this is such an intelligent, well-calculated sort of deviation from what your normal raises should be. Those are 2 hands that should be defending against this open. The ace-8 should be continuing to some capacity, whether it's a 3-bet or a flat from the small. The queen-7 needs to be defending, and neither happened. So that's... It does seem like it's, you know, I mean, the guy has a beer in his hand. He's a bit wobbly and what have you. And, you know, but these are things that Connor's very, very aware of. This is someone who won a 50K not a couple months ago, is going to be very aware of game flow and tendencies of certain players, and takes out Jack 5 and just, you know, those. I love that the blinds had those two hands, so it just goes to show why exactly Connor would raise such a poor hand on the button against those two opponents.
Lynch all in with the Spraggy, shoving with ace-7 offsuit. Rounds the blinds. Reichert in the small. And Sim folds the big as well. The shove gets through.
Yeah, seems aggressive.
Yeah, the structures here are wild. Like, I mean, the mains, the amount of levels that they skip in some of the tournaments is crazy.
Yeah. Even 8-15 would be all right. Like 16 just makes it a little bit trickier, you know.
Yeah. I mean, it's fine. Realistically, it's fine. Yeah, it's a fine jump. You know, it's when it goes from like 2-4 to 3-6. Yeah. That's what was happening in 5K.
Yeah. The 5K?
Yeah. Jeez. It's like crazy. The amount of levels they skip, I couldn't believe it. But I mean, I get it. Yeah. Get the game over with.
Get the game over with.
Lynch, great opportunity here, 7-handed to shove for these 11 big blinds. Blind's going to be going up pretty soon, I think.
Yeah,
8-16.
10 minutes time, Griff.
Yeah, so you got to get these shoves through. You got to acquire chips when you can. And so far, so good. Just one more after Sim, and yeah, this is going to get through. So nice acquiring some chips there for Lynch, who had a little speed bump running into the buzzsaw of Connor Beresford with that queen 10. Has now shoved twice and is up to around 10 big blinds.
Irish Smurf watching on Twitch asks,
20% of the field today already. Like,
are both Sprags still in or no?
Yeah.
I mean,
No. Neither Sprag is still in.
it's what? 50 big blind average, just under 50 big blind average.
So the high roller your tournament is going to start in about 10 minutes. You're welcome to take your seat.
Action folded around to Hans Reichert, who's got 10-3 offsuit. Folds. Tom Sim on the button, 8-5 of strawberries.
Hello, welcome.
New player coming in.
Yeah, I like this fold from Sim. You know, sometimes you get tempted to get suited connectors, late position. Maybe you can just see a flop with a raise or take it down, but the big blind seems a bit sticky, and you don't have a lot of flexibility off 25 big blinds, so I think that's a good tight-ish fold for the 8-5 suited.
Short while ago, Mustafa Ozbey was eliminated from the feature table. The seat he vacated is now being taken by George Heldens from the Netherlands.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The cure is more.
I know. It's good night.
Very large raise from Tarosian here, blind gets blind.
With the dealer.
It's been difficult for me to nail down what kind of player Tarosian is. We've seen some abnormally small bets, like with the jacks, that allowed Beresford to sort of outplay him on the turn there. Abnormally large bets here, almost 5x from the small blind.
When you're heading back to France next.
And some limping yesterday when he was on a previous feature table. So bit of a wild card Tarosian for me, the Frenchman.
128 players remaining, and
Naka.
back to table McDonnell.
Looks like a tough table.
Mark McDonnell involved in a hand against Nikolai Mamut. And Mamut raising.
So if I have these positions right, this is just a raise from the button into the 12K big blind of Macker and a call. So we are going to go to a flop.
Flop 7-6 deuce with 2 clubs.
I'm liking this camera work. It kind of feels like I'm in it, you know? Children of men of poker hands.
That's one way of describing it. Continuation bet.
Mark McDonald, slow life, reaching for chips.
Don't do the accent, Griffin.
No?
No.
Okay. Oh, they're Snoopies. Whoever counts the amount of Snoopies on that shirt gets a...
Oh, that is an
call.
all-in. Green triangle of death. And
2
that
jacks.
is jacks for Nikolai Mamut. And it is Queen 7. Is it always coming?
Queen.
No Queen, no 7. And that is going to be a double up for Nikolai Mamut. That is a pretty huge pot for Mark McDonald to lose there, Griffin.
Well, it appears to be about 300, which would make it like 25 big blinds, button to big blind. I think it's okay as played. It's just a bit of a cooler. I think Mark's probably going to still have upwards of 600-700K.
I find 1 3-bet's called 4-bet.
Like,
nice bluff with the trees.
Huh?
Nice bluff with the trees, with the bucket trees.
What did you have?
On the 4-4-5, was it?
Huh?
The 4-4-5?
Yeah.
What did you have?
I was winning you.
Yeah, you were.
Oh, you put him on tilt now, man. He's French.
Maybe I wasn't bluffing, I don't know.
I was afraid that you were crushing me on the flush draw.
So players from the PRO start to take your seats.
But I had a
Tournament starts in 4 minutes.
How many delays? 2
Oh, I
hours?
had a diamond.
30 minutes. 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Right, yeah, it's the same like...
What's this?
25 raise.
All right.
How did he get that information? Is he supposed to be on this feature table and without a phone? I guess a friend maybe on the rail between hands.
Yeah.
Gillespie doing what I wish I would see a bit more of, which is some active raising with this big million chip stack. And there are the chip stacks.
And Gillespie still has close to a
Did you
million.
just go over to see that hand specifically? Did you?
More
You
than
get
80
timed and
bigs.
everything to see what
Blinds
he
going
had.
up inside of 5 minutes, by the way.
Stopwatch.
Jonathan Lynch is now very much in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Even more so when those blinds escalate shortly.
Right, ace, 9 of hearts.
Reasonably shallow feature table with the exception of Gillespie.
Yeah, basically.
Pretty fucking good flop, I know. Was it 8-7-5, 2 hearts?
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. I just said fucking king 4 of clubs.
Raise.
Come
There
on.
you go, Gillespie. Have a go. Okay, don't do the accent, Griffin. Sorry, Mike, and people listening at home.
That first hand we had earlier.
A rogue
First hand
hand
we hit
of
aces.
mine hit the mic.
Only
It came out of nowhere.
only Griffin could describe his own limbs as rogue.
Yeah, I like it.
PRO players, please start to take your seats.
Idle hands. Devin Sawa, Jessica Alba.
All right, motherfucker.
That's great, huh?
Yeah.
You said it wasn't personal.
It's not. It's not.
No, but you've done this 3 times now. fuck's sakes. So sad.
Have another lager, mate.
Oh.
I'm not sure whether Timothy Leary has counted or is just guessing, but he says, Griffin, 18 Snoopies.
The bus?
Give that man a platinum.
You took the wrong bus. Where did you end up?
Somewhere near a highway off next to 1 hour.
9 for Tarosian.
It's hard to find a motorway in Dublin, in fairness.
You think it's Tarosian? Yeah. Tarosian.
Never heard of Uber?
I like Tarosian.
Pay the man.
I would imagine
Character from Mandalorian.
the name is probably of Armenian origin, but I would imagine in France it would be Tarosian.
Okay, Tarosian.
Either way, pocket nines raising to 24,000.
Yes. Whatever your name is, if that is your real name.
We introduce new value chip 25K, black one, keep it visible on top of your stack.
9-6 off, Gillespie? In trouble with the 9-6, I'll tell you that much. It is just one chip. And I don't mind it against this particular opponent. Oh boy, again.
Case 9 on the flop.
Start with blinds 5,000, 10,000, big blind, 10,000. Button seat 1. I wish you all the best.
Oh, the cheeky check back.
I like it.
Set.
I like it.
No, I just don't.
I imagine we'll get a delayed C-bet now. And Tarosian is going to bet 12,000. The minimum.
So I don't really like it. I mean, the check back's okay, but just like, how are we getting to the river and you've put in one big blind? When you make mid-set, right? It's like, at some point, you gotta start, you know, getting value from a king, and
just to be clear, I don't mind the check back on the flop. I didn't necessarily condone the bet sizing on the turn.
Right, yes. Well, once I felt that you were team Tarosian.
Yeah. No.
Reverend me, Nick.
So yeah, I think that's a common mistake for non-professional players. And take notes.
What do you have?
If you're watching there. You know, don't get too tricky with your big hand.
What is it?
Bet really small.
Griffin,
You don't want it to end.
If it's any consolidation, when I flopped a set of nines, I was all in on the flop.
Yeah.
Sadly, it was up against a flush draw, and they got there.
Well, once they got there, it
more
was,
in the turn,
it was
like,
you know,
15K on the turn, but that's about it.
Domination and consolation.
No, there was no consolation. Other than I got to sit down
for any
here.
consolation.
Got to sit down here next to
I'm
you
using
and
your
listen to your
format.
nonsense.
I'm using your format to give you more material. I'm like, you know, I've been co-writing your material all morning.
There are times when I just want to slap you.
Do it. I'll sue.
You'll
and I won't sue you.
I think we've hit the next blind level, by the way. I can see the clock has ticked in to the 8-16 blind level.
Yeah.
And recapping the prize money for the top finishers, as we highlighted earlier, 6-figure scores for the top 4 with 365,000 going to the winner. We're going to be paying out that money tomorrow, the final day of this tournament, final day of the 2023 Irish Open. Live coverage starting at 1:30 local time.
You know, back in my day, James, they'd only give us 200,000 euros for first. And then we'd have to walk back to the hotel.
Looks like Andy Black's all in.
Oh.
I'm surprised it's you now. No karma.
Why would I fucking
A
do
monk,
that?
like,
If he's weak, then he just calls. I feel like
you knew it, you were at. You were learning, man. Wrote the joke.
I mean, he doesn't know you're just winding him up.
And he's lecturing the rest of us about karma.
See? There's O'Shea. We got to get the O'Shea Andy Black table. I'm telling you.
You're being such a cunt to this. It's your form. You're always like that, O'Shea.
Nice to see that Andy's still dropping C-bombs left, right, and centre.
Yeah. After fresh off an apology 12 hours earlier.
Isn't he? You know. Isn't he a bad egg? You know. Bad egg.
We got to get this table, I'm telling you. These guys are lunatics.
2 words, Griff. Breaking order.
No, it was really, I was stupid. Ross said I'm getting on this bus. I don't care where it's going. I'm getting on this bus.
Holohan with the suspect 3-bet here.
Yeah.
Has this guy done anything you approve of today?
No, Holohan's, he's my target. I'm not digging
Holohan's,
what he's throwing down. Listen, if you want a 3-bet get-in pocket 9s for 30 bigs, about to be 20 bigs, that's fine. I wouldn't necessarily do it under the gun, but to make a smallish 3-bet that is going to invite all the hands in, it's just, you know, you don't want to, you want to fold out Queen 10 suited. You want to take the money they've already put in there. So that's the part that I don't like. And it just plays really nice as a flat at the under the gun 2 here. But Holohan has gotten the good enough flop that I think is going to force a fold from Sim. Just has to pull the trigger. And finally we'll be back in my good graces with an appropriate bet. It's a bit big there at 80,000, but it'll take it down. And future EPT, pardon me, future Irish Open winner, Holohan, gonna prove me wrong.
Is it too long? C'est pas le bon.
We now have Ramona dealing the feature table.
Follow Ramona. Follow Ramona.
If you're going to do it, get the tune right, Griffin.
I can when there's an A at the end. Follow Ramona. Follow Ramona.
No. The fact that
sing the song.
It's
Dance for me, clown.
Ramona.
Follow Ramona.
On a Monday, on a Tuesday, follow Ramona. Hey. That was piss poor. I'm sorry, Griff. That was awful.
I'm sorry. Holohan, I would approve of an open Jack-9 suited. You got some biggish stacks to get through, but it's nice to mix in hands like this, more so than hands like pocket twos.
Oh, my friend's giving me slagging over the watch, man.
There he is. There he is. Holohan trying to win me over again with his 3x madness. Oh, it is 8-16 now. Okay. So this is actually a standardish open, which what appears to be a min raise. Connor folds the Queen 10.
Oh dear.
And a nice smile from Holohan.
What happened at High Road?
Seems like a lovely guy.
No, the later, they kicked it back to 1 o'clock or something. Yeah.
That was real low.
Down to 123 players now. 37 eliminations since we started the day just over an hour ago into the second level of day 3. Blinds are currently 8,000, 16,000 with a 16,000 big blind ante.
Players at the table. Pass. They were interesting right by the PLO delay.
Short stack Jonathan Lynch has Queen 7 of clubs under the gun +1.
What did he say? I couldn't hear it, but...
And Connor gonna find a raise with a hand that I think, you know, we've talked a lot about it, about the kind of hands Connor's playing and how, you know, they're probably a few notches away from maybe what is normally appropriate, but because you know, hasn't been facing any resistance, is going to play a little wider than usual, but is going to get some here. This is always the problem sometimes when players do just wake up with monsters, and that's going to be in the form of the ace-king suited of Reichert on the button.
Great.
68.
Wow. Another sizing mistake here on this feature table.
I knew it was going to be bad. Nothing good comes after that hum noise.
Well, it's just, you know, you put in 32 and it's 36 to call. If your opponent has ace-king, you want to see a flop. You're not going to get married to any 9-high boards or anything. And, you know, if you're going to be able to react, you're going to be able to play this perfectly pretty much. Connor's annoyed, I think, a little bit because the price is too good that he knows he kind of has to call, but this is not really how he wants to go down.
Fold.
Oh, wow, yeah, it's tough. Yeah. It's tough, I guess, he says, yeah.
I really don't want to.
I'm a monster, yeah.
It's interesting because if you had something like ace-6 or ace-7...
The way you're saying it feels like you're lying.
You wouldn't even think about it until like a click like that, you know? You just think, okay, this hand sucks. I'm not going to get involved here. 10-9 suited, you wouldn't even hesitate. You'd be in there. You'd be thrilled. The 10-9 off, it starts getting into like swampy territory. You're just like, well, this is a hand I probably, you know, shouldn't have opened that often anyway. And like, this is so strong. And like, do I really need to like get all weird here? Can I just fold? And I think Connor, you know, is going to be annoyed when he sees what he had, but that's part of the range, right? See that, yeah, really snap fold from Gillespie, and I would really love if he could try to take a little more advantage sometimes of Connor's liberal opening. You know, ace-7 suited, I'm not saying you need to 3-bet that every time, and early-ish mid-position, of course not, but some consideration maybe, and we've seen some other hands that Gillespie's been kind of tight. Sim, very aware of how wide Beresford's open. This is a very strong shove here from the Brit. You know, not one that I think everyone is always willing to make off 12 big blinds facing an early position open, but is aware of Beresford's wide range and is going to get this one through.
Yeah.
Through the wires, man.
Such nice cards, but
the thing's good.
Dave says, why aren't we watching the table with the fight? That's the most entertaining thing I've seen. I mean, I saw Andy Black mock berating someone, but I didn't see a fight. No fisticuffs. No karate chops. No nunchaka.
Great tables all day, and I just have the nightmare one at the end.
Seen David Bagbrick.
That's right, Pedro Bob. A verbal joust.
I will say I do like the way Gillespie's been willing to flex that chip lead, even in an early position with marginal holdings. Maybe part of his strategy is to kind of not joust with someone of Beresford's caliber, and that's why we've seen maybe him be a little tighter in those spots. I really like the willingness to open things up with this kind of chip stack in early position. Lynch now, just 10 big blinds total. Certainly some hands you want to call here and try to flop some equity, but King 7 feels like a bit of a trap, even though in this case it would have been great.
Exactly. Minor, finer, whiner. That wasn't a fight. That's just two Irish people chatting.
Yeah, that was baseline talk.
Connor, first to act here, folds the 8-5 under the gun. Chip leader, table chip leader, I should say. Patrick Gillespie also passing. Reichert's out. 8-3 off for Sim. Ugh. Nicolas Tarossian. Queen 9 off. Folds. Shane Holohan has ace-queen.
Let's go, Shane.
It will also be 90 minutes today.
It's your moment, baby.
1 hour.
The dinner break is?
Only, oh no, 18. Only 1 hour.
Only 1 hour. I don't know how to manage, guys.
Okay.
Yesterday was too long.
Because there's too many of you.
There's nearly pest coming back to the table.
Okay.
Right? 36.
At least Celtic won it. That's all that matters. At least Celtic won.
Raise is to 36,000, and looks like it's going to be raise and take it.
Yeah, but realistically,
Holohan. Almost up to 500,000 chips now.
Hopefully they picked that up on the mics. Hope you picked that up on the mics.
Said what I said. You better not fucking raise.
And I'm net like the net.
I mean, that's an invitation if ever I heard one.
Was it free for fall that you raised?
I don't care what you dealt, Gillespie. Under the gun raise compulsory now. King 10, do it.
Oh, he talked him out of it.
That was close too. You talked me into it. You talked me into it.
Yeah, what I'm almost surprised that he didn't consider it longer, but good for him he didn't. And Holohan's like, whoa, oh, I better rest my rosy face on my hand here like I'm trying to decide what to do. Sometimes you just feel the energy of a spot. You just think something's going to happen here. He just raised the last hand. He's doing a real good sell job on this open. Someone's going to get something to get involved here. That's what I'm reading.
Heldens fold.
Oh, Beresford.
Deuces.
Oh, my God. What am I reading? I'm reading nothing. Oh, Connor! See, I told you I was reading something. He's thinking about making it like 106. Good fold.
Guess not.
Simple jack.
Fans with Cans asks, on a scale from 0 to kill me now, how bad does Connor have it right now with his hangover?
Like a clean double. We're all friends here.
Yeah. I've not lost an all-in the last 2 days, man. So I'm about to
Pretty high up on the scale towards kill me now, but probably at like kill me later.
Good to know.
Like prepared to, you know, prepared to die. Holohan, 8-6 suited. Play the rush?
Yeah.
I don't know. With the big boys in the blinds here. Okay. Dig a fold after the two opens.
Put your big boy pants on. Take on the big boys in the big blinds.
No. He did not shove with 4-3 suited. Oh, my gosh. Oh, he's not going to get away with it. Oh, my gosh.
Oh.
I think Gillespie might fold. But he's saying if it's less than 10, and it's quite a bit less than 10. And to be dominated here, oh, this is a pretty miserable shove, I got to say, Lynch. I'm sorry, my friend. You have a full rotation here to find a better one. I understand you have what appears to be a tight opponent on the button, but you have two guys that are going to call you pretty correctly from the blinds. 4-3 is just not the ticket, man. And if you get away with this, I'm happy for you. But, oh, he got away with it. He got away with it.
Show it. Show it.
You don't want to double mute?
Yeah. I don't know, sir.
I don't need to look,
Couldn't tell
but
you.
I'll tell you what. The chart says fold that one. I imagine 8 big blinds, the worst two suited
Depends what mood I'm in.
cards are going to be a lot higher than 4-3.
Zappo 90 says under 10 blinds, that's a fair shove.
4-3 suited.
I call way too wide.
At the cutoff. Oh, what do I know?
I'd rather call king queen than my have an ace.
Right, okay.
King queen and ace 3.
Zappo.
Let's see
Not,
the snap shove.
it's not Chat Pro Saturday.
Easy fold, actually.
Do I even have snap shove on my phone anymore?
Just so you know, we're on a pay
Reinstall.
job now, right? We're on a pay bubble, so you know. So don't go too crazy. Yeah. Hey, I don't know where you're getting your 500s, not the same street I'm getting my 500s.
32.
32, yeah.
32.
2 more.
Vissa agrees. Easy snap shove.
Okay, we're getting snap shove out here, right? I'm prepared to be embarrassed and wrong, but I can't imagine it.
4-3 suited, already 40% of a straight and a flush. Monster. I think people are taking the piss now. Zappo's looking for the charts. Not sure how the top 10's going to help you.
So it's I mean it's as low as 6-5 suited, according to snap shove, which is I would have thought probably 7-6 suited, but they do include 6-5 suited on here.
But not 4-3 suited.
No, not even 4-5 suited. But if you think that the big blind will fold something like ace-4, it becomes a shove, right? It's all about, you know.
Run well on anything else?
No, I only played the...
Yes, that's the best argument. John's right. Plop says you have 25% of quads twice.
11 paid.
That means you have 50% equity, 25% twice.
As well.
Yeah.
That's how it works, right?
Yeah, also we have to consider the increase in equity based off the street flash equity.
Skipping all the levels.
Because there is street flash equity in that hand.
Alright, seeing this in an hour clock if you're skipping levels, like, you know.
Tarosian with a tight-ish fold with the 6s under the gun, but I think it's okay. 35 big blinds, playing 8-handed. And this is part of the reason why. Look at this monster wake up here from Heldens.
How about you? You're playing
You 2 cards.
Didn't run a...
Huh?
You has to, it's fine.
Yeah.
Didn't run well on it now, should he?
Yes.
So it's also okay to have it like this? Yeah?
We can do it like this?
Yeah.
If you flash them, it's fine.
Okay.
Fast.
They tell you if they weren't reading it like that.
Yeah. So they can see it also.
I don't know.
Sims off 15 bigs here. I think he's probably been paying attention, is going to be aware that Heldens has been playing quite snug. So this is a good disciplined fold. Sometimes you want to just call that one chip, see a flop, but not a lot of maneuverability on that stack size.
I just get shit faced. It's so fucking slow, man. Like, the game is just so slow and boring, like, overall for me. Like, at this point,
especially when you're used to probably.
I only raise when I have 2 cards.
Just to make sure that we can see your cards on TV.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're boring you, Connor.
Back to table McDonald. And this looks like Mark McDonald winning a hand with that bet there.
Macca.
Cashing 8 Irish Opens in a row. Still think that's an incredible achievement.
Doesn't even sound real.
exactly that.
Unsteeled says, I'm hoping today goes for a few more hours. It will go for many, many, many hours. Uh-oh, setup alert.
Yeah, and this is exactly the spot that Connor needs. Connor might get tricky here, though. I think we're going to see a lot of calls here at the hijack from Connor, playing under 20 big blinds against an opponent that appears to have been playing a decent amount of hands. Could also see a click back 3-bet. But the hand, I think, is too strong to just shove. Even though this is what you would do, you would probably shove to stay balanced to get against, you know, a reg, we would say. But instead, we just sort of see this click back.
I was slagging him the other day because he changed it to Bulgaria.
Clickety click, like, chips in quick.
That's you.
And what you playing with?
200 behind exactly, so 275 total.
It's going to be green triangle time.
Even the triangle is green out here?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
What?
Just calls. Okay.
That I was not expecting. Well, surely it goes in on this low flop.
Yeah, I think this is kind of what Holland is hoping for here. We just see a low flop and might even do something a bit weird like front shove.
Stop and go. There we go. Shoves the flop, gets called. Connor Beresford, huge favourite to double up here.
Big cooler spot here.
Connor near enough a 9-1 favourite with the kings. River card is a 4. And Beresford back up to nearly 600k.
Just double check. Some of these stacks are like pretty uneven. Yeah, it's 200.
Easier to count with 2 hands.
Yeah, I know. But my other hand's occupied.
Yeah, Shamey. What's happening, man? Yeah, try my best. Look at you all smiley. Come with me. Yeah.
Well, the pace of KOs has slowed a little bit, but we have dropped below 120. 119 players remaining right now, with about 30 minutes left to play on the level. 30 minutes before the first break of the day. And as I think we highlighted earlier, this table will be breaking relatively soon. So during that break, we will have to bring a new lineup to the main stage. So we've got 3 players at risk. Holohan, Sim and Lynch, 15, 13, 10 big blinds respectively. Connor Beresford now second in chips at this table.
I don't know if I'd call them mates or acquaintances, you know.
Well, they will be after they hear this.
Shit.
Gillespie raising from the hijack with King 10 offsuit. Sim with Queen 10 on the button.
One person defend.
And that's going to be raise and take it.
I'm pretty honest here. Yeah. Overall, everyone's honest. I feel like I might be the only liar here. Liar.
So Riker, king, queen in the hijack. And Riker is going to open here for 32,000. Ace deuce suited for Sim.
Not a bad candidate to sometimes shove over an open, but against what I'm sure Sim is perceiving to be a tighter opponent, yeah, I think fold is probably the best way to go. You know, maybe if the chip leader or Connor are opening the hijack, you might want to mix in some shoves with hands like that from the cutoff, but I think it's a fine fold, and it's going to get all the way through.
So a few raise and take it hands at the feature table. As we go back out into the field and check out what's going to be our next feature table at the start of the next session. Dominic Nitscher.
The Dominator.
And Michael Molinar. So those guys are going to be headlining the new feature table on the other side of the break, which is still 30 minutes away. Still got half an hour to play on this level. Kind of Beresford finds jacks under the gun and raises. For a moment there, I thought Holohan was going to play the Spraggy, going to play the ace-7 offsuit. Doesn't,
Well,
but Lynch has got the ace-10 suited and is likely to play that.
You know, as far as range against a standard under the gun goes, I think ace-10 suited off 8 big blinds, you can find some tight folds sometimes. But against an opponent like Connor, who's going to look down at, you know, queen-10 off sometimes and find a raise, you got to shove in that ace-10 suited.
Hold on.
So Connor, decent favourite here to eliminate Jonathan Lynch.
Right there. I see it. I see it.
Green triangle of death presented to the ace-10 of diamonds. Eight, 5, 5, 2 hearts. Lynch knows he's drawing thin, 7% equity.
Ace from space on the turn, or ooh.
Okay, picks up additional outs. Ace or a 10.
10 of diamonds. And
a 10 on the river will trigger James's PTSD.
Oh no!
And a heart.
It looks like a diamond.
That's the wrong
It's so much funner when you go runner, as Jonathan Lynch discovers.
What the fuck? I was kidding. I was kidding.
You should say that.
Meanwhile, as Connor Beresford doubles up Jonathan Lynch, we learn that we have lost Ross Boatman in 118th place. Ross did secure the pay jump, to €3,950, but is no longer in the Irish Open main event. 117 remain.
It's hard to keep them, isn't it?
It is, man. It's a tough job.
You know what to do with them jacks now next time around.
Someone's got to do it.
That's why everyone fucking hates jacks, eh? They're just fucking miserable.
Jacks are indeed flipping miserable. So that's his kind of drop down to a sub 30 big blind stack. Lynch hovering around 20 big blinds. Sim and Holohan short with 13 each. Gillespie remains table chip leader with 63 bigs, has more than 1 million chips. Blinds going up again within 30 minutes. On the other side, the first break of the day. There's going to be another raise and take it for Hans Reichert.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, kind of not playing the 9-deuce offsuit. So back out to one of the outer tables. It's the outer table that will soon be our feature table. And when I talked about the players at that table, I forgot to mention Benny Glaser, who is in a hand here against Molinar.
Facing a bet of 130,000 here.
So the board is ace of spades, 5 of hearts, 6, 3, ace. So it's a straighty paired board. And as Griffin just highlighted, Michael Molinar's made it 130,000.
Not a lot of conclusions we can draw about a lot of the action on this hand, but we can certainly deduce that this started as an open under the gun, presumably a flat by Glaser on the button, and with a bet of 130,000 on the river, might have been 3 barrels.
Benny's made the call, and Molinar tables Queen Jack for Queen High. Benny with King High, what a hero call!
Disrespect.
Whoa.
Molinar bluffing the river with Queen Jack, and Benny heroing with King 10 for King High, and he's right. Wow, I'm looking forward to seeing this table come to the main stage and being our new feature table on the other side of the first break.
Me too. Kind of want to stay. I'm supposed to be off next level.
Still got around 20 minutes with these guys, and we've got another all-in at the feature table. It is Heldens with ace-queen, and Lynch with ace-9. Lynch, of course, just got that double up with ace-10 against jacks. He is dominated here. Will he get lucky again?
Yeah, this appears to be an open shove, I think, of 20 big blinds for Lynch. And getting the call from Heldens. Gonna need to get lucky once again, and it starts with the 9 of hearts.
Domination rotation.
Wow, and is Lynch only on life number 2 of his 9 lives? This is crazy.
Oh, we get the ultimate sweat card on the turn. Easy. Flush draw for Heldens. Queen's working for him as well. River is a heart, and Lynch gets flushed. Ultimately, the best hand won the pot. Jonathan Lynch eliminated from the Irish Open.
How much do they pay you guys to be at the televised table?
The pay us?
Yeah, how much did they pay you?
Or the pay us?
No?
They don't pay me shit. They should be paying me.
Yeah.
They should be.
They fucking should be paying me. I fucking hate being on the feature. Take me off the table.
Connor, we are doing just that in 20 minutes' time, buddy.
I'm getting on the box an hour.
Yeah,
so.
Connor Beresford's a lot of things, but showman, at least on purpose, isn't necessarily one of them.
That's it. Connor, the showman.
That's your
Beresford.
problem. That's your problem, Connor. You're too entertaining accidentally and just existing, so you're stuck with us.
You know how much I love a poker nickname, Griffin. You gifted it to him. Connor, the showman Beresford.
Yeah,
That's it.
Let's do
That's it. Let's make it a thing, people.
Okay, we'll make it a thing. If we can make Unicorn a thing for me, we can certainly work with the showman.
I'm not gonna make it. Not gonna make it.
Oh, and Tarosian getting some flashbacks to the last time played jacks. I mean, jacks have not been lucky on this table. We've seen coolers, we've seen suckouts, we've seen bad folds. So Tarosian's just like, you know what? I'm going to keep things real cool here, and I'm just going to limp this in.
Strap in as we watch jacks get destroyed by A7 suited.
And now Holohan, that's the kind of face that has never seen an A7 he didn't like. An A7 suited. What's he going to do?
I feel like I have to wait.
Oh, no.
My money's on the A7.
You're getting trapped, my friend. There's no substance
No,
in
no,
this
no,
hand.
no, no, no. Dude,
it's a hollow hand.
Dude, the way jacks are running today, my money's on the A7.
Well, an ace has just been folded.
It's going to be hearts.
My mistake. If you have aces or kings, you're getting the orange tag.
You call.
Yeah.
Call.
So, to be clear, Holohan's the player at risk here with the A7.
Why is everyone leaving?
Ahead with jacks. Because no one can stand to see jacks lose again.
Kind of a sneaky limp, you know? I feel like if this was played as a raise, Holohan might have folded, but
okay.
Limp. It's always coming 7. You see, it's always coming 7.
Always coming 7.
Always coming.
Well, no hearts, so it's going to have to be the ace or the 7, or jacks finally get there for once.
Success rate 25% or 0%? 25%.
Okay, and we will see Shane Holohan eliminated.
Yeah, Holohan. Look, lads. You know, I wasn't crazy, but a couple of the hands he played, but at the same time showed a lot of heart. Was prepared to go in with those deuces and won that sick flip. And after that, you know, hung in there, but just wrong time, wrong place with that ace-7.
So we are currently playing 6-handed at the feature table. Gillespie with 60 bigs remains the biggest stack. Sim is now the last remaining shorty with 13 bigs. Blinds going up in just under 20 minutes time. Still got a little bit of this level to play out. And a reminder that this table will be going back out into the field at the conclusion of this level. This table is going to break relatively soon. New feature table coming up, and a reminder of 3 of the players we'll be seeing during the next session. Benny Glaser, Dominic Nitscher, Michael Molinar. Those 3 guys among the players at the new feature table for the second session of the day. 2 one-hour levels to be played back-to-back.
111 left, 111, make a wish.
Snowman's num-num.
Num-num.
Raise.
Does she know she's become a PokerStars meme?
Shafak?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, obviously,
At what?
I said
I'll ask her. We talk all the time.
You're the best handle.
Eh?
You're the best handle.
Oh, I did, yeah. I mean,
Reichert,
was
very playable.
You don't want to check.
26 big blind, queen 10 suited from the under the gun.
Brick going.
Not the most envious position to be in, and you want to mix in some folds sometimes, but
jacks again.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and look at the stack. This is about 12 big blinds. I think Tarosian's going to have a lot of reasons to reshove here. This doesn't feel like a trap from Reichert.
No.
You know, this could easily just be some sort of squeeze with ace-jack, ace-queen, you know, king-queen, something like that. It's been made very clear, I think, to us and the viewers at home that Sim is very capable of making sort of, you know, not just the nuts type shoves. We saw the king-queen shove over the Connor Open earlier for about the same stack depth. So I think Tarosian is probably going to go for this, and I can't fault him. But everyone knows jacks can't win twice in a row. That's pretty much poker law. I think Tarosian is definitely considering finding a fold here. You know, if it was anything under like 150, you wouldn't even really think about it and you'd call. But when it gets to this stack depth, maybe you're thinking, look, I'm raising under the gun. A tightish player's calling behind. And now you're shoving into my range, which is going to be pretty strong here. And that is an excellent, you know, at least results-wise fold from Tarosian, really reading the situation correctly. And, ooh, man, that's pretty impressive stuff to me.
And Sim keeping his head above water. 110 players remaining. And back to the outer tables where it looks like it's John O'Shea and Andy Black in action. These two again. This time I think they may actually be playing a hand against each other, Griffin.
There's O'Shea in seat number 2.
And this hand has gone to the river. Button versus big blind. 3 sevens out there. Looks like action's gone.
That whole time. That whole time. Oh, it's on me.
I was wondering, I was thinking, is it going to just put all the way with the 4-7? I don't know.
So yeah, neither player realized it was their turn.
Just a bunch of drunk Irishmen at the Irish Open. Wasting our time. We're like, ooh, so much drama. It's on you, mate.
Jesus. Well, I don't want to post my big blind.
Oh, sorry. Don't worry, you get used to it. Not really.
Sim with king queen on the button. Still relatively short.
Yeah, I think you can justify a raise or a shove here. Maybe against more aggressive opponents. You want to maybe eliminate the ability to shove light on you. Oh, rogue hand again.
So this is a new player at the feature table. Nice shooting, son. What's your name?
Main event teams and players, at the end of this level, we have a 20-minute break. During the break, we're going to chip race the 1K chips. We'll
Probably
also
the
be
15 big blinds
introducing
behind,
the
just going
100K
to
chip.
find a shove here.
So we kindly ask one player on each table to start buying up.
You'd like to have a little bit of
1Ks.
room to find some 3-bets, but
Players, if you are a player who has all the chips,
very hard to
you're welcome to stay and watch the chip
act
race
like you
on
would
your
do
stack.
this light
You do
very
not
often.
have to stay, but you are welcome to stay and watch us chip
So
race your
maybe
stack.
balance with a shove, but is gonna looks like he's going to try to find
One player on each table to start buying up all the
a
1Ks.
3-bet anyway.
120.
And yeah, actually putting in 120 of the, you know, 280 total could do this as a bluff. So maybe I'm a bit wrong. Doesn't look like the face of someone that wants to fold, does it?
No.
But maybe some alarm bells are going off for Sim. Would a new player get to the table? Ooh! That's a nice fold. Would a new player just get to the table and instantly make this 3-bet?
Yeah,
I don't mind.
Forty that. Well, let me just do it.
I
don't own these anymore. I fucking
I was
hate
a dealer in
these.
a previous life.
All right.
Alright, how does it feel to be on Spraggy's top 5?
Yeah, I heard. Crazy.
Who's buying the chips? You
Down to your last 1,000.
You probably need a copyright for blind.
So Sim's still the short stack at the table, 14 bigs. Gillespie's still table chip leader. Just 10 minutes to go until the break.
Yeah, I had no idea. He said I'm his,
Yeah, cool, yeah.
he said I'm his #1 pick.
It's Tom
But he
Murphy,
picked me
by
up.
the way,
Yeah. Well,
who has joined us at the feature table, taking
That's
the
fair,
seat
yeah,
recently
yeah.
vacated by Shane Holohan.
And a begrudging open with the King 10 from Connor Beresford. Just, that's,
Keep a
there's
couple of
a certain kind of like just burned out at work vibe that Connor has. Connor the showman Beresford that I love. He's just like, like,
yeah, from now,
work is so boring, but also I have to work and I hate it. And it's just like, I got to open this King 10 because this table's hasn't been 3-betting light, and like I have blockers, and like, raise. I hate this job.
Okay.
I'm glad you corrected yourself, Griffin. Stay on message. Connor the showman Beresford.
Yes. Connor the showman Beresford is going to get shoved on by Sim, and you can see how much more comfortable Sim is with this hand, which is of a similar value as the King-Queen, but against Connor's open under the gun, feels way more comfortable shoving that in than shoving in the King-Queen off button to big blind against an unknown. So has been some good adjustments, specifically from Sim over the course of this first 2 levels.
15. So in case of a blind.
52 eliminations over the course of this session, down to 108 players now.
I think it's 35. Just want to check it.
Yeah, cool, yeah.
Great comment from Sana on Connor the showman Beresford. He is betting with the enthusiasm of a child doing the dishes.
Sorry. Oops, sorry. Yeah, looks good. Yeah. There goes cheap.
Cheers, man.
Thomas Murphy, Jack 8 offsuit. Raises to 32,000. Connor in the big blind, 8-4 off.
Maybe Connor thinking, do I have 105K in me right here? Do I think this will work?
He's folding.
Yeah, but does have that gear. Oh, he is just laboring. The showman. Connor, the showman. Beresford.
To the outer tables once again, Griffin, and it's Mark McDonald in action against Neil O'Reilly.
Have a go, Macca.
O'Reilly checks the river. Mark McDonald checks behind, tables his hand, which looks to be the winner.
Oh, yeah.
Should we repeat that stat one more time? The hashtag fun fact that we got from Poker News.
Sure.
Mark McDonald has cashed 8 Irish Open main events in a row. Six minutes left on the clock. 6 minutes until the first break of the day.
Twitch maybe, but YouTube also.
YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube.
That's right, guys. We're on the YouTubes and on the Twitches.
Kojak for Heldon's on the button here.
Connor with 8-7 offsuit folds the small blind. Gillespie has Dolly Parton and folds the big.
Okay, pass them over. Pass them over one time.
I had a good hand, but...
I thought you were talking about his cards.
I would have think more about it.
was bigger than
Quite strong. It was too medium. Best case, I'm flipping, so...
Yeah,
thank you.
okay. It's a good guess. You have to put in 8, don't you?
God, look how rich you are.
I know, man. Rich on pennies.
That's way.
Are you on board with this analysis, Griffin, from Hale's Brickbox? Mark is a top player and a lovely lad.
Yes, all confirmed. I think would probably be considered one of the top Irish players. Great deal of success, a regular of the EPT circuit. Speaking of regulars of the EPT circuit, this next feature table, let me tell you, James, we got Dominic Nietzsche. We got Benny Glaser. We have a guy named Cole McGuire that sounds familiar that probably plays the EPTs.
Pick one. This one.
I take the
We
other
got
one.
Michael Molinaro. It's just a who's who.
Well, I'll tell you what, Griffin, we're going to
Okay.
see that table right now because it is Benny Glaser versus Dominic Nietzsche going to the river here. Ace, King, Jack, 6-5. Action on Benny. Gets checked to showdown. And looks like Dominic Nietzsche is going to win that relatively small pot. So yes, these guys will be coming to the feature table on the other side of the break. Going to be coming back with just over 100 players by the looks of things. Still 3 minutes to play, so chance for a few more eliminations before we come to the end of this session.
Otter speaks another language after like 17 pints.
I love language.
By the way, this table, our current feature table, is literally next to break. So the question is it going to make it to the end of this level?
Right.
Thank you.
How does he do it? How does he get it done? Unbelievable.
He can't.
Wouldn't it be amazing if it broke right at the end of this level and they gave Connor a seat at that table with Benny, Dominic, and Michael?
The showman.
Because we know how much the showman loves being on the main stage.
The dealers talking to themselves, but they're talking to someone in the main.
Yeah. It's weird.
No, it's
crazy, yeah.
Check Call Fish says, James, what time do you think we'll hit the final table? What does the spreadsheet say? First of all, it's a widget. Secondly, tomorrow. I do not think we will get to the final 8 inside
the widget
of
does
12
not believe
hours.
in this.
She's laughing to herself. She's going crazy.
Once again, main event players, at the end of this level, we have a 20-minute break. We're going to chip race the 1Ks. We're also going to introduce the orange 100K chip.
Orange 100K chips coming out.
Finally.
The player who's buying up all the 1Ks, you're welcome to stay and watch us chip race your stack. You do not have to, but you're welcome to stay if you wish. Players, when the clock hits 0, we will ask for cooperation. If you're not the player with all the chips from chip race,
Do it.
please leave the playing area.
Do it, Sim. You know what Connor's up to. You're the only one. You are the one.
Nick O'Hara just telling the players that they would
You are
appreciate
Neo.
their cooperation, including you, Murphy. Thank you for
out
your
of the
cooperation.
sim. Break out of the sim.
About 380.
Become the one.
Yeah, roughly, I think like 390.
Sim has shoved so many times on Connor Beresford correctly with King Queens after early position opens, Ace 10s after early position, and finds the Ace 3 suited. He said it, right?
385 behind.
Did he say it?
So
I thought he said it. Oh no. There was a defeated way he dropped those chips like he's folding. Please
Thank you.
do it, Sim. Break out of the sim. Oh, sheep. Stay in your pod, Sim.
Switch off the microphone if you're not in the hand. Okay. Yeah, if you're not in the hand, they switch it off. Like, I think so, anyway.
Players, this is our last hand before the break. When the hand ends, we're going to get you guys to rack up your own chips and bring them back to table 7 before you leave.
Are we doing the chip race at table 7?
We have to do it ourselves.
So we.
What
The showman.
Sorry, yeah, we have to do it.
Yeah.
We have to rack up our chips and take them to the actual table because they're going to change the feature table.
Keeping the microphone, Nick. Keeping the microphone.
We'll invoice you for it.
So Sam Rova asks, what is a chip race never played live? So basically,
Last time, does it? All
on
right.
either day 2 or day 3, oftentimes of the main event, all the loose chips that we find around the tables, we basically put them outside, and then everyone races to see who can get to the finish line first, and that person gets all of them. That's why sometimes you'll see a player that has so many, like black chips, like 100 chips, because they won the chip race. It's a tradition. It's an old. It actually started in the first Irish Open 43 years ago, and has become a tradition ever since. So that's the chip race.
Ace King versus King 10 here. Stat Trick with the chip trays.
I will say the showman Beresford not a favorite in the chip race on the break.
I mean, he's in no condition to go running.
No. He's never actually won a chip race.
I want to go on a break, so I fold.
Good move, because I need the bathroom, so I'm looking forward to the break as well. I think this table...
It's going to break. We're done with these jabronis.
Yeah, Nick O'Hara is just confirming that actually, guys, you're not going back to table 7. This table's actually breaking, so they're actually going to get new seating assignments on the other side of the break. But those are the stacks of the players we've been watching. New feature table coming up in 20 minutes' time. And more blasts from the past for your entertainment. Remember Bad Girl. Xuen Pham is in seat 1.
Do not remember her.
Plenty of locals in this event, including Rory Liffey from Ireland. Another Irish player, Jamie Drummond. England also represented by Julian Thu. And Alan Vinson. Another Irish player, John Coughlin.
You sure it's not Coughlin? I have my cougar noise ready.
Sean Donaldson means that we have 4 of the players at this final table are from Ireland, and the other 4 are from England. Rambaswamy rounding out this 8-seated final table. The blinds, 1,500, 3,000. And chip denominations, the yellows are 100, the pinks are 500, the blues are 1,000, and the oranges are 5,000.
Another round of folding to the button from Ram. Calls 3,000.
Well, this is an interesting play from
I'm linked with
Rambaswamy.
the 8-4 of diamonds. A little bit wide, a little bit loose.
I'm guessing this is blind on blind, though? No, it's not.
Because Fam's had a call as well with the 10-5 of diamonds, so...
I was trying to defend it, Spraggy. I was, again, accidentally looking for logic in 2004.
And so, yeah, he takes it off.
And Rory
I believe
Liffey.
Liffey raised the 6-5 offsuit and generates folds.
It was 7-6 offsuit, but yes, a raise of 18,000 got the job done.
Perfectly reasonable, perfectly standard hand to start us off here.
So this has been folded around to Sean Coughlin, who's got Jack 10. Now this is a hashtag fun fact. Rambaswamy went by the poker nickname Crazy Horse back in 2004.
Comes back to Ram.
Nice. Poker nicknames need to make a comeback.
1/4 of the Hendon mob when they were actually a poker playing quartet rather than just a website that people use to find information.
Small blind, big blind folds, comes back to John. Put in another 18,000.
So it's a raise to 30,000. A re-raise rather, and the call from Coughlin means we go heads up to the first flop.
Up comes
King, Queen, 8. Up and down draw for Coughlin.
A bit of a disaster for Rambaswamy, who does have the betting lead, and will, it looks like, continue to bet all in.
Wow, shoves on Coughlin.
27,000.
For only 27,000 more, that seems like quite small given the pre-flop action.
68,000.
Yeah, and Coughlin does have him covered, so in making this call, Ram is the at-risk player and only has a slight advantage here with ace-high.
20,000.
It's pretty much a coin flip. Are we going to lose Crazy Horse?
5.
Now a 70% favorite.
Last card, King.
And the board pairs on the river, and that will be the double up for Rambaswamy. And that was only a 1-star hand. I guess there was a pair of kings on board, so they're going to class it as a 2-star hand, but you know what I meant.
He'll have been delighted to get away with one there. 3-bet pre-flop with the ace-6 off, shove king, queen 8, somehow be good and somehow hold.
So let's have an action replay, courtesy of some 2004 graphics. Basically, some people threw some chips in, and then we saw the flop, which is the first 3 community cards, and then we saw some more chips get put into the pot by the 2 players remaining in the hands. And then came the 4th community card, known as the turn. This then resulted in more chips being put into the pot. And the final community card, the river, meant so many more chips went into the pot, so many that we couldn't even keep count anymore. And then we had a cooler, which was a straight against a set. Not an exact replay of that hand we just saw, but that's how it could have happened.
Close enough.
Ramaswamy with ace-6 again, not going to play it. 10-9 for bad girl, she folds. Rory Liffey out. Ace-king for Jamie Drummond.
Jamie raises to 9,000.
And raising it up to 9,000. Over to the ace-jack for Julian Thew.
Yeah. He has a dominated hand.
Wow, just lets it go, the ace-jack.
And all in.
And after being crippled by Ramaswamy, it's Sean Coughlin. He'll now move all in with ace-7.
He shows ace-7 of suit, playing against ace-king from Jamie.
And this is not looking good for Coughlin.
We see the flop. Flop comes 7, check, 10.
Oh, it is always coming 7. We established that it's clearly been happening since the dawn of time.
Queen, please.
Percentages reverse, 70-30 favorite now, Coughlin. Even more on the turn.
John in front, all in. And the last card.
The river card is a jack. And that will be a double up for Sean Coughlin. Sean Donaldson with Queen Deuce of Diamonds. He said something, not sure what it was.
This is to 12,000. Sean Donaldson. 3,000 in the pot already. Big blind.
Okay, so he's raised to 12,000, 4x raise. And it's a call from Ramaswamy with King 3 of Diamonds. And it's a king high.
King 4-8. Sean is first.
I'm going to make a bold prediction here, Spraggy.
C-bet.
Check, bet, fold. Ah!
Oh, Vaswani with the trap, checks behind the flop.
So now does he managed to get a bet from Donaldson? No, he checks a second time.
Ram bets 10,000. And takes the pot.
So I almost had it right. If you delay my prediction to the turn, it was accurate.
I was surprised not to see a C-bet, actually, just because I feel like in 2004, everybody's just betting, continuation betting all the time.
So we are still 8-handed. Julian Thew, the short stack, with 33k. And it is Jamie Drummond, who's the current chip leader, with 176k.
And the big blind was at 3,000, so this table's actually pretty deep.
Yep, blinds are 1,500, 3,000. Action starts with Drummond. And now it's Julian Thu.
Julian raises to 8,000.
Raises to 8K.
Back to Ram on the button, he calls.
That dealer button is sick. Ramaswamy flats from the button with ace-3 of diamonds. And Rory Liffey has pocket nines in the big blind.
And he calls with 3 players in the pot.
And we've got three-way action.
It's quite interesting to see a little bit lack of aggression in these earlier games. Julian Thu has, I believe, just 11 big blinds. Certainly a hand that you'd expect him nowadays just to move all in with. And nines definitely could have been considered for a re-raise, but...
So having paired his queen and obviously having the up and down straight draw as well, Thu decides to shove flop and gets 2 quick folds.
Yep, gets the job done. Good board for him. Shallow stack.
You commented during London, Spraggy, on the applause and cheering from the crowd. I do love the fact that in the era before live streams and in the era before side events at the casino, you got a really good crowd. You got a really good rail for these final tables.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? I don't know. It gives it kind of like a bigger feel, if that makes sense. It always seems to be packed out in all 3 of them so far.
And yeah, every now and then you see a familiar face in the crowd. So Bad Girl opening with jacks. Julian Thu flatting with the 8s.
30,000.
Queen 5 deuce, just the one overcard to the jacks.
Julian checks. And Suyan bets 20,000. And takes about 50,000 to Suyen.
Continuation bet of 20,000 wins Bad Girl the pot.
And again, a very, very different play style of the 8s you'd expect. See a lot of pre-flop action these days, or certainly on the flop if you do just make the call, probably sticking around on the flop as well. It's also amazing to me how it's such a simple game in its essence, but everything can change over the years. It is like watching a completely different game in terms of the strategy.
Bad Girl back in the action, raising to 15,000 with ace queen.
You know how you said we're going to recognize people on the rail? I think I recognize her.
Jamie calls 10,000.
Thank you for your contribution.
Small blind, Ellen, call 15,000.
So Jamie Drummond has called with deuces. Alan Vinson in with pocket 9s. Ace 8 now for Sean Coughlin.
All in.
And all in, seat 6, Sean Collin.
And he is all in. Is this going to get through all 3 players?
Fam doesn't seem too happy about it. Does have to consider 2 players still to act behind her as well.
Is this who people are talking about when they say, come on, fam? English people, I mean?
Yes, I believe this is where it all started. Someone pointed out last final table as well, Shipley was where, ship it.
Right.
Common poker parlance, that's where that originated, yeah. So we're seeing the birth of a lot of things today, Joe.
Like most births, it will get messy.
At this point, of course, Drummond was unaware that deuces never loses.
And that's why we see the fold, yeah.
Question, were 9s the stars nuts back in 2004? Vincent certainly seems to think so because he's called the all-in.
Sean Collin is all in with ace 8.
Looks particularly happy for a man who's 30% to win the pot.
He's chilling. He may not know that.
Comes 10, 7, 4.
It's not looking good for him.
He can cheer when the 9 hits.
Turn comes. The king. No help either.
We saw one of the aces folded.
The check and no help.
No, Barry Greenstein, and Sean's going to be the first man out from the final table, cashing for €5,000.
Well, hello, my babies, and welcome once again to the Irish Poker Open 2023 live coverage of day 3, I believe it is, from the Royal Dublin Society. They tried to Ron Burgundy me, but I zigged when they zagged. Joe Stapleton, Nicholas Michael Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
Picking up the second session here where Hardigan and Griffin left off. Started with around 160 players, I believe it was today. Closing in on the top 100 now. 103 is what the ticker says on the top side of the screen. There's what they're playing for. I don't think we'll see any of those figures today. But tomorrow we will absolutely see all of that prize money awarded. Maybe not by midnight tomorrow night, but at least most of that money will be awarded before the clock strikes midnight here, local time, Monday. Today's Easter Sunday. Happy Easter to those who observe. Got to admit, I was walking around Dublin today. Kind of a cool place to be out and about on a Catholic holiday. A lot of people out with their families, dressed up for church, looking dapper. Of course, we're at a different sort of church here. Church of Poker.
Poker gods in session.
We have got a new feature table, and it looks like maybe the information got to the players at this table a little bit late because there's only one player here. Reichart, Glaser, Nietzsche, Terry, Molinar, McGuire, Heldens, Hofer. Of course, Benny Glaser and Dominic Nietzsche being the players we are most familiar with on the main European poker circuit. But certainly some hometown heroes in the mix. It'll be impossible at this point to not have residents of the Emerald Isle going deeper and deeper in this event. It's green in here, and I bet you're pretty green at home, as in jealous. Or ill, possibly, if you've had too much Easter ham. Players returning from break. Saw Dominic. I think I saw Benny. Hans Reichert, who is not at the table yet, was at a previous FT. The feature table from moments ago, not the final table, which is also something that FT can mean. Here comes Hans.
Here he comes.
Poor Hans has to sit next to Benny Glaser. Poker-wise, I mean that.
Yeah, I mean, this is a fairly stacked table. Glaser and Nietzsche just absolutely blasting poker. Previously just saw Benny making that king-high call on one of the outer tables. That was kind of spicy. Seems like something Benny would do. Gets it right, like, I don't know, every time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just so happened to have a camera on it when it happened this time.
It's boring, but it's part of my life.
Reminder, you can join in the conversation. Twitch.tv has a little chat. YouTube.com has a little chat. You can tweet at us using the hashtag Irish Poker Open, I guess. I'm not really checking that. I don't know why I said that.
And
I got it open.
I'm going to have the confirmation. I don't
Oh, Nick's got it open. Great. Nick's on that.
Yeah, it's a big table.
Shout out to my guy, Michael Molinar, as well.
Use the hashtag, by the way, PokerStars TV.
There you go.
In addition to Irish Poker Open. That's the one we're keeping track of.
Shout out to my boy Michael Molinar as well, seat 5. If you guys watch any Twitch, you'll recognize him. Big Twitcher.
5. Okay. The slender fella in the white hoodie.
Indeed, yes.
Okay.
One of my Twitch brethren repping Twitch poker.
One time I had a jam 6.
Patrick Terry with the Snowmen's.
Nom nom.
Like 700 or something.
Queen in the big one.
Facing it open from Glaser.
Depending on if I'm on the chip race.
And Glaser accurately predicting that he is unlikely to be 3-bet by the small blind. And Molinar is going to call with Jack-9, and Molinar with 1.5 million in chips. That is the most at this feature table. 10 high flop. So Glaser's gut shot getting blocked, as they say, by Patrick Terry. 5, 6, 7, 9. He's an 8, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 doesn't work. It's an 8. And Terry has leaded out at this for 60,000. And Benny is going to try to pick up a diamond there's the diamond.
And it is an overcard as well. Might be a scare card for Terry. He's going to be like, I don't know how to behave. I'm going to check. Therefore, Glaser has the opportunity to semi-bluff. Doesn't have to go big here either, right? If he's going to target some ace combos that haven't connected, if he's going to pocket some, target some 7s or some 8s or some 9s, doesn't have to go big here. Can get better hands to fold, and obviously doesn't mind a call when you got that combination draw. Sometimes will improve, Joe.
We do not tolerate players slow playing, trying to ladder through the penny jumps. We do ask every player to take into consideration this is bad etiquette, it's bad for the game.
So 260K in the middle.
Is slowing the game down. We do encourage you to call clock. If a player is repeatedly trying to run the clock down,
looks like he's going to put him all in.
That player is given by 5 seconds each time.
He hasn't gone all in himself, got a few chippies behind it, looks like, but the effective all in, there it is.
And I would be, first of all, I appreciate this announcement that's being made. I think this is something that certainly people at home can appreciate.
Yeah, absolutely. Loving to see that as well. I did mention I think Benny could probably use a smaller size there, but the absolute maximum.
Don't be that guy.
Destroying 10x, destroying the hands I just described.
You gotta love the vibe at the Irish Poker Open.
Like, okay, gotta raise your big hand.
The official announcement ends with, don't be that guy.
Yeah, no RTA at the table though.
All right. You're cheating. Or the end of level 32, whichever comes first. The end of level 32 will be at 3 a.m. So that is the latest.
In all honesty, I default to what Glaser says. Such a force to be reckoned with.
What are the orange chips? How
if
much?
the overbet jam is called for, he would know.
Pocket 10s for Reichert. Under the gun, +2.
It's like a little glance at the clock there.
And obviously, looking at the clock, seeing where the pay jumps are, still quite allowed to know where you're at in the tournament. It's going to take a couple extra seconds to think about things. So we're not going to qualify it, that sort of thing, as what was just being talked about there.
Reichert finds the open. I've got a ton of big blinds here, about 15-ish, 16-ish, 17-ish big blinds.
Raise and take at pocket 10s. The Mushy Cookie on Twitch says, What's the announcement? Raksha replying, sounds like a train announcement. I wish you could come and see the room
We
because
were at the table just now also.
It feels a lot like a train station in there.
It does.
But a cool
break,
one.
You're gonna break up the table, and all the ugly people had to leave. After
Like a
we
Grand
didn't know
Central
we had to
Station
come
kind of
back.
vibe. Like actually more like a King's Cross kind of vibe.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, vaulted ceilings and a lot of brick.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool room. It might be my second favorite room of all the places we've been, other than Salle des Etoiles coming up in Monaco in just a few weeks. This room's very, very cool. Got a lot of charm.
If this room had a ceiling that peeled away to reveal the beautiful sunny Dublin sky, then it would be right there next to it.
Patrick Terry giving it a think with Jack 10.
Raised 55.
And there's your boy Molinar with the sourdough. Ace 5 suited.
Cool.
And McGuire with Ace Jack in the small blind. Certainly a spot some people will take. Does not have Molinar covered. I guess it's worth noting the blinds, 10,000, 20,000 with a 20,000 big blind ante. And McGuire is taking this spot.
I love it. I absolutely love it, Joe.
And is most of the time going to pick up a decent amount of money here.
Especially from that wider cutoff range. I think this is just the easiest shove ever. Gonna win so many chips this way. Every once in a while, that initial opener just wakes up with tens and you find your flip, and then boom, equity that way too.
McGuire picks up a nice one there. Picks up almost 200K.
Yeah, let's go.
Bad look-alike from Scola, says McGuire. Looks like Miles Teller. Not my tempo. Can never remember the name of that movie.
Whiplash.
Whiplash. We actually had J.K. Simmons play on one of our streams back in 2021, I believe. Hank's home game. Believe it or not, J.K. had some problems getting the PokerStars client working on his iPad, but we eventually got him in there. And Whiplash came up in the conversation. Definitely a fun stream to go back and watch if you guys are J.K. Simmons fans.
Not sure yet.
Thank you.
A couple people in the chat asking about Marley, Joe. If you guys haven't seen that clip, there's a link in the chat now. The way Marley Sprague busted out of this event is nothing shy of disgusting. Played really well all day, but took a savage cooler to exit from the Irish Poker Open.
Yeah, didn't cash for a whole lot of money, but got $1 million story out of it.
Where do I cash $1 million stories?
They pay out very slowly over time.
Oh, hello, Bowie Effect in the chat. Hello, sir. LMAO this table, I agree.
Yeah, in a field that's filled with like a lot of amateurs, a lot of wrecks, in a good way, by the way. A lot of people use those words as insults. A lot of wrecks, a lot of amateurs in this field, and to end up at a table with Dominic Nincha and Benny Glosser, you probably didn't go to church on Good Friday.
Indeed.
Someone's mad at you somewhere. Pocket sevens for Glosser. Eights again for Patrick Terry.
Quite shallow now. Might be tempted, Joe.
Yeah, it's what, 15 big blinds, 300K?
That's right, about a 15 bigs.
Pocket ace, 15 big blinds. Does not decide to rip it, just calls.
It's going to be tricky to play Ojos there from the hijack. If you get squeezed behind, it can be very difficult to play, but wants to see a flop.
And your chances of flopping a set are going to be half as good as usual with that 8 being folded. If you are set miming here, you're kind of lighting it on fire a little bit.
I put in 40.
But I understand. Benny Glosser is a intimidating opponent.
No discounts there. On him.
Oh, wow. It's always coming 7, guys.
Set of 7s for Benny, but the good news for Terry is I think he's going to be pretty scared of the ace and the queen anyway.
Indeed. Might be an easy way for him out. We're really shallow here. I expect Benny to have a very small continuation here. So 140 in the middle.
The funny thing is, I feel like with Terry's stack size that his good aces, he's way more likely to rip it in than he is with pocket 8s.
35,000 is my guess.
So I don't think, obviously Benny doesn't have to worry about
what's the bet?
Losing to an ace.
Oh, I absolutely aced it, Joe. Absolutely aced it.
Very proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Got to take the little wins, Joe.
And Terry is not folding and is going to go for some kind of weird semi-min raise.
What?
And I guess if Benny had not flopped a set, this might have worked.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I mean, you know, you're absolutely right, Joe, right? When you look at the hands like this, you go, oh, wow, yeah, the guy's raising into a set. But if he had 6s here.
Or if it was reversed and Benny, you know, had 8s on this board and Terry had 9s.
Yeah, absolutely. Benny's absolutely loving life at this point. I don't see any reason why he wouldn't just flat flop. Really, really want your opponent to blast off here. Not really worried about aces, not really worried about queens. And honestly, if they have that, you just pay them every time here, right? You're never getting away from the set.
And Benny is going to call this with some delight. I know it's hard to tell by his face, but he's experiencing delight. 4 of diamonds on the turn.
There's honestly not really too many bad turns I can think of here for the set of 7s. No flush draw on the flop. Minimal straight draws that might have been played this way. Check, check on the turn anyway. 3 of clubs, no change. So now Benny has a bit of a decision here.
And I wonder if Benny is about to grab his Terry fold flaps.
Nice one. I think probably you got to bet this river, just because if your opponent's checking the turn, they're going to have a bunch of stuff that they're obviously not super confident with. Otherwise, they would raise flop and then continue turn from position. So I think you want to bet and still try and get value from some Queen X, from some Ace X. All that kind of jazz. I think checking here is kind of out of the question in the situation where your opponent doesn't continue the turn having raised flop. Yep. All of it. Terry's like, why did I play 8s like this?
I don't know that Terry is regretting playing 8s like this. I think he's regretting a flop. I think he's regretting...
Yes, no good.
Playing
Nope.
8s at all.
Players in the high roller, you have a little more than 5 minutes.
Terry trying to figure out if his ace is no good.
Also, anybody looking to get into this high roller, you've got 5 minutes to do so. Once we start the next level, registration will be closed.
Looks like there's a small chance he's going to level himself into thinking Benny is jerking him around.
You could just put Benny on Jack 10 here and just call.
I mean, I don't think the people who call here are often putting their player on a specific hand that they can beat, but just something that they can beat.
Yeah, I mean, again, props to Terry for trying to make the move. Honestly, if he didn't have this set, there's a chance that that might have been a really, really cute little spot.
Nick, you got to just suck it up here and grab your Terry folds.
Got the Terry flaps.
Take a big flap.
Find your Terry fold.
Yeah, you just got to take my foldy flaps here.
Oh, man. Oh, man, it feels like he really wants to call, Joe. Nice fold. Nice
Terry
fold.
folds.
Nice fold. Terry folds.
Oh, nice.
All of this.
Ooh, lying about it, too.
Huh? I folded this, yeah.
Why? I don't...
Is there a chance he misread his hand and thought he had ace-8?
No.
I also folded an ace.
Maybe if we were playing like tag team poker and someone looked at his hand and whispered in his ear and said, ace. But I mean, and Benny is going to find, Benny watches every second of these streams, first of all. Second of all, why would you tell your opponent that you would fold an ace there?
No ace?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Or not.
Maybe.
Half an hour delay. Maybe 3 queens.
Maybe depends how good he is.
I would say it's less and less likely he had the ace, but obviously.
Obviously.
Obviously. Decision is made.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Well, now it's Dominic's turn with the snowmen.
I love the Irish Poker Open, Joe. Honestly, it's just so good.
This event had a reputation that preceded it.
Sorry?
I can't fold next time.
Of course not. To be fair, I mean, you shouldn't have folded that time. Not then. You should have ripped it in pre-flop, but it's a good thing you didn't. So good for you. Good. We'll call it good instincts there.
Dominic with the chat bro commenting the sideline. I think it's decreasing in the likelihood that he ever had the ace in the first place. Obviously, says Glauser. The chances of having an ace are decreasing by the second.
Pat McCormack says, hey guys, regarding the clock rundown, I watch Lex and Finton quite often as they do this.
Sorry?
As Joe mentioned, this is bad etiquette. As PokerStars sponsored players, should they be doing this? So first of all, I didn't say it was bad etiquette. The announcement said it was bad etiquette. I said the people in the audience would appreciate an announcement like that. I actually totally understand why players tank and don't really have a particularly critical thought about it. Where it is a problem is if you have something like 8-3 offsuit under the gun and you tank for more than 10 seconds. But I think a certain amount of tanking is perfectly reasonable as part of the game.
Yeah.
I also think making the announcement is perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, I think there's some confusion here about what is bad etiquette, right? If you're in a situation which is very advantageous for a pay jump, and you are using a reasonable amount of time that has been allocated to you, and online you literally have an exact amount of time allocated to you with the time bank.
Especially online.
Yeah, especially online, because you've been saving that up and you haven't used it previously, therefore you still allocated that time. That's a big difference between that and just using up a time bank for no apparent reason with no pay jumps just to balance your, you know, time bank tells or whatever. There seems to be a bit of miscommunication there.
But I would agree that incessant tanking repeatedly by the same player when you're not near a pay jump, but to try to get near a pay jump is bad for the game and makes for viewing it a little more difficult. We've got some real hands shaping up here. McGuire raising king-queen offsuit. Reichert called in the small blind with ace-10, and Benny with a really great spot to squeeze.
All in.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Has both these players covered, including McGuire, who's got a pretty healthy stack.
Okay, we'll continue high roller with the blinds. 1,500, 3,000, big blind,
Quick get through
3,000.
there. I think Patrick Terry may be in the chat. First time chat from a user called Celtic Dawn. How is it an advantage to be told that you would fold aces by your opponent? Can someone explain why that was a mistake?
It's just the same.
You want to handle that one, Nick?
170 runners.
Because you're indicating that you're willing to fold what is a relatively strong hand, and therefore you can be pushed around in future pots. But perhaps that was his angle because he lied about having the ace, didn't he? Generally speaking, talking about that kind of stuff can be interpreted many ways, but generally speaking, the less information your opponents have, the better for you, really, unless you want to feed them false information like we just saw. But yeah, you don't want to be indicating that you're willing to fold top pair because it means that people will really, really blast on streets.
It's hard to make top pair.
It is. It is.
The boxes, yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to be like.
Yeah.
Glauser putting on a bit of a clinic here, guys. Obviously had a few nice spots, a few nice hands to go with it, but guy's very, very good at this stage of the tournament where a lot of players are less experienced.
Action folds around to Glauser in the small blind. Ooh, we should have some fun blind-on-blind battles between Glauser and Nietzsche.
Yeah, if there's two guys that know how to play blinds at this stack depth, it's going to be these two.
Local? No.
Limp in and a check. Domination situation.
I'm from Leipzig, you know.
Notice how Dominic actually hasn't even looked at the flop yet, just looking directly at his opponent to see his reaction to the flop prior to looking at the actual texture of the flop.
Well, Dominic's going to like when he sees top pair for Nietzsche.
I like it. Yeah, I think
So Benny's going to fire. Seems pretty standard here. Dominic top pair, backdoor clubs. I think you usually just call here.
Are you from here? Or
Yep.
but Ireland? Or? No.
Again, looking at his opponent to see his reaction, not looking at the turn. You see that? Things to notice at the table.
Turns a king of hearts.
Yeah, our languages are kind of close, but I only understand a few words.
Benny really is a brick wall, though, Joe. He's great at. He's got a great poker face. Very, very calculated. Doesn't give anything away. But these guys have a lot of history with each other as well, so perhaps trying to find a little slice of information over time. Opportunity to continue. The King of Hearts is actually a great barrel card here for Benny. Obviously, get plenty of 9s to fold, not 4s to fold. Hands like 7-8 to fold. Hands like 8-10 to fold.
Not Jack-7, though?
No, Jack-7 should never be folding here. Not against a player of this caliber who is absolutely capable of making this kind of a bluff. Makes a call.
River. 6 of hearts. Not a super consequential card.
Interesting spot, though, because Benny is blocking Queen 10. I wonder if he actually triples off here. When you play this close to the line, having that blocker is really significant because your opponent will be very brave in their calling hands, flop and turn here. I mean, if Benny just like full pots this river, it's so hard for the Jack-7 to call.
Is any amount of Dominic's staring here, is it all about gaining information, or is there a little bit of intimidation there also?
I'm not sure. I feel like Dominic knows he's not going to intimidate Benny. Maybe against less experienced players. I can imagine that really having a big impact, though, Joe. Absolutely. So, yeah, wasn't full pot, but he was chunky. Makes the call.
Gets snapped off.
Very good. I think I really like the line from Benny. I totally see where he was going with that, but Dominic just knows what's up. He knows that his opponent will be bluffing enough to make that river call profitable.
And that's a major shift on the leaderboard. Dominic gonna scoot his way nearly to the top after that hand, if not the top. Very close, neck and neck up there. Both players in the number 1 and 2 spot, hovering around 1.5 million in chips. And this is one of the things that this is not a criticism. I legit don't understand about professional poker players, is that Benny could have folded the small blind to Dominic Nietzsche and lost way fewer chips and worked way less hard.
Well, also avoided a lot of much more challenging, future games, right? If there was an infinite number of opportunities to play against a player of that caliber, possibly just leave it out altogether and just, like target other players who you can just destroy. Yeah, no, I feel that.
But they have that killer instinct, that edge to be like, I don't care who it is, I have an opportunity to win chips here, and I'm going to do it.
They do. Actually, Griffin and I were discussing this over breakfast, how at some stage in the tournament, it's fine for you, the regs to kind of avoid each other to a certain degree, avoid those big spots, but you got to put your foot down and play at some point. I don't know if final 94 is the time necessarily, but we do have an all-in here.
Yeah, Terry.
That you got knocked out by 7-2.
All in for about 7 and a bit big blinds. Dominic with 2 blinds already in the pot makes the call at 7 deuce and flops an open-ended straight draw.
06. As far as 7 deuce goes, that's a good flop.
Dominic with many ways to end Terry's ride here at the Irish Poker Open. Terry just has to fade the river, which is the 9 of diamonds. Pair of 9s for Terry in the end. Double up.
Yep, blind be blind. ICM pressure applied, but ace-9 found.
This music really cool.
Part of the reason why that's so cool, Joe, is there's still live cards. Even when you get caught.
Still live cards, still 91 players in the field. By our estimation, the chip leader is Daniel Moran, who's got 2.2 million. So not massively in front of the 2 bigger stacks at this table.
It was.
Double knockout just a few minutes ago. Aces versus kings versus 9s. McGuire under the gun with ace-queen.
Stack that the king here was? This is the secret, you just gotta do
Kings next, Kings next. That's what happened the last time. S3, then Kings.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Makes it 40,000.
S3, then Kings.
Yeah.
Yeah, double up, then Kings.
Sounds like a pretty good strat.
Well, that's what happened the last time, the last table.
Gets through to the blinds. Terry with king 6 suited. Just doubled up. Doesn't really have the chips to mess around. On to Molinar with 9-8 suited and does have the chips to mess around. We got a mess around hand and we got mess around stack. Expect some messing around.
Got to mess around.
And we are going to 2 a flop. 7-5-4.
It's a mess around flop, Joe.
2 hearts. It is a mess around flop. It's a board that favors the messer arounder.
Indeed.
Checks through 5 on the turn. McGuire may be feeling a little bit better about his ace. The board pairing. But Molinar is going to be well aware that his range contains way more hands that connect with 4-7-5-5 than McGuire's does.
I want him to bet 90K.
Well, that's looking pretty close. That looks like exactly 90, to be honest.
Oh.
110. Exactly, pot.
Very nice. Love to see it. Really want to see a chunky lead here. If I'm McGuire and I'm checking ace-queen on this board, I probably always call turn here. Just because it's really important that if you're going to check this flop, you don't get exploited by some straight draws and or some flush draws that will lead like this on turn. Although it's a big portion of his stack, so you got to appreciate why that size is so good, Joe. Yep, nice work. Does call with the best of it. Obviously still not out of the woods yet, though. 10 of diamonds is clean.
Yeah, ace-queen will win at showdown if we get there. Is Molinar going to make that easy or make that difficult?
Oh, man, I think there's some better rivers to bet here if you're Molinar. But I think that either option is fine, checking and or betting. I always get caught betting here, but it's whether or not your opponent's capable of making the ace-queen call, the ace-king call, the ace-jack call. Ace-10 might still be in there as well. I don't see why not, so that's obviously got to be a concern. Would have loved to have seen like a... Oh, my days!
He made it difficult. There will be no showdown. Molinar wins this pot with pure elbow grease.
Oh, man, that is some real spice right there. Talk about bet sizes. This table is on fire, Joe.
I'm a little disappointed none of you made me an Easter basket.
How about an Easter spice bag?
I'll allow it, actually.
Easter spice basket?
I'm not like really a candy guy, but I kind of want a piece of chocolate today. I'm not going to lie. What do you got? Oh, these are pretty good, actually. I don't mind this.
A line bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's we don't got those in the States.
No.
Here.
I had a bite of this the other day.
Hey, piece of candy. Hey, piece of candy.
Hofer, ace-king suited. Quick little personal anecdote. My brother decided to take his nieces to Los Angeles to for the first time to come visit me, and they're there at my house right now.
Oh wow!
Yeah, where am I?
Great,
Dublin.
Were they aware that you were in Dublin before they knocked on the door?
Yes, but not when they booked the tickets.
Oh, okay, fair enough. They didn't like. He didn't just text you like, "Hey, open your door."
No, but they didn't run it by me. Me, who travels the world. An airplane is what I use to commute. They're like, okay, we're coming to L.A. April 1st through 10th. And I was like, actually not 1st, April 5th. Whatever day I left is the day they left. So anyway, I hid some Easter eggs around the house before I left. They smell gross right now, so I'm really hoping they find most of them.
Joe, this is going to be an all-in.
Uh-oh.
This is going to be at least a 3-bet, not all-in, I should say.
No, why not just put Hofer all in?
You could just put it in, but I think the player behind him, I don't know, I think the shove is fine. He's going to weigh up that stack and make some sort of a raise here for sure, I think. Looks like it's not all in. So we are going to be going to the races here, guys. Hofer should never fold ace-king here, especially not the suited variety. Yeah, I think he'd prefer 3-bet, not all in there with the bigger stack behind him, although I say bigger, larger than Hofer.
Hofer, you're never folding. And there is the all-in from Hofer. Cards are on their backs. Like a beautiful Easter basket filled with chocolate versus Jesus rising from the dead. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage. Ace high flop.
There are better flops. Could have been worse too.
2 hearts as well, hence the hilarious sarcasm. Nut flush on the turn. Hofer is going to double up.
Okay.
How much more do you want, buddy?
Now it's bad. 0% bad. Confirmed. I'd say that on the chart.
Seems pretty standard though, guys. Like to play for both players.
I think they will change the feature in 2 hours when they're just going to keep us up here.
I think that is the plan, to change the feature in 2 hours. Got to see what else happens out there. A little early to make that call.
Entertaining we are, I guess.
Oh, Molinar loses a little bit there, and
sometimes in our interest
Ian
and not be
Each now
entertaining so we don't get put back on the feature table.
more or less
Try
the
my
same.
best. It usually works out very well for me. Yeah. It would make sense that they change it. Pair. Switch it out.
It would. So yeah, it depends. Like, being
the fans want to see Gary Thompson.
Yeah, I've been pitch table 4 hours before.
4 hours.
It's pretty rough.
This tournament?
No.
What's rough about it, so everyone can see how bad you play?
Ooh.
That's right, I said it.
Right card, pocket fours.
I'm just kidding. Van Glass is really good at poker.
I'm not gonna lie. I think I want you to fold this hand, buddy. I don't think I want you to play the. Nope. Okay, pocket fours, UTG +1, hovering around that 15 big blind mark. Mr. Nietzsche. He can 3-bet so ridiculously small here and absolutely destroy Rijkaard. And that's why you probably just want to fold pocket fours right off the bat here, off this stack depth with these players to your left. What if he just makes it like 90K?
Well, it's looking like
it's a call.
Just a call.
Seems fair. Calling is also totally acceptable.
I mean, Nietzsche might think that Rijkaard is going to fold hands like pocket fours, and so just a straight up raise out of that size stack maybe typically would be a little fishier, right? Maybe it's going to be a much stronger hand.
I mean, yeah. The perception might actually be adjusted by the fact he was raising off of that shorter stack.
Yeah.
Maybe Dominic expecting him not to have fours in his range here, for example. But
Right.
fair enough. It seems good. I think both hands are okay thus far.
Rijkaard is going to continue for 60,000.
So just under half pot here, pre-flop. Sorry, on the flop, excuse me. I think Dominic can just float here as well once we see this flop, especially with the ace of hearts in his hand and the backdoor straight draw and the backdoor flush draw. Of course, with that ace of hearts I just mentioned. So he does call, and now real hard for the fours to play well. King of hearts, pretty interesting for ace-jack with the ace of hearts as well. And Rijkaard now just has a hand that plays so poorly.
Goo.
I just think you take it out pre-man. That's the problem.
What did he start with, about 300?
He had about 15 bigs.
Can you just open shove fours?
Yeah, but with that many players stacked behind you, I think it's probably easier just to fold.
Again.
Yeah, that is the nuts. Rijkaard actually has a heart as well here. No, don't do it.
We'll call it nuts-ish. Definitely the nut flush.
Yeah, the rest is going in here. Rijkaard only has 160K behind. Pot is almost half, or sorry, almost double that stack, excuse me. So he's got about, SPR is about 0.5.
And here's, if I could give Rijkaard a piece of advice here. When you tell the story of this bust out, just say it was flush over flush. Leave out the rest of the details about how this went down.
Dominic, the genius Nietzsche, got the
Dominic
nuts
could
on
put
the
him on
river.
queen jack of hearts and fold here also.
That is true.
All right?
It is just the nut flush, not the street flash. You're right.
There you go. That's for the rest of it. Air Rijkaard. Hans Booby. Folds. I mean, hey, you got to give a guy credit for making a good read.
Well, he found out where he was, Joe. That's for sure.
Yeah, he was behind.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, he wasn't behind till the river.
True.
He got sucked out on.
True.
That's a fun one. That's a fun one, huh?
Thank you. Yeah, a bit difficult to find that.
Whoops. No bullets.
Yeah. Could be a one.
Could be one.
Rijkaard now with 8 beavers.
How high was your flush?
Flush?
Yeah.
How high?
Yeah.
Pretty high.
Pretty high?
Really high.
Yeah. Not ace.
Ace.
Yeah.
You had a flush?
Yeah.
I believe him.
Yeah, I
Probably not the queen.
Yeah.
Not the queen.
No. 4.
Yeah. 4?
Pocket 4.
Well, 4 makes so much sense. Yeah. Not queen jack of hearts. That.
I had to try.
What's that?
I had to try.
You had to try.
I know it, yeah.
And what they say about trying.
Debatable.
Tough to fade it.
Can't believe you got that in.
Yeah.
I had the queen.
You had the queen. Where were you in that hand?
Queen jack.
No, thank you. I'm good.
Not the jack of spades. Over the.
right, some more playable hands. This is Ninja limping. Oh, I remember, he's a limper. He employs the limping strategy sometimes. I love it because I don't understand it. Molinar says limps are for the bank. Makes it 100K with ace queen. Hofer is in a bit of a tough spot here. This limp has sort of muddied things a little bit. A little confusing.
He's got to be tempted just to put this in.
Yeah,
Joe.
of course.
Oh, man, honestly, I don't know if I missed this spot. I'm not sure I'm good enough to fold ace-10 of hearts here. It just seems like a really good opportunity to pick up some chips at non-showdown. Maybe the limp saves him, Joe. Maybe the limp freaks him out enough to just get away from it.
I can understand one's inner struggle, and he is going to fold ace-10 suited. Really, really disciplined there.
Very nice indeed. At this stage, I don't know if Dominic is limp to fold, though, although that raise is very chunky. All right, we're going to a flop domination situation. Advantage Molinar.
And another situation where ace-queen misses what is the best hand. Lane saying that is a weird fold with ace-10 suited from the big blind. It is and it isn't. Like, I can understand, like, if it's an earlier part of this tournament and you're stacked deep enough to just call, absolutely. Unfortunately, the player with ace-10 there did not have a stack where they could just call. It was all in or fold, and as you can see, his instincts were correct and that he was dominated there.
Dominic checks it over. Opportunity to turn his hand into a bluff, but wants to try and see the river if possible.
10 on the river, so again, same situation we saw before. Ace-queen, good at showdown. How difficult is Dominic going to make getting to showdown?
So please try to get the seat number 10. Please move the seat number 10.
So, Nick, if you're Molinar, are you just waiting for Dominic to do something before you think about it, or are you going, if he bets, I'm calling? Like, do you have like your decision tree ready? Like 200,000. Here's the bet. Sick bet here from Nietzsche. It's a really good read on what's going on in this situation. Knows his hand's probably not good at showdown. Knows he needs to get Molinar to fold. Knows Molinar has got to be pretty low in his range here, given the way that this hand is played out. Bets 200K into a pot of 250K. This is brutal. This is classic blender.
Yeah.
Nietzsche.
No, 100%.
Abuse.
Okay, so to answer your question, he already knows what his plan is, like 4 steps. Like, he knew what his plan was like in the previous hand even before he saw ace-4 of spades in this hand. That's how good this guy is. But I think Molinar might be tempted to call here because we didn't see a bet on the turn from Nietzsche. Like, if Nietzsche has like a random 8, a 6, or a 3, or a 9, doesn't he bet the turn for protection? It's just a tough spot for ace-queen, no doubt, and I can see him folding here. But I think he knows what we know, and he's aware that Nietzsche needs to turn his hand into a bluff here in order to win in many cases.
So good. He's so good.
Benny immediately says that was definitely a bluff. And, you know, I think Molinar might even know that, right, to a certain degree. It's just really, really difficult to make the call in those circumstances.
I'll be happy with that. Yeah. It's 4 of spades. You'll see it anyway. I really don't care, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, Dominic really doesn't care.
Yeah.
He's proved that time and again.
Pray you don't have a 10.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, these guys definitely know where they're at. They definitely know how their way around the table, and it's really, really interesting to see these two go head-to-head under these circumstances. Just like the dude says in Twitch chat, poker gets so complex and fun when everyone misses. Absolutely. Glauser with the Grafton.
John says he knows he's lying, TBH, but you worry he hit some crap pair, so you fold. Good bet. Some truth to that.
Yeah.
Some truth to that. I wouldn't necessarily use all of those words in that order, but
I'm not going to put that word for word in my novel, but you know, it's pretty much you get the idea.
Lying. Dominic Nietzsche lying.
Yeah,
with that
fold,
bet.
easy folds.
9-10 suited from Glauser under the gun. Hofer folded the ace-10, which would have been the winner there, but we don't really look at it like that. The folks writing that in chat. It's not really how it works. But now, got away from a dicey spot and immediately is rewarded with a much better situation.
Four big blinds.
I can understand why you'd be thinking about this for reasons other than deception, by the way. You're really trying to figure out if you're going to shove 24 big blinds here and chase away all of your action, or get a little more creative with it, which also is alarm bells.
I was going to say 120 is how much I want to make it here. I think that looks like 120.
Those of us who don't know what we're doing, just shove here. Reichert has ace-queen and moves all in the big blind.
Oh, wow.
I mean, you can't really for his stack. Like, obviously, like, no matter how bad your spidey sense is tingling here, the alarm bells, you have ace-queen and you have 6 bigs, 7 bigs.
Yep, I think you're absolutely right, Joe. You've already got money invested in the big blind, plus you just got ace-queen, so let's go.
But now you've given Benny a really ridiculous price here. It's 100,000. He's getting 3.5 to 1 with a hand that can crack hands like kings and queens and aces.
100%. I think you hit the nail on the head, Joe. No chance Benny folds here. Easiest call in the history of poker just to get lucky. So much dead money with the addition of Reichert, putting in just shy of what the initial 3-bet was. Therefore, no more additional action. If Benny calls, we will see a flop, and he can reassess from there with all that additional dead money on the table.
James Hardigan in chat says the MFing Grafton, and he's not wrong.
Now, it's a big chunk of Benny's stack here.
And I guess maybe Benny is thinking that, yes, that a just call here is a big chunk of his stack.
But I think you got to do it. Yeah, I think there's just way too much opportunity here.
Flop. 10-8 tray. Top pair for Benny. Not good enough to crack kings yet. Action on Hofer. And Hofer is less than pot behind. Is there any play here besides just jamming, Nick?
I think SPR being this low, you just always jam.
Yeah.
I mean, having the king of spades is going to be some consideration, but I think checking would be okay too. I think it would just be really weird because I imagine you'd probably ship if you had ace king here too.
I mean, Reichert's obviously all in, so there's no point in trying to fold out Reichert, but and you've got the extra 100K from Benny calling pre-flop.
Yep, there it is, Joe. You called it. Benny can't fold either. No chance. Not with this price. He hates it. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, Benny calls here and loses. Will be in the exact same spot Reichert was in at the start of this hand.
I mean, even if he's losing to kings, he still probably has the correct price to call here, Joe.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah, I agree. It is a really messed up pot, but
the MFing Grafton.
Yeah. So 11. He only needs like 25% equity to call here or something like that, Joe. I mean, that's if he doesn't have the best hand, I should say, of course.
Right. Don't worry, ladies. That's not a wedding band. It's a whoop.
Nope, it's an aura.
Whatever. They're all the same.
Oh. Me and James Hardigan begs
it's
to,
horoscopes
begs to differ.
for science-minded people. That's right, Jai Pai. It's basically a mood ring. Except it tells you what your mood is. My mood is sleepy today. I feel like this is one of the rare times that we may be seeing Benny struggle more with emotion here. It seems like he would know what the price is. I guess he's just kind of leaning a little bit more into player tendencies. Yeah, eventually comes to the decision we all thought he would. Makes the call. Huge pot. 1.1 million in the middle. Reichert not eligible for all of it. Hofer the big favorite.
Classic 10-8 board, though.
Yeah, I know. That's like launched in nice, but he doesn't launch. Like he can launch in pre with his king and his king.
I don't think you can fold the flop.
Sorry?
I don't think you can fold the flop.
I don't think I can. It's just
you might be able to fold pre.
3 of diamonds on the turn. Super safe card for Hofer. Reichert drawing
James Hardigan TSD.
Quite thin. The river is another 10.
Wow.
Benny Clauser eliminates both Hofer and Reichert. The Clauser beam
Said on the stream
disintegrates.
Right before, 10 is gonna give James
both Hofer and Reichert.
With the Grafton.
You lost your chips first, so you're going to be
What a river.
Yeah, I first.
You first out? He first out, and then
First
him.
out.
Yeah, Lawrence.
You got to really feel for
thank
Hofer
you.
there.
That's a nice
Reichert,
game.
obviously, whatever. King's cracked for Hofer.
What a life.
I mean, what can he do, honestly? It's like Dominic said just now. He was saying maybe you can fold pre, but I just feel like it's too good of a spot with the big blind putting in approximately the same as the 3-bet. Got a great price pre to see a good board.
You're big blind on your own.
I know.
Yeah, like Dominic said, you really want him to have a hand like pocket nines or pocket eights. When you got 9-10, you're blocking nines, Joe. In any case, once you're on the flop, I think he said you can't really let it go. I agree. And sure enough, finds the improver.
Obviously thought about it. He had 5.
Glazer jumps to second on the leaderboard behind only Nietzsche.
It's way too much. Yeah, it's too much.
You're not there yet, Benny.
You know the dealer's rooting for the 10 there, so she doesn't have to do any side pots.
Very good. Only the
10 on the river.
pass. Oh my God.
Molinar folding. McGuire now with a big pocket pair. $25 bigs, 25.5 bigs to start the hand. Wide shot of the room as we check in on Mark McDonald versus Daniel Rohrbasser. Green triangle of Scream? I don't know. McDonald in the burgundy hoodie, Rohrbasser in blue. McDonald faced with a decision. Looks like just 100K in whites. What's the orange worth? Is that 100 in itself? All right, so we got 200 there, then a stack of greens. That's going to be another 100. 300, 350, 375, 380. Something like that. Seems to be a bit of an overbet. On the turn. Is that the flop? That's the flop. Counting is hard. Don't see many white chips in there, if any. And McDonald's a dude that's cashed this event 8 years in a row. That's wild. McDonald makes the call. Rohrbasser shows king 4 for a flush draw. Ace king is out in front. King on the turn. River card. 4, 5, 6, 7 is nothing. McDonald busts Rohrbasser. Maybe it's Rohrbasser. Boom, 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 boom. Anyway, he's out.
Yeah, what's a bass, Joe? Don't be ridiculous. It's pronounced bass.
Boom, boom.
Sea bass?
Kick his ass, sea bass.
Are they mutated?
Sea bass, I believe you'll realize.
So we are down to around 80 players. That means we're down to the final 11 tables, I guess, and our quest to get down to the final table today. I'm not changing course. I said at the start of the day I didn't think we'd get to 8 inside of 12 levels. I still think we're going to end the day in the early hours of Monday morning with around 10 or 11 players. But it's not beyond the realms of possibility if Benny Glazer continues to run godlike.
We have our fun.
Molinar, ace queen off. Under the gun.
55, 3 passes, 4 passes.
I really feel like we've gotten to the part of the day where we boiled down a lot of the recreationals out of this field, and we just got a whole bunch of beasts left. Game's getting hard now.
It's kind of like the Spartans versus the 30,000 of the invading army, where it's like you just need a couple of these guys to mow down the rest of the field.
Yeah.
Looks up.
For tonight, we dine in hell.
Top pair for both players. Terry getting it in, dominated.
Yeah, that 6 kicker no good right now, and Terry has an 11% chance of surviving this all-in coup. Two outs for Terry.
Ooh.
Does not hit. The queen kick is still playing. And Molinar eliminates Patrick Terry.
Still be alive if only he had grabbed the Terry folds.
I plan on getting down to 8. I don't know if I would plan on getting down to 8.
Yeah, the chances of getting down to 8 obviously go up substantially with every single elimination, and it's going at a much quicker pace than any of us anticipated. However, as I said to Griffin during the first session, we know how this works. This ain't our first rodeo. There will come a time when it slows down, when the money jumps get more significant, when the payouts get more significant. We are going to start to see people take more time over their decisions, and we are going to see people play a bit more cautiously. Once there's some stack consolidation and the average is closer to 50 or 60 big blinds, would not expect the rapid pace of bust outs that we've witnessed during the first 3 levels of the day.
There's enough space for Gary now.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. It's a bit.
We're pretty low on the breaking order as well. Like pretty early on.
It's a bit of a silly situation.
We are pretty low on the breaking order, right?
Yeah, we should be like one of the last.
Yeah.
We're one of the last to break?
Yeah, I think like close to.
Yeah.
It's not gonna get it.
Space
Feels 7 or so.
A lot in between the 3 of us.
It's quite small. We can fit him in.
He's a small lad.
We can fit him in, yeah.
He used to fit in race cars. He's a little small lad.
So Dominic Nitscher remains table chip leader, playing a 70 big blind stack. Benny Glaser after that double KO up above the 50 big blind mark. No super shorties. Rory playing 25 bigs, Maguire 24 bigs. But the blinds are going up. Just heard the next level announced. 15,000 to 30,000 blinds now with a 30k big blind ante. And we are down to 80 players, so a table will now be broken, and we will gain some new players on the main stage.
Good.
The breaking order, by the way, very confusing today. It's been done by kind of trying to clear certain areas of the room. Still in the mindset that we break high to low. No, not in this event. First table to break today, table 9, then table 18, then table... So trying to keep track of what the safe tables are is very, very hard.
Yes, indeed.
Look, some people are field players, other people are field breakers. You're like, that one.
Just trying to make it hard on us.
My guess is they're doing them in groups so they can run other tournaments.
Correct.
Yeah,
That's
in certain sections of the room.
Yeah, the good news is that StatTrick has the floor plan. He knows what the deal is, so he'll make sure that we don't get into any trouble.
Nice work, StatTrick.
And I think he's already spied where we're going to go for the next session of play after the conclusion of this level. King 8 on the flop. This is all Molinar.
I'd like to see a really small continue here for Molinar. I feel like King 8 is a board that you see bet very, 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 very frequently. Love to see it. That's the size we're looking for. I do believe that Ace-9 might come along for that size. But generally speaking, it's just a nice size to have as a bluff as well. Nice and balanced.
So GC 1995 says this new dealer is the best dealer in Ireland. This is Ramona, who was the first dealer at the feature table on day 1C. And I'm not one of those superstitious people who feels that they are favored by certain dealers, but I only ever won hands.
But
I literally only ever won hands when Ramona was dealing.
But
so GC, I concur with your analysis. From a purely selfish, superstitious perspective, I agree.
Nice and small here, it's sort of like a 40% or something like that. Wire makes the fold.
Run away.
Run away.
And that will see Michael Molinar chip up.
What's that? Thank you. Is that a king? In this hand? No. What's a turn? No, the
Jack spades.
I genuinely don't know why people are so obsessed about Cole Maguire's age. Obviously he will have been ID'd. So let's just accept that he is of legal age and move on.
Do you know if it's only like this row of tables that are in the main, or is the second row?
So
I see Gary.
10:25, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. No blind.
Thank you, man. Guess we're playing 600.
Oh my bad, we've gone from 10:20 to 10:25. The 15:30 level is after the break. So
3K tables?
25K big blind, 25K big blind ante.
Sasso and Giannis table. Yeah, this must be the 3K.
Benny opening the fours from the hijack.
Sailboats. So an open question from Lacked Better Name. What is the big blind ante? I mean, I could give you a Joe Stapleton-esque answer and say 25K. But I'm assuming you're asking how the big blind ante works. Now, if you've ever played live poker back in the day, you will know it was a pain in the arse trying to get every single player at the table to post their ante before any cards were dealt. There's always someone who fails to put in. The dealer spends half their time reminding players to post. So what happens is, once per orbit, the player in the big blind posts the ante on behalf of all the players at the table. So think of it as like posting 2 big blinds, but in reality what you're doing is just paying the ante for the whole table.
Correct.
And trust me, it has sped up the game significantly.
Yeah, it's much better this way. Only adjustments you need to be aware of, though, guys, of course, are that there is going to be a lot more dead money with big blind antes, because as the number of players wanes at the table, the big blind ante remains the same.
That is true.
Yeah, so just be aware of that when you're adjusting for that larger pot size.
So Benny still ahead on an 8-7-6-6 flop.
Back 60.
Dusan says, so when did it change from button paying antes to big blind paying them? I have never covered any live event where the button has paid the ante.
No, that doesn't make sense. It's the big blind.
I think it was in 2017, 2018 that most live events moved over to big blind ante.
We've never looked back.
I'm pretty sure there might be a few which experimented with a button ante, but I've never covered any of them.
Interesting spot here from Heldens. Made the call on the turn with the queen high. I think it's a little bit ambitious. I mean, Benny's bet on the turn here, I think, is just going to be the best hand quite a lot, so you really need to improve in order to win there. And, of course, Benny getting unlucky on the river after putting in that turn bet. But Heldens going to pick that one up.
So fewer than 80 players now, 79 remaining, and 2 new players will be coming to the feature table. We'll be taking those 2 vacant spots in just a moment.
There's somebody coming, right, James?
There are 2 players coming, yes, and Benny Glaser looking down here at Queen 10 of spades under the gun.
What a pretty hand. Dominic folds the Queen Jack off.
Unfortunately, the comment I was about to read just got deleted, and I had no problem with the comment. I don't think there's any need to delete it. Kazazel saying that it was a poor analysis of the big blind ante and hasn't sped up the game at all. Literally every single dealer I have spoken to, and I work with a lot of very experienced, very professional dealers and floor staff at the live events that we
The best dealers in the world, you mean?
Yes. I don't know anyone who doesn't think it's one of the best things to happen to the game.
Yeah, I don't think that was analysis. I think it was a statement of fact also. What's faster, collecting 1 ante 1 time or collecting 9 antes 9 times? You do the math.
And also, I guarantee you that it's not an innovation that would have been adopted full-time if the players weren't in favor of it. If the players didn't like it, if there were significant objections, it would never have been rolled out.
Agree. So Benny is going to defend the Queen 10 of spades here versus that 3-bet from the small blind. Does have position, very important here. And the flop. 10 high, Benny making top pair once more, but not good once again. Wow, Heldon's playing trappy here. I feel like if I'm Benny in a 3-bet pot, I just want to play this one slow. I think I would be very tempted to also check once the jacks have played their hand in this trappy manner. Benny obviously just coming out of that pot just now with the Queen Jack, which probably confused him a bit. King of Hearts in the turn, an overcard to the jacks. So Heldon's, having played his hand a bit weird on the flop, might be tempted to slow down once again for fear of King Queen and the like. Perhaps a King Jack, perhaps a King 10 suited. King 10 of spades would be in there for, I imagine.
Check.
Yeah, okay. Yep, and again, check again. River is the ace of clubs, getting worse for Heldon's by the minute. Probably regretting his missed flop bet at this stage.
That's the aggressor.
I lost the minimum.
Yes, exactly. I lost the minimum indeed.
Oh, and I
had 10 queen. I checked. Oh, 10.
Loving the dynamic between
Can you do it right?
Benny and Dominic.
That's my small blind.
Oh, I did.
Yeah, don't be getting too greedy.
I could have tried to win that time.
Where are you from? You're from Holland?
Yeah, Holland. South.
North of Ireland.
So the new players who've come to the table, apologies if we didn't introduce them properly. In seat 1 is Grubby Dost from the UK, and in seat 4 is Eric McGough from Ireland. Oh. Oh. Hey.
Hello. No. I'm at the IPO.
Raise. 160.
So Benny's open here under the gun. Dominic 3-betting from UCG +1 directly to the left of the first player to act here.
How are you doing, sir? You okay?
Yeah. Dominic clearly not wanting to invite players entering the pot from behind.
Good, yeah? I see.
Today, not so drunk.
Nice. Yeah.
Drunk?
Xavier, I will happily accept your invitation. So Kazazel on YouTube is EPT dealer and frequent TV table dealer Xavier. It's a big debate. I can't explain all my points of view about it here. Perhaps we can talk about it in Monte Carlo. Happy to.
See you there, bud.
Sorry?
Afghanistan?
Yes.
Always interested to hear a counterpoint, but
me too.
Xavier might literally be the first dealer I've come across who doesn't like it.
Then he does call. Does have the dominating ace and the hearts. And it's one of those flops, James.
Check.
It's one of those.
It's a wheelie low board.
Yeah. Dominic with the ace of clubs, though. Feel like if we're going to the streets, does give him a little bit more opportunity to bluff, a little bit more liberty to take some liberties.
Best 100.
Keeping it cool, keeping it chill. Nice and small on the flop.
Up north of Belfast.
I think that's too small for Benny to fold. Ace Queen here, of course, does have the wheel draw as well as the 2 overcards, which may or may not be good at this stage.
Yeah. What were you doing? Or festival?
Yeah, Rory Gallagher.
Very good. Did you enjoy that?
Yeah.
Cool.
Makes the call. Does still have the best hand. Like I said, Dominic might be tempted to turn the ace of clubs into a bluffing card. Both players now with the wheel. Ace 2, 3, 4, 5. Straight.
Shorelines there.
Yeah.
Information for the player of the high roller. You can see your prices on the screen. You're going to be paying 23 spots.
Both players check. 3 of clubs in the river.
5,225.
Both players with the best of it.
I think we know where this is going.
Unless the genius that is Dominic Nietzsche decides to turn the ace of clubs into the most sensational bluff of all time, gets him off the chop.
Come on, somebody, do something.
Check.
Then he checks. Two checks.
So this will result in a chop pot. Nick, you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
That was a good decision.
Especially Benny Glaser.
You should make your way over there and sign up now. This is going to be an incredible tournament with lots of mystery, lots of excitement. Thank you, Dave. Good job, Dave.
That's right. Lots of excitement as that pot is divided in two and presented to Benny and Dominic.
Could have turned it into a bluff for TV.
Big blind 25.
25, 25.
Oh, sorry. Do you feel like bluffing River down? Huh? Like,
So out into the field to check on Mark McDonnell. Betting the river here. And gets a fold from his opponent. More chips for the Irish poker legend.
Lines, please.
We have returned to the feature table where it's ace-10 versus queens. Not going to the flop, queens win it.
.79 players remaining, James. Still a long way to go.
I know. Yes, tomorrow is the last day, and a reminder of the plan for today. The ambition is to get to the final table, but we will not play more than 12 full levels. This is the 4th level of the day. We will get to the end of level 32, get to the end of the 12th level of the day around 3 o'clock in the morning. If at that point we're still not at the final table, we'll stop and come back with, I'm guessing, 11, 12 players, however many. Obviously a huge field, nearly 2,500 total entries, effectively a 4-day tournament, so a lot of players to lose and a lot of chips in play. We will get it done tomorrow. Just might need to come back with slightly more than 8 players.
Yes, indeed. Oh man, Benny. Got a great little situation brewing here for him. I think it's fairly easy for him to ship now. So much dead money up there. He's got about 41-ish big blinds, something like that. Yeah, the effective stack here, though, obviously going to be Dost. Mullen are definitely not going to be calling the shove.
Nor will Dost, I imagine.
Yeah, quite right. Two folds, of course, but big pickup there. Tons of dead money.
He hasn't folded yet.
Queen 8 is my favorite hand.
I was going to say, it's going to be a superstitious thing, isn't it?
Makes fold.
Another pickup for Benny. 1.3 million in chips.
Yeah, lovely little setup there. Lots of additional dead money in the middle there once we see that 3-bet with the Queen 8 of Hearts.
And off to one of the outer tables. Conor Beresford at the same table as Andy Black and John O'Shea.
This is fucking not this term, it's nothing. You're better this fucking giving away the chips.
No.
Focusing on
Andy Black, I don't think has stopped since yesterday. And Conor Beresford's opponent in this hand is Kevin O'Donnell. And that is a virtual all-in. And that's a fold from Kevin.
Over 49.5.
in the whole game. How long is left?
Full half, 19. That's not been a good set.
Going back to the main stage, and FC Crocker says, I was sat with Dost all of yesterday. He is a fun table mate.
Okay, 16. Plus.
Heldon's back in the mix now. Going to open this pot for BCG +2. Ace Queen off. Glosser waking up with Ace King again.
What? Oh, come on.
Outrageous behavior, really, when you think about it. So the effective stack here about 41 big blinds. A little bit more if you consider the initial open was part of Heldon's stack before he raised from +2. I think I'd like to see a little 4x here, James.
Raise.
24? 240?
180 plus.
Oh, okay, cool. Goes for the straight 3x here.
Plus.
Not deterred. Oh, sorry, he's in position, James. I thought he was in the small blind. That makes more sense. Yep, the 3x. Heldon has been quite sticky in the pots we've seen him play thus far.
It's not just about being sticky, it's the fact that here is another re-raise from Benny Glaser.
Yeah.
You've got to start thinking this is position play, this is...
Yeah, James, I might just ship it right here if I was Heldon's, honestly. Glaser very capable of 3-bet bluffing.
I mean, it's not going to work out for him, but...
No, it won't work out for him, but he's playing purely from his position. Makes the call.
Okay, and that's going to take us to the flop. Heldon's out of position without the betting lead and with a dominated hand. He's going to need a lot of good fortune.
Sure.
Which he does not receive. Instead, he gets an ace-high flop. He's crushed, and he's covered. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It is definitely super tricky. I'm not suggesting Heldon should ship there or should flat. I feel like when you're playing against a player as aggressive as Benny Glaser, as capable as Benny Glaser, you definitely don't want to just be giving it up, but not super familiar with the 40 big blind stack here, especially from these positions. So hard for me to comment on what the right play would have been. He's going to lead, though, James.
Interesting.
This is very unusual. I mean, if you're calling with ace queen and you think your opponent's capable of 3-bet bluffing, you want to give them the opportunity to bet ace 10 deuce. So the lead kind of unusual, and I think probably in many cases might force your opponent to fold a hand like, you know, pocket jacks, pocket nines, pocket queens, pocket kings. I'm not saying they always fold, but the lead definitely really unconventional, and obviously leading into a dominating ace here.
So Benny looking at this flop lead. Is this ever a raising spot for him?
Oh, I'm really not sure, James. I feel like it depends if your opponent leads like pocket tens here, if they lead like pocket deuces here, if they even have pocket deuces in the first place, you know, opening from that position off that stack depth and then calling a 3-bet. I'm honestly not sure. I think the lead is just so unconventional, James. It's really hard to put your opponent on a hand here and be confident about it. Maybe he's the kind of guy that leads king, queen of clubs here, but you're obviously blocking that.
Yeah.
Sorry, excuse me. I was thinking Benny had the queen of clubs. You're not blocking that. Is he the kind of guy that leads queen, jack of clubs here? That's the question. Under those circumstances, I suppose you should find a raise. But I think Benny is really struggling to understand exactly what kind of a range he's going to lead with in this manner.
All in.
All in.
There it is.
Does raise for all of it. Shoves on Heldon's. It's all in to call.
So actually, James, talking of blockers, the fact that Heldon's has the queen of clubs is very, very significant here, because Benny might do this with queen, jack of clubs. He might do this king, queen of clubs, under which circumstances you should probably always call. Having the queen of clubs here is so significant to making a fold if you can find it here. It just makes it much harder for Benny to have semi-bluff jams. I don't know. I would find it very difficult to lay this hand down, though, if I was Heldon.
Heldon's did indeed say ace-king. And the answer, by the way, is yes. I appreciate that.
Oh, man. Tough spot.
Horrible position to be in. This is why playing 3-bet pots out of position really sucks.
Indeed.
fold, man.
Nice fold.
Good lay down.
Very, very good, buddy.
Didn't feel right.
Didn't feel right.
Very nice fold there. Benny picks up another pot, though.
And I will see your hand either way in half an hour.
That's like right when the break starts.
Yeah.
Either he'll feel really good or really bad. The best part of it. Suspense.
Accurate.
It's no in between.
Take a look at those feature table chip counts now.
Don't tell me you had
Glaser,
10s,
70
because
big
I
blinds
lost.
after a couple really nice pots.
Early,
McGuire,
first bullet.
17 big blinds, still very playable at this
Exactly the
stage.
same hand, he had 10.
As we round into the final 70 players remaining in the Irish Poker Open main event.
King 7 of clubs.
Huh? You think? Ah. Most likely it's just a red ace king, right?
Yeah, of course.
The funniest one would be the other ace queen.
Okay,
As,
75.
Guess what?
if you had ace queen, that would be funny. Huh?
Potential players registered in the Mystery Bounty tournament. Your tournament will start in about 5 minutes.
Alan?
You are more than welcome to take your seats. We're using the black clock and we're situated just in front of the registration desk.
So, showdown.
We have a flip, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Ace King versus Jacks, and it is the Ace King that is at risk.
Green on green, baby.
Ace high flop. Looking good for a dust double up. McGough looking for a jack or running clubs. There's a jack on the turn.
The two outer.
Ace King does not improve on the river. He dusts off all of his chips and will exit the arena.
Got him. Nice one.
Unlucky Signor.
I leave it to you.
Really savage turn there.
Broadcasting it. The turn. Broadcast.
No club, right? You were broadcasting everything.
Sure, you're on the broadcast.
I mean, as far as turns go.
Jai Pai asks,
You know, top
does
two.
that mean he's out? It does.
It does.
Ashes to ashes.
Dust,
Dust to dust.
to dust. Seven players on the feature now, guys. McGuire is still the shortest. After we saw Dust take that savage turn and exit the tournament. 69 players remain. Nice.
All right, tournament players in that mystery bounty, we are going to draw from the button on table number 54. Players appear involved in that event. This is your 2-minute warning.
Stop giving Benny Glaser hands, honestly.
Once again, players in that mystery
It's
bounty.
unfair on everyone else.
Oh, yeah.
He's good at the pokers, and once he's got monsters like that, everyone else is screwed. CF Dominic Nitscher, who's picked up 10s.
Today's button for the mystery bounty will be in seat number 3 today. Seat number 3.
160.
Tournament dealers in the mystery bounty button in seat 3.
And Dominic has elected to 3-bet with the 10s, makes it 160,000 total. Been folded back around to Benny. And these are two of the biggest stacks, Nick, so I'm not sure they play for this all pre.
Yeah, I think if I'm Benny, I'm looking to put in a 4-bet here at the stack depth. So 3-bet was to 160. I think I want to make this about 400K if I'm Benny.
Getting good hands. Not many, Benny.
How much is it going to be?
A fistful of whites.
How much?
Oh.
400.
A 4-bet to 400,000.
Who'd have thunk it, guys? Who'd have thunk it?
How does Dominic Nitscher respond to this?
Can't believe Benny stole my bet size. Unbelievable.
So 1.7.
Start with 1.7.
And our mystery round, we start with a small blind 100, big blind 100. Dealers, if you have 3 or more players, start please.
Pushka says, easy fold. Are you influenced at all by the fact you can see Benny Glaser has kings when you make that statement? If we could see that Benny was getting out of line with Jack-8 offsuit, would you still be making the same analysis?
The call, this pot is huge, James. 860K in the middle.
A smirk from Benny. Ace, ace, 9.
Always an ace on the desk, James.
But
in fact,
2 of them.
2 of them this time. SPR is about 1.5. Thereabouts.
I love that.
Yep.
Size is down to 125,000.
This is literally textbook stuff here, people. With these SPRs, this is exactly the situation you want to find yourself in, and the exact sizings that you want to make. The pot is already so inflated, you don't need to conform to regular bet sizing at this point in the hand. Small bets are just as effective. Does get the 10s to continue.
Turn card is the 3 of diamonds. Benny is a 97% favorite here. $1.1 million in the middle, and Dominic Nitscher, the effective stack, has roughly pot behind.
Check.
Yeah, Dano Crisp makes a good point. River 10s have been happening a lot today. River 10s do trigger me, I'm afraid.
Man, this is such an interesting situation we got brewing. Two checks. Benny's got to be happy to see that, James. He's got to be happy to see a turn check there.
And no 10 on the river. Huzzah!
Does Benny find a little blocker bet here? A little bit of a small value bet slash blocker bet. Really love to hear Benny's perspective on this one, because it's such an interesting setup we have here. It doesn't come up very frequently.
Attention players in the mystery bounty, some information about your tournament. So we have late registration and unlimited re-entries open until the start of level 11. Tonight we're going to play down to the money, and the mystery bounties will be
230
when we are in the money only. There will be 2 top bounty prizes, one of which will be withheld until the final table has been set.
Unhelpfully sandwiches the green between 2 chunks of white.
Looks like it's a little bit more, 380. 340. Cool. Yeah, it does find that small blocker bet as suggested.
How much did you say? 340?
340.
I mean, if this gets paid off, he just looks like the biggest genius on the planet.
I think it's just a really nice spot to have a bet because you do get called by worse, and you do force the ace to expose himself at this point. Also, if he has, even if he has a hand like ace-queen, he might still flat this river for fear of being out-kicked, given the action pre-flop.
Can Dominic Nitsche find a fold here? Does he pay off this 340k value bet on the river from Benny Glaser? Glaser. I think about 6 players have been eliminated while Dominic's been thinking about this.
What if he just shoves? Makes the fold.
Lays it down, but Benny still wins. A huge pot to move up to 2.3 million.
Huh? Got some orange fats.
Orange, nice. Oh, that's good.
Thank you for the game.
Red taps.
Thank you.
At least Nitsche managed to get away from it on the river.
That's impressive.
But Benny is a big stack.
Enough for a big blind. All right, you know, for this.
Yeah, very nice fold.
Has had a pretty nice session, has picked up a lot of monster hands and been paid with them. Currently playing 2.3, that's over 90 big blinds. Dominic Nitsche down to 1.1 million, just shy of 50 big blinds. Cole Maguire remains the short stack at the table with 15 bigs, he's in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Meanwhile, we're heading out into the field. 3-way all-in. Andy Black, Connor Beresford, Kevin Swain. This happened moments ago. So this is where the chips go across the line. Connor all in. Kevin Swain's all in. Andy Black's all in. And now, it seems we've got Cahill deciding whether he wants to come along for the ride as well.
Oh, wow.
Ace 10 of hearts for Andy Black. Ace 10 of diamonds for Connor Beresford. And Andy Black has just turned a royal flush.
What on earth? What on earth? With 2 cards.
I called the ace-10 rebase. Seamus had 9s. 2 of us had ace-10. Had ace-10 suited.
So he wins a sizable side pot against Seamus Cahill and eliminates Connor Beresford.
What a way to go, though, James. What on earth? That's how you win poker tournaments right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, no, Anke has 2.6.
Unbelievable stuff.
Yes, expenses 13. Connor B just got eliminated. Ace 10 versus Ace 10, but suits matter. It was Ace 10 of hearts for Andy Black. And he turned a royal flush to eliminate Connor, who had Broadway. The third player in the hand, Seamus Cahill, had pocket 9s. And to All-Star 505, who says, let's get Black back on the feature table, we're going to make it happen. New feature table coming up after the break, which is about 10 minutes away. You are going to see Andy Black, Seamus Cahill, John O'Shea, Kevin O'Donnell, John Sampiero. They are all going to be making their way to the feature table off the back of the next break, which is around 10 minutes away.
Both players with a gut shot now. Molinar trying to size up a second bullet. 700K in the middle. Quick fold from the best hand. Nice play there from Molinar.
Dominic Nitcher has dropped below the 1 million mark now. $65 players remaining. So we've lost 95 since the start of the day, but we need to lose many, many more before we reach the final table. That may or may not happen tonight. We're scheduled to play 12 full levels, scheduled to play until the early hours of Easter Monday. Tomorrow being the last day. Tomorrow we will play down to a winner, whether we come back with 1 table or 2.
We've seen some sick ones though, James. If they keep going like that, double eliminations with the graft and double eliminations with the royal flush.
Only the 1 elimination. Cahill still got chips.
Ah, quite right. Still, savage beats. Keep coming, guys.
And a pocket pair for Benny Glaser. He's raised with 5s to 50,000. McGuire is the short stack. He's got King Jack. And he is all in. Now, does Benny have to call this with literally any pair?
Let me take a look here.
How much, please?
I believe the answer is yes, James. Yeah, I mean, with the addition of the big blind ante here, just an absolutely fantastic price. I think, without a doubt, pocket 5s is an easy gamble. Well, actually, sorry, wait a second, guys. I think I might have misread that. I think the call is totally reasonable, but I thought he had fewer chips than that. There is definitely a decision there.
We're off to the races, and all I'm going to say is good luck, Cole Maguire, because Benny's running pretty hot today.
Pretty hot.
Has flopped an open-ended straight draw. Kings and jacks live as well. And there's a king on the turn. Just has to fade the 5 on the river. Ooh. Benny Glaser loses a hand.
Unreal. Unreal stuff. Yeah, my apologies, guys. I actually thought McGuire had fewer chips, but I still think Ray's call is reasonable with 5s. Probably has the correct price. Benny knows better than I do. So the call there seeming good. Flip no good for Glaser, though. McGuire still in it.
Color busted, by the way, Benny. Color busted.
So after that exchange, guys, McGuire 33 big blinds now. No longer the shortest at the table.
No.
Benny still 78 bigs and our chip leader here on the feature. So despite losing that pot, still plenty of chips. Just shy of 2 million, in fact. Rory now our shortest stack.
Still think about my hand.
Which one? We just played. Yeah.
You must pure call queens.
On the river?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I call kings.
Benny and Dominic discussing that hand. Kings versus 10s. Meanwhile, back to table black. And it's Seamus Cahill back in action. Betting the river. There's the board. Jack 10, 8, 8, 5.
What then? No, they said 20. Did they say 21-4? No. He was in the wrong seat too.
And it was Seamus Cahill there winning a pot against John O'Shea. And there is the other John at the table, John Sampiero, representing Spain. Hashtag fun fact, we are streaming the last 2 days of the Irish Open on the PokerStars España channels as well.
I was just about to ask.
So the Spanish team, very excited that they're going to have some Sampiero on the main stage for the next level.
Vamos.
New player coming in. This is Daniel Rankin from Ireland. It's been a while since we checked in on
It's funny, I gave me flashbacks.
the money. 63 players remaining. Everyone's locked up more than $5,000 now. 5,225 euros is the current payout.
Not bad, not bad. Nice little payday. Obviously, 5x the buy-in though, so everybody here, despite getting incredibly deep in this large field tournament, still needs to go the distance to get that life-changing sum at the top.
Yeah, yeah. So how much of your suited aces will the 4-bet?
What?
How much of your suited aces will the 4-bet?
Ace 10 suited, ace jack suited.
Oh yeah, so not like ace wheel suited.
Ace 5 suited. Ace 5 suited, yeah. Go roll it. Small corner. Ace queen off.
Sure.
Ace king off.
So ace king off?
Ace king. Yeah.
information for the players on the high roller. At the end of this level, we're going to have a 20-minute break. We're going to chip raise the 500 advantage chip.
All aces.
So I'll
Or aces.
kindly one player stay able to start collecting numbers. Thank you.
Maguire with ace-4 of diamonds.
Yeah, I obviously know you still retain some, that's why.
Opens under the gun.
River and don't jam.
Benny and Dominic still discussing that kings versus tens hand. Our own little commentary here.
Dominic has only tens or jacks here, the way that was played.
Eldon's flatting with nines.
Also thinking you could four-bet king nine suited kind of hand as well.
Possible.
But I assume you check that, so that's why I folded.
And that is a board that favours Maguire.
It does indeed.
King jack off. That's one you could be running it with.
Yeah, that's why I was saying for jack to check.
Yeah.
Don't want to block all that buffs, obviously.
Nope, maybe not.
Ace is small. Love this bet size, James.
Gets a call from Heldens with the nines. It's a 10 on the turn. We are coming towards the end of the session. Break just around the corner. New feature table on the other side of the break. Blinds going up again, as they do every 60 minutes.
Trap check from the ace-4. I say trap check. I mean, certainly not outside the realms of possibility that this is a good flop and or turn for Heldens, who decides to bet, which I'm kind of surprised about. 125K on the turn here. I don't know if you get that much to fold here that beats you. And I don't know what you get value from by betting this turn either. So betting a call, of course.
All right, main event players, you are on a 20-minute
King of
break.
clubs, ugly run out there. Any jack now is straight.
20-minute break in the main event.
I imagine it's going to go check river though, James.
Looks like
unless Heldens realizes he needs to bluff in order to win now.
That is true. It has been checked to him. Let's see if he checks it back, which he does. And you may have heard the announcement there that we have hit the break as Maguire wins the last hand played at this feature table. Quick reminder that we're going to have a new feature table when these players return from the 20-minute break. But before we go, I think we're going to check on a hand that's still in progress over at one of the outer tables. We have been checking in regularly on Mark McDonnell, and he's in a hand here against Dwayne Sluice.
Talk to me. I'm coming now. Coming now.
Someone talk to Jenna. She's coming now. So it looks like a button raise, a small blind 3-bet, flattered by McDonnell in position. We have an ace-8-7 flop. And I would expect Sluice to continue on that board now. Sure enough, a continuation bet of 150,000.
Yeah, seems like one of those boards, doesn't it, James?
O'Donnell.
Makes fold.
So that's going to take us to the break. As we say goodbye to our former feature table, hello to our new feature table. That's the old lineup. When we come back in 20 minutes' time, Andy Black, Seamus Cahill, Kevin O'Donnell, John O'Shea among the players who'll be on the main stage at the Irish Open. Okay.
That's right.
We have 4 players remaining. 2 Irishmen, 2 Englishmen. Rory Liffey, the current chip leader, just ahead of Ram Vaswani. Alan Vinson, 3rd in chips. Jamie Drummond, 4th on the leaderboard. Those flags are the wrong way around. I think Drummond is Irish and Vinson is English, but details.
Wait, they're not the same?
Joe, you tread in dangerous waters.
Raises to 18,000.
I keyed. You can tell because I'm doing that with my Irish accent.
And a call by Jamie. What is 41,000? Flop is 3, 4, 10. Jamie's first. He bets 20,000.
And one of the first not all-in hands we've seen for a while. Vincent was the raiser. Drummond bets 20,000. Vincent folds.
61,000.
Battle rages on four-handed. 4 players remain. Joe?
We've got Alan Vincent. This is Rory Liffey, Ram Vaswani, and Jamie Drummond, the final 4. I'm waiting for Big Hair to come back in. Then I'm really going to reign supreme. Just you wait, Spraggy.
Hey, any day now. Any day now.
You've got big hair too, though.
And it's only getting bigger. No haircuts for me for a good little while. Alan Vincent all in here with the Queen 8 of Hearts against Ram Vaswani's Ace King.
And an ace on the flop. An 8 for Vincent.
He does have a sweat.
This is a relatively short all-in. Vincent can hit a queen or an 8.
Last card check, no help for Alan. Losing one more player. Alan wins.
And he does not. Alan Vincent eliminated in 4th place, 14,750 euro. Yeah, I'm loving it. We're 3-handed.
And now Alan Vincent is English and Jamie Drummond is Irish again.
Got him. Dang those open borders, man. Just get your nationality straight. Swanee folds. Liffey. Ace Jack.
Rory calls 8,000.
Liffey Limpy. Queen 4 for Jamie Drummond. Gets a free look at the flop.
6, deuce, 3.
And flops an inside straight draw.
Rory checks. And Jamie checks. Turn card. 7.
There's check, check.
Rory
Ace Jack still the best hand. 7 of spades on the turn.
And Jamie checks. River card.
This could go check, check again. It does. And a 5 on the river makes the straight for Drummond. Will he get any value on this 20K bet?
Call.
He does.
58,000. Jamie shows a 4, which is a straight. Rory says nice hand and folds. 58,000 to Jamie.
Drummond picks up nearly 60K in that pot. Ram Vaswani confused over something. Yeah, we're all trying to figure our own things out, Ram.
Tentative attempts at getting a song going there on the rail. Love to see that.
Action on Jamie.
Call by Jamie.
Limps with Queen 9. Man, I really miss these days when you could limp pots. I think I might have cashed occasionally.
Rory checks. All
So we've got Domination Nation. Drummond dominating Vaswani, dominating Liffey. To the flop. 8-7-4. So that's a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 for Liffey. That's a straight.
Bets 20,000.
That's a straight into the 5-star hand.
5-star.
Yeah. And Vaswani with the 5-star draw to a bigger straight.
And Rory calls.
Liffey calling the bet from Vaswani. Relatively small bet, just 2 big blinds. Blinds are 5,000, 10,000 now. Vaswani bet 20,000. Liffey called 20.
Is 4.
And the turn is another 4.
Rory checks.
Check this time. River card is a queen. No one
Trapping on the turn from Liffey. Does induce the bluff again from Vaswani at the river.
And pretty small bluff at that. 20,000.
All in.
Are we sure this isn't a limit tournament? No,
All
he
in
said all in.
announced.
He said all in.
Rory folds. Jamie calls. Comes back to Ram. Ram checks, we see a flop. For 23,000. Flop is 7-7-2. Jamie's first. He checks. Ram checks. Turn card, ace. Jamie's first. He checks. Ram checks. Last card 3.
A lot of checking. Queens hold despite the pair of 3s on the river, despite the ace, despite the 2 7s. And with Drummond betting 1.5 big blinds, Vaswani may feel like he has to call.
And Ram.
He does.
Jamie shows a pair of queens.
Drummond tables the winner. Vaswani into the muck. Back to contemplating his existence. As 3 players remain.
What's first place again? 93,000 euros?
Correct.
Or points. I can never remember.
Rory raises to 25,000. Jamie folds. Ram calls. About 58,000. We see the flop. Flop is 9 deuce queen.
Vaswani flopping open-ended here. 8 or a king will give him the nut straight. If he with just the ace-8 high makes the bet. Has a backdoor club.
All in from Ram.
Vaswani super systeming it. Got a draw. Go all in.
And a pot of 138,000 for Ram.
And gets the job done. If he makes a fold of the ace-8 high, getting another wash on those cards. Three-handed play rages on.
What's it like playing away from home?
Call by Jamin. Ram checks. Flop is 3.
When we announced EPT Retro Spraggy, as we see the Vaswani flop top pair here, Joe joked that you weren't even born when this event took place, but just to put a dose of reality into the mix and also depress us, how old were you in 2004?
14.
Yeah.
He was 1 inch shorter than he is now, though.
Even more depressing is the thought that someone born as this was taking place could play online poker in, what, 2 years?
Yeah.
We're all getting old, gentlemen.
I got my first person who wrote to me yesterday and said, hey, I don't want to make you feel old, but I've been watching you since I was 10.
Last 2 tables, I was like, I had a big stack. I was three way all in with like 3 outs, and I won that with like 20 left. So then I was like, okay, we'll pay attention to this. And then when I seen the 35 grand on top, that was exciting.
Congratulations on bagging yourself a Platinum Pass. We're just saying, some people have been waiting since the summer of 2019 for this event to happen. I guess, having won your pass in November of last year, you only have to wait a year and a few months.
Yeah, so yeah, it's not too bad for me. The package I won also had like 3 other events, so it breaks up the year nicely. So that was pretty amazing.
Well, let's talk about that, because was it one of the Big 20 Rewind events that you won?
Yeah, so it was the opening Big 20 Rewind event. So 2001, wasn't it? Celebrating 2001.
Yeah.
And it was $11. I probably had 10 tables open, and I wasn't taking any notice of it. And then we got down to like 2 tables. I was 15 grand up top, which is really big for me. Like, I'm only playing like $11, $20 events. And I was like, oh, brilliant, 15,000 up top. And then I was reading there was some notes underneath it. I didn't know what B20 was. And it was just went through all the packages that were adding on. And I was like, oh. Then I started getting stressed when it was like 14 left.
So wait, what point would you normally start paying attention to a poker tournament? Is it common for you to get to the final 2 tables of an event paying $15K?
No, obviously no. But yeah, as I got deep, but there's so many $11 tournaments and you bust them. Even when you're at the last 100, you're still going to bust so often. But then, last 2 tables, I was like, I had a big stack. I won I was three way all in with like 3 outs, and I won that with like 20 left. So then I was like, okay, we'll pay attention to this. And then when I seen the 35 grand on top, that was exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. Which included the all-important Platinum Pass, the chance to go to the PSPC. So now you have this opportunity to play a huge 25K event in the Bahamas. What preparation, if any, are you doing? What expectations do you have going into this?
Yeah, well, I'm kind of always working away studying, but yeah, I have to ramp it up the next year or so. So I have been, in fairness. Expectations, I don't know. I try to tell the girlfriend this all the time, like, you're only going to cash in like 20% of events. She just expects that you're going to go and win 50K every time because it's big buy-ins. I'm like, no, this isn't going to happen probably. So yeah, look, we'll see what happens. I should probably sell some, but I don't know. I don't like selling.
Good news in this respect is that if you're only going to cash 20% of the time, and this is one of those 20%, you will win about 50K since you're not really investing anything, right? Like a min cash isn't going to be quite 50K probably, but near enough. So that's pretty good. Like a min cash here would be a pretty big score for most people to win a tournament.
Yeah, definitely. That was the situation. So the event had a package for the EPT. And I was in the 5K main, and the main cash was like $9.5 grand. I was in for $11, so that was like super stressful. So hopefully we get the same situation in the Bahamas.
No, absolutely.
Yeah. So you did say some other events came along with that prize you won. Any luck in those events?
We got into like 4 events in EPT Prague as a part of the package. We cashed 3 of them. I think cashed the main, the 1K, and the 330.
Nice.
Hell yeah!
We came like 61st in the main. You were commentated on it actually, but you didn't know that. Obviously, the online to the real person.
No, of course.
Did I say anything particularly dumb about you?
No, it was okay. There was a hero call. There was a separate video of real with me and Danchek at one point.
Do you know what?
I don't
it's
remember
all coming together. I remember you now from the Prague live stream. I didn't put 2 and 2 together and realize that you were the Platinum Pass winner. Just thought you were a qualifier.
Yeah, that was it.
Well, that's fantastic. Just tell us a little bit about your background, Colm. I mean, you talked a little bit about the kind of poker tournaments you normally play. I'm guessing poker's still a hobby for you.
Yeah, at the moment. It's half and half at the moment. So I run the family restaurant with my brother for the last few years. So I get a lot of daytimes off, and he works. We do different shifts, so I get a nice bit of time to play online poker now. So kind of moving up over the last few months, hopefully.
I can't tell you how many restaurants James and I have been in over the years, and we see some guy like, you know, the manager sitting at a table or the owner sitting at a table playing on PokerStars. Do you ever sit in the restaurant on your iPad swapping
Never,
back
Joe.
and forth?
Never. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hello, my babies. It's the Irish Poker Open. It's 2023. It's day 3 of 4. Live from the Royal Dublin Society. And guess where, Griffin Benger?
Dublin.
Dublin. Oh, that was good. That was very good.
Dublin-like.
Joe Stapleton, Griffin Benger, 62 players remain of the 2,491 total entries. Total prize pool nearing €2.5 million. Probably not going to get to that 9th place money today, but tomorrow we will be. Happy Easter, my babies, my chicks, my eggs, my baskets. Did you do Easter baskets as a child, Griffin?
Oh, of course, yeah. I actually do an Easter hunt for my girlfriend every year.
My brother, with his 2 children, was better at finding eggs.
Yeah.
Than
You
I was.
don't look like you'd be a good egg finder,
No.
to be honest.
No. I actually, what do you think of this? As we have a new feature table, by the way. We'll get to more Easter chat in a second. This is Kevin
There
Swain.
for about 5 seconds. It's good.
Party on, Swain.
Nice way to start the new level with 23 big blinds, getting ace-king.
That's
right.
Features
Why?
end up
Hijack.
picking the cards up straight, and if you're sitting in any of these seats, you
15,000,
can see them.
30,000,
Oh, yeah.
30,000 big blind ante. Andy Black back in the mix at the feature table.
Sean O'Shea. John O'Shea, pardon me.
John O'Shea. You know, John and Sean are like etymologically the same
That's
name.
probably why I
Guy to your
confuse
left
them.
doesn't like playing any
There are
balls.
the
You don't have to worry about him.
seat positions with the chips. Andy Black just behind O'Donnell.
Andy Black made a royal flush last level.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So my brother, in his infinite wisdom,
Should
planned
be
a
a
trip to
price
visit
part of the
Los
short
Angeles with
stack.
my nieces while I'm here. So
Wow.
they're going to
I
my
think there
house today.
They're gonna live with your lady.
Yes, they are. And
Be an
I set
extra
up an
prize.
Easter egg hunt
Yeah.
for them.
Extra
So
prize,
first and foremost, those eggs are really rank at this point because I had to do it before I left. So they're not going to have a hard time finding it.
See, that's why I got to just do like chocolate eggs with the wrappers, you know.
Second of all, is I told them I'd pay them $1 per egg, but what do you think of this twist? Because one of them was 5 and the other one was 3, so it's like going to be a big skill disparity there. So I told them if they turn in the same number of eggs, I will double.
Oh wow!
The bounty for each of them, with the hopes that they'll figure out to help each other.
That's really cute. Good life lessons.
We'll see if that works. I don't know. It could very well be that the older one's like, yeah, no, I don't care.
So
here's my 40 eggs.
Cahill opening up the deuces from the hijack here. A lot of chips to do it with.
Oh, baby. God, flopping.
You know what they say?
What do they say, Griffin? What do they say?
They say ducks fly together, Joe.
Ducks fly together.
We all learned that when we watched Mighty Ducks when we were kids.
Quack, quack.
Ducks fly together, quack, quack. Once again, don't remember the last time deuces didn't make a set, and Samperio better not get out of lineo.
And does not. And, of course, John Gomez Samperio of Spain. A little something for the Spanish audience. And even though he's from Canada, let's throw Alvaro Almeida in the mix, too. Sounds Spanishy.
I was actually just quite near you in LA there last week. I was in Vegas visiting one of my very best friends and high-stakes cash game and golfer, Rory Brown, Irish. Wish he could be out here. I know he wishes he was out here. A lot of his friends out here. Great seminal event every year here, the Irish Open, and somehow getting bigger. 2,500 near players. Just crazy turnout here in Dublin.
Great bluff. Oh, we got ace queen of the small blind for Samperio. Great bluff says, when there's an age disparity, you have to color code the eggs. They can only collect their color, then you hide according to ability.
See, don't be a snob.
I don't mind that. I don't
good,
mind that.
good.
It's a good idea, but I
That is
feel
a
like
good
it's a
idea.
better idea in theory. Like, what 5-year-old's going to be like, see the wrong color and be like, oh, I'll just leave that there.
I think it's in the next step of like teaching them to share, right? Because they can understand the color difference, and they can be like, this has no value to me.
What's happening, Captain?
So Samperio very wisely limping with the intention of limp shoving.
We know he's
at a stack depth of about 14 big blinds, and it was very smart. Andy Black took that, little to no equity 9-deuce off, popped it up 3x, and found himself a captain, ready to meet him in open waters.
News from the field, Rui da Costa Diaz has just moved up to 3.8 million in chips. That's the biggest stack I've heard of in this event.
Well, when you have that many names, you better back it up with a lot of chips.
That's right. It's like almost $1 million per name.
Yeah.
So yesterday, just to mix things up a little bit, kept calling Cahill. And I received a
strongly worded email,
wildly rude message from someone.
One of the Cahills, surely.
Right there.
65.
Do you mind if
I mean, if you want to take the risk in saying those words live on air, I say go for it. But I'm not giving you permission.
It's Cahill, you stupid B-itch.
Also, by the way, he wrote.
I don't know why I said B-itch. Like
he writes Cahill. I mean,
Cahill.
he writes exactly what I was saying.
Right. By the way, I broke up the word there, like it wouldn't be understood. Like B-itch doesn't really work. You were funnier in the early aughts. I mean, it's arguably when you weren't such a repeat the word. It's a really aggressive display image for this person. Just like.
I think it's a man OnlyFans account.
Yeah.
I guess when you spend your life being treated like a piece of meat, that might make you a little bitter.
you know,
but serious about
most
the
OnlyFans.
pronunciation.
Most OnlyFans accounts are man accounts.
Also, to be fair, in the early 0-0s, I wasn't involved in the poker world.
Yeah, but your comedy was unmatched.
O'Shea in the cutoff versus Party on Swain.
Gonna need to make a little correction, by the way. We are playing at 30 K big blind, not 60. So that limp shove from the small blind from the captain there was more like 23 bigs. But listen, I've been just getting back in the flow of things here.
Getting back in the flow.
You know,
it's all right. We're just getting back in the flow of the feature table. No real analysis to speak of at the moment.
O'Shea.
Okay, can you move a little bit?
Your man lives in Dubai.
Okay.
Really?
Yes, which means he's rich. And look, he confirmed it right there.
Finally the 1 and 8 seat are good, comfortable seats, right? Usually you can't see anything.
So don't expect much scared play from John O'Shea, if I'll be honest. I'm sure he will go for the jugular.
Almeida under the gun, 10-8 offsuit. No, thank you. Kevin O'Donnell, been a Facebook friend of mine for many years. Cool to see him at a feature table. I think he's American, but recently moved to Dublin. Action is folded around to Swain again.
80,000?
Raise 80.
Kevin Swain. And is not messing around. It's just going to raise. And Cahill, you think I learned my lesson? Folds 4 high.
Pretty nice price there with the under 3x with the suited connectors, although they are pitifully low. I think I would have maybe liked to have seen it continue there from one of the table chip leaders, but
Is there any sort of rationale to, and I'm not saying this is Cahill, but let's say it's Joe Stapleton there, and I know I'm not the best post-flop player. Can I just play a little bit tighter in the big blind? Or no, at any skill level,
I mean, like, okay,
you would like to see a peel there with 4 deuce.
I appreciate what you're saying, but you're just not going to win tournaments that way. You need to
I'm well
get
aware.
lucky. You need to, when you have over a third of the money in there plus an ante, and you're going to be in position from a player that's probably going to be playing pretty honestly, you gotta get involved.
70.
All right, O'Shea, John O'Shea.
We're looking at the cards like far out of I could see them.
Pocket tens. Andy Black seems to see
You can see
people's
there,
hold
can you?
cards more than anyone else.
He could. No, I decided he could.
He wears it like a badge of honor.
Sometimes if you hold your cards and don't put them at the side, on normal table your hands naturally go on
He's
the
such a
side.
good guy, 'cause
They're
he's letting you
far
know,
out.
you know.
Maybe he
and
just
then,
has
like,
extra wide-angle lenses on his face.
Maybe he's just
Straight up, you can probably see them.
virtue signaling.
Just for yourself.
Thank you. No.
Wait, he's saying he saw the cards of someone who's 2 seats away from him?
I guess.
That sounds like an X-Men power. Have you seen the thing going around on TikTok where people can prove that we're living in a simulation because they'll put a piece of paper up against a mirror?
I
and
did
then
see that.
Put an object.
I didn't really get it. Is there a scientific explanation, or are we living
Yeah,
in
the
a
scientific explanation is that it's reflecting through the camera the same way your eye does. Like the mirror doesn't know the egg is there. The egg is bound. You're seeing it through your eye.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the simplest.
Dumbest,
yeah.
I really try to stay away from those trends on TikTok. Sometimes you go down a rabbit hole. Have you followed this kind of trend where like there'll be some like little riddle, and then like they won't answer the question in the thing, and then you're like, all right, well I kind of want to know, so you like click the thing to like find out, and then no one tells the answer. It's like this chainmail of like
It's just engagement farming, right?
I guess, yeah. I
getting
mean, they
people
got
to
me a
answer
little
it
bit.
and argue about
no,
it,
but
yeah.
they don't answer it. They're
No,
just
they
like
don't
they'll
ever
say
answer it,
they
yes.
say the question. I saw one last night that was so annoying. It's like, how do you How do you spell cold water with just 2 letters? And I'm like, okay.
It doesn't have to have.
I just want to know the answer
it doesn't
now.
have
This
to
is
have
ridiculous. And it's these full-grown people asking their like mothers, and they're like, I don't know, CW? No, that's abbreviation. I was just like, God damn. Here we go 3 ways. Sorry, that was me last night at 2 a.m.
We'll pick up the action here.
Yeah.
We've got 2 open-ended straight draws. And the only player with a pair is O'Donnell.
But a lot can change on a turn here. I would prefer to have ace-10 suited hand here for sure, but O'Donnell is currently ahead.
Check.
Check.
Check over to Swain.
It's out, Swain.
90.
90. Those orange chips worth 100,000. And I feel like you might fold the best hand here sometimes, actually, but no, O'Donnell is going to call with middle pair. Excuse me, bottom pair.
Yeah, I think this is a bit ambitious. Of course, sometimes you are going to be ahead, as we see here, but it's going to be really tough to not only hold, but to keep calling bets if Swain decides to bet. And there are a lot of cards Swain will continue on, you know. A low diamond, for instance.
6,
now,
7, 8, 9, 10. Bing!
So, yeah, not crazy about this call.
Party on, Swain. And O'Donnell's going to lead now.
Oh, sorry.
And this
Okay.
is certainly not going to work.
Yeah?
We all put our phone in the box.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Griffin, not to be too critical of Kevin O'Donnell, but
no, we can.
Is this something that if you had a 10 in your hand that most players would do?
So yeah, I think it's the line. If you had a 10,
So
is
that
like
part tracks.
semi-reasonable.
Okay.
But it's also just like, okay, if you've decided, if you have, if you have the King 7 here, wouldn't it suggest that maybe your opponent would have something like a 10 a decent amount of the time? Like,
right.
You know, it's hard, like with the removal of like, well, if you're in this hand with this pair.
O'Donnell waves the white flag. Good.
Fair
Strain
7.
checks back.
No.
Hey, sir.
Don't do that.
Hard for me to
What is
rep
the
that
nuts?
if
Is
you have it.
Jack 10?
Yeah.
Well,
Pretty
no,
rude.
there's backdoor hearts came as well.
Okay.
So
okay.
that's where it's coming from. But,
Outer table action. Mark McDonald
I get too much almost.
stacking chips.
Love it. Macker.
And Mark, I don't know if you heard the stat. Mark has cashed in this tournament 8 years in a row.
I did know the stat.
That is wild.
You know, I actually remember it was just the 3rd year in a row that he was doing it. And I won the Irish Open. And he didn't come to the final table to watch. They got so drunk. All my Irish friends got so drunk the night before that they didn't show up for my final table.
I don't think the word friend is really applicable anymore
Can you
at that point, buddy. I hate to tell you.
I couldn't believe it.
If I was here
But it was in
and
the
didn't
more-
sweat your final table,
in
would
the
you
more-
still refer to me as your friend?
It was in the more hard partying days, I guess. But I think they all had a piece too, like, you know, swapping a little action here and there. So it's like, where were you?
I think I'd be less inclined to come if I had a piece.
Yeah.
I'd be like, just bring me my money when you're done. Be itch.
Be itch, yes. Anyways, Avenger never forgets.
That's why he's part of the supergroup called the Avengers.
Nice.
All right, O'Donnell
55
limping
more.
in the small blind with Jack Deuce, and O'Shea is going to raise.
85 plus.
Gonna raise and gonna take it.
Give it up. Dream Weaver 7 10 this is my girlfriend's first time watching the stream. Stapes and Griff, can I get her a shout out? Griff, I'm an old dude. I don't really. What is
Next time, tell me so I know if I should call him.
Well, let's break down the word, okay?
Thank you.
Yep.
So,
Hello.
it sounds like
Yeah.
you need to shout.
Okay.
And then something needs to go out. So I'm thinking it's probably you're banned! Ban that person.
Is it banning someone?
I think it is. Shout out. The question is, do we ban the girlfriend or do we ban the guy for asking the question? Did he even give us a name?
He did not give a
See,
name,
you
which is
gotta
kind of
give
weird.
a
How am I
name.
supposed to shout
it's
out
really
your
about
girlfriend?
you. You want us to say you or girlfriend, and we're just not going to do it. Give us a name.
I'll tell you what, why don't you send me a
And if
picture?
it's a
Maybe
pretty
I'll
name,
shout her out later.
Yeah, I'll shout her out in your DMs.
I'm just kidding. You
Yeah,
don't have to
I'm
send
kidding
a picture.
too. I'll find it.
I'll do it anyway. Griffin will find it
I'll
himself.
find it. I'm already on my way.
Almeida, shortest stack at the table, 11 big blinds.
I'm all in.
I'm all in.
Mystery Bounty dealers and players who have a blind level 100, 300, big blind and tip 300. 100, 300, 300, Mystery Bounty.
Almeida taking those 11 big blinds and saying, I like what's going on here.
Andy, what do you got? 1, 5, 1, 7, 1, 8?
Personally, I wouldn't be too thrilled by it. But at the same time, now that I see it, you know, Andy's going to be opening pretty liberally on these 60 big blinds. So sometimes you're going to be getting this one through. I don't think it's going to get through the sixes. And actually, O'Donnell calling behind.
Yeah, this is kind of unlucky
Yeah, this is
to have run into.
really on the line here. I think I would, you know, definitely fold ace-10 and fold a lot of ace-jacks. But O'Donnell having a feeling here and is correct. This is great. Great result so far. Yeah, and Andy Black can't really continue here. But he is counting out the chips. I mean, this exact situation, based on the hands we see, it would technically be correct, but I don't think you can make a habit of calling, 11 big blinds, 3 ways with sixes. And that's why, because a lot of the time it is going to be something like 2 nines.
Domination situation. Almeida in big trouble.
You had 9s again?
Almost as much trouble as when Tony Almeida took that helicopter ride in season 4 of 24.
Fucking one.
Carlos Bernard does play poker too, actually. And away we go. 10-9-5. Ace Jack
Turn to 7.
continues to dominate. Almeida needs to hit an 8.
Not a bad card for Almeida.
Not a bad card at all. More outs now.
Creates 8 outs in midair.
What a fucking loss.
Lucky path. Nice game, Jay.
I hope Kevin knows that the 8 was not a bad card for him. Okay.
Unclear at this juncture.
And there goes Alvaro Almeida. Out and around 58th place.
It would have been fucking sick there if it had held up against that hand. It would have been a big swing.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, make the hand about you, Andy.
Pleasure, pal.
You saved me a few hundred.
I'm here for you, brother.
O'Donnell now the boss at this table.
Even though
2.3
nasty
million.
name calling you give me, call me a yank, when you know it's not true.
I'm still struggling with that one.
Yeah.
Josip on YouTube with maybe the smartest YouTube comment I've read today.
How are you?
60. These peoples are Gambels. Why they are on TV? They must go in hospital.
Sampero might suggest that it's a bit too many chips to be open shoving over raises, but it's a bit weird with king queen off on 30 big blinds here. Played as a call. I think it's, you would hate to 3-bet fold. Sometimes I think you can just shove, but is going to play it as a 3-bet. And unless Andy Black wakes up, I mean, a light alarm went off. I don't know if Black's going to get fully out of bed for this hand, but certainly going to slant open an eye. And John is just going to let it go.
Full disclosure, when I pour them out, if I pour too many of them, I put them back in.
And the Spanish crowd goes wild.
I smoke cigars, so I got to keep them around just to be polite to other people.
Frosty Nug Farm says, I'm going to play a $180 satellite for an 11.50 main today. Should I go to the hospital before or after I play?
On the break.
If I showed you. I don't think I did. Doesn't matter. Nobody wants to see those.
They just did.
Action folds around to Semperio with King 4 off. Gonna have a bit of a rest up, a dwell up, as they say sometimes in England. Before folding, Black calls, limps in, and Swain says, party on. Ace 7 tray.
Good candidate, this Jack 8 with the Jack of Clubs to fire a bet here.
Nope. It was a good candidate, and it made Andy Black a good candidate to rake that pot.
Hope we get lucky with the next table break for who comes to join us. It has to be a special kind of person to join us.
We'll be on this side.
Elite crowd.
They're working on it.
Fucking yank. Fucking yank.
Pass up the place if we don't get one.
The table only 700.
They're gonna break. They seem to wait until there's 55 players, and then they break a table. And we'll see if they do that again.
7/8 is 56. It should be exactly.
I know, but they do it one below. Every time I've noticed that they do it.
There is a table breaking imminently.
One below.
Yeah, it's really disappointing. When you get this
I wonder what
deep in the
Irish
tournament,
people
like
think of
if you have a
matches
short
in the Sharon.
stack and you're short 2 players, that's huge. Short 1 player is big.
I agree. I don't know a single Irish person who's seen it. I think it's just like American snobs that go see movies like that.
I don't buy that.
Yeah, it's 56 right now.
Irish people are out seeing Quantumania.
Well, I've noticed
normal
each time.
movies.
Now,
Oh God, normal movies.
Ramona, do they know, even though the guy left?
It's the exact number.
They don't know. Call 30?
Well, then they should be quicker bringing a player.
Okay. It takes more time to bring Ferry on TV.
No, but they're doing it every time on 55, on one below.
Wouldn't take any more time.
I watched every
them to
single
get to
break,
there.
and they wait until there's an extra player knocked out.
I will have to bring a big complaint book for you.
Thank you, Ramona. I feel connected with.
Oh.
I feel massive. You see that? Another player gone. Another player gone. They go to 55.
Question
another
in the
break to
Twitch chat here. Does
Watch it
Andy
every
Black
single
ever not swear?
Might be like
Coming
a
from
safety
you,
net to make
not
sure that
flush.
there's
Yeah,
no break in the
that's
table
it.
and then there's no space for
Yeah,
everyone.
but it's not right.
Yeah, I know.
Fucking it's 8 times tables for fuck's sake. It's only 7 of them, you know?
More outer table news. Ankit Ahuja from India has just won a flip 8s versus Ace Queen. Eliminated. Is this real? Jonas Degen? Was there really someone in the out there called Degen?
I mean,
Degen? It's probably Degen,
I would
right?
say it's usually pronounced Jonas.
Jonas Degen?
Jonas Degen.
Anyway, Ankit Ahuja from India
Don't do it,
now up
Seamus.
to 4 million in chips.
Yeah, that guy never stood a chance not becoming a poker player or a gambler.
He's too dangerous. I can't fool around with him.
A7-5, Cahill versus O'Donnell, blind versus B-line.
See, and this is why it's important that even if you have a terrible hand in a small blind, to just limp-a-roo. Because you have an opponent in the big blind that's not prepared to fight for pots when they don't hit something. Now, having said that, all I know of O'Donnell is call with that bottom pair. Might be willing to full flow with this Jack-10. Not the worst candidate either, but Cahill is just going to take it down.
Let me have a piece of paper so I can write down that I owe Seamus one. Took my big blind.
Give a mental note.
Yeah.
I'm wondering why he's
I
asking
usually do
someone
it on
else
my
to
phone
write
and
it,
make
though.
notes.
Can he
Just
not
some finger
read
dirt.
and write?
Yeah.
I think he was just asking for a paper.
Oh, I see. I thought he was giving the paper.
But I needed a second. I really liked your joke. So
Where are you from?
Didn't even want to
All
correct
right.
you.
And speaking of tables breaking, here are our
Dublin,
new
you fucking asshole.
folks arriving.
You know, I've only experienced it kind of
he's got a real Irish
peripherally,
accent here,
but
yeah.
I do really enjoy
He met
conspiracy
somebody
theories
from
that there are
fucking
certain
Ireland once,
celebrities
and
that
he's a
can't
bit-
read and write.
he's a bit
Yes,
lost.
I do like
I haven't really looked into any of them. I
Irish.
haven't gone on any wiki pages, but I see every once in a while like a joke
Right.
about it. I'm like,
It's like a girl
that's
from
just
Glee.
funny.
I
Yeah,
think.
yeah, that's great.
And then there was a 30 Rock storyline about
Welcome
Tracy
anyway.
not being able to
We're
read.
sorry about C5.
Anyway, new players here are Helios Hung from Portugal. That's in this back directly to us, and the player who dropped his coat and walked off for a second, David Doherty from the UK.
Irish.
Had a couple of deep
Irish. Where are you
runs
from?
recently.
Spanish.
Oh, Irish.
Irish.
Spanish.
You're not from Portugal, are you? Or no, Hungary or something like that. Like Kevin here.
No, but Helios Hung is from
I'd like to be
Portugal.
from Portugal. Portugal.
So what? So were you born here? You were born here. And how long were you here for?
I don't know, 3 or 4.
All right, well.
Moving over there.
Oh, yeah, in fairness, you're actually Irish. In fairness.
Where'd you
You
move
need
to in
work
North
on
America?
your accent.
Huh?
Where'd you move to?
You did move.
Yeah, you got it.
Sunday Storm anniversary.
Oh,
We're
wow.
celebrating 12 years of this $11 tournament. $700K guaranteed. PKO on April 16th. Low buy-in satellites now running. Got to get in there. $700K guarantee. That's pretty nice for an $11 tournament. I wouldn't want to miss that.
That's really sick. Where am I going to be on April 16th? Any shot I could play that?
They don't let you play.
You got a spot for me in Montreal? Oh, I've actually got another tournament that day. The Willie Garson Memorial Charity Poker Tournament on April 16th.
Prize pool $1 million?
I don't think there's a guarantee on that one.
For me it was, but I
There is
understand
actually.
that
Joe
most
Stapleton will
people-
be here. Can't miss it. That's the guarantee.
Suspicious in my opinion.
What?
It was a bit suspicious. Like a royal flush. What are the odds?
Yeah.
A Doherty. Canadian.
Yeah, that's
one of probably, actually more than you'd think. Canadian.
Doherty is not Canadian. That is an error. The flags have been
That would have been
a
memorable.
little on the chip
Yeah.
counts, but they're correct in the player graphic.
Yeah, I'll be
There's
honest.
a player graphic, yeah.
I'll be honest. YouTube, Twitch, our flag guy just didn't make it this trip, so we've been working with non-flag guys that are just, they're trying to get used to it. Some of them they confuse certain flags, but flag guy will be back for Monte Carlo. What's his name? The flag guy, I forget.
You've been kicking it up near the top this whole tournament, pretty much.
Almost. I'm in the middle now, right? But almost for
I mean,
a good while.
I mean, you were were you at the top on day 1A? Or something?
Yeah.
Bunch
Day
of
1B?
diamonds here,
Top on
blind
1B,
on
yeah.
blind, but
And then where were you on day 2?
Fourth.
Fourth, yeah.
different. What do you call it with diamonds? Some of them are they're more like pure than others. I want to make a joke, but
It's
like
good just to know.
The 4
people
C's of
that's
diamonds.
happening.
no,
It's just
no,
Cut, clarity.
no. as O'Shea flops with pair. No, when you say it's like, you know, it's like this is how many. I want to say hertz, but it's wrong.
Carrots.
Carrots.
Big European poker tour.
Yes.
At the
So
end of
technically,
day two,
Sampero has more carrots than
560
diamonds,
and second
right?
is
There's something there. There's nothing there.
Fucking
Sorry,
500 or
guys.
600 runners.
Maybe you want to work this out off
so
the air,
sorry.
I think.
Yeah.
Is that the ticket?
What? Yeah, but it was just, you know, I can't
Let me
remember.
get off the air.
league like that, you know, it doesn't
Hey,
happen.
Joe, I think you've been working a 15-hour day, but mind going over that carrots diamonds bit
Yeah,
with me?
let's
can we
workshop
workshop
that.
some things?
A little late for diamonds
More
here,
day
but
this
I
board,
guess that's
get more
good for
day.
O'Shea.
It's just eventually got. I had to keep going to try and get him to vote.
That's it. Ohem on YouTube remarks, Fred the flag guy. His name is Fred.
O'Shea's bet 210,000 with the best of it.
Or Freddie Flag, we like to call him. Yeah, interesting lead here by O'Shea. Puts a lot of pressure on the Spaniard. Nice pot there for old Johnny. Johnny, be good. Thank you so much. As a Bebel Jeb, there is a joke there somewhere.
I mean, there's a joke anywhere, somewhere.
Yeah. You just gotta go down the rabbit hole far enough to find your carrots. Calling back to, there's the thing, Delano had a whole thing about rabbit hole.
How about a round of applause for Harris, who says, I just shipped 12K in an online tournament. Biggest win of my life. Ecstatic. Congrats, Harris.
But you could win even more on April 16th if you played the Sunday Storm, which has a guarantee of $700,000. First place, well over $12,000. So enjoy your moment, but you can do better.
Hung folds
April
ace,
16th.
Ace 5. O'Donnell, Jack 10 in the cutoff. O'Donnell, near enough chip leader here. Look at that little advertising for O'Donnell's Bar and Grill. I wonder if he knows the owner.
That looks like Codonald's. There's like another letter.
There is a weird, I think
Yeah.
it's maybe a funky design.
It looked too much like the other letters.
Andy Black, Queen 7, the last thing standing between O'Donnell in this pot and folds.
You earned it.
We'll get to the bottom of this
I'll
O'Donnell
never argue.
situation.
Take little pots, doesn't matter. You all add up.
Now I'm going to pick up a hand chain. One of these blinds.
Just 53 people remain here. It
See,
is
last time I think you're the better one.
5:46 local time.
Okay.
It doesn't happen very often.
Well,
just
it's
keep
just,
trying.
our aim was that we were worried.
I
We
only
started the day
tried
with, what,
once.
180? Decent progress, I think. Right?
Progress, yes, but it's
Karma
really,
for the yank comment.
there's no
God
telling
punishing you.
where we're going to get
Your black
eventually.
magic.
We could get down to 11 in the next hour or two, and if that 11 could still go till 3 o'clock in the morning. I think it might be 6 O'Donnells. Queen 9-4, 2 hearts. Swain.
Advantage Codonnell.
Is it?
Yeah,
Like
position.
advantage of position, you mean? As
Position
opposed to the
and a
advantage
draw.
of having the best hand.
It doesn't matter. Swain's in the big blind and will snap fold the flop. I mean, that's all you need, right?
I don't know.
That's all
I
you
feel like getting your
need.
opponent to fold is the coward's way out. I prefer to win a showdown.
Yeah, Showdown Joe, they call him.
Anyone can bluff. I'm all about who's got the best hand.
Yeah.
The coward's way out. Bluffing. It's dishonest.
Oh, you're just going to lie to me and
Exactly.
and just like take what is rightfully mine? Oh, really nice guy, Jack O'Donnell.
Yeah,
I can't wait to go to your bar and grill for you to rip me off.
Right at the box. People might not even try to get him in the box.
Morgan says, I believe there's a documentary about John O'Shea and his gambling. Left a good job to become a pro gambler.
He owes me a big
That's
blind.
about right.
It's only fair.
He stole it last time.
And O'Donnell with pocket fours, 2.3 million in chips behind. O'Shea with ace-9 suited.
Yeah, a great opportunity to
raising,
pump things up. Been seeing a lot of raising from O'Donnell and not a lot of pressure back. And this is a great candidate. But Swain thinking, oh boy. And I will say, based off what we've seen from Swain, we're going to see a quick fold. But
yes,
I think you need to definitely consider that this is just a bunch of nonsense that someone was going to attack O'Donnell. This is just such a great cold 4-bet spot. But it's hard to pull the trigger, especially at this stack depth. You kind of need to shove. You can't really put in 40% of your stack. So
That was Seamus, I would call.
Kiff Croker says, one of the best parts of these streams is listening to the commentators slip more and more into madness as the hours and hours progress. Love you guys. It's not even 6 p.m. here yet. We're going to be here another 10 hours probably, so just you wait.
Into the mouth of madness.
Just you wait. Okay, so Yepa Nuna is saying that's K. O'Donnell's. It's in Scottsdale, Arizona. I was just in Scottsdale's. Scottsdale. I'm going to look it up.
Is this your Usual Suspects coffee mug moment where like you realize that you
I
actually
was
went
there, yeah.
and you had wings and beer and had excellent service and that you met K. O'Donnell?
Well, I mean, I know Kevin O'Donnell and have for a long time, but where is this? Oh, it's right by Belmont Dentistry of Scottsdale. Sure, I know it well.
Andy Black could get into a little trouble here with this late position open from ace-10. You know, this is the kind of situation you find a lot of light 3-bets happen from sometimes because, you know, big blinds more leaning towards calls with the medium strength hands, but from the small blind you'll see a lot of 3-bets from hands like King Jack and, you know, Ace X suited. So Black has a decision here. It's not an outrageously large 3-bet, but you are definitely entitled to make a tight fold here, and I think that's where Andy's leaning. You hate to feel like you might be getting exploited, but the playability of ace-10 isn't super.
Oh, cool. Where's that?
Ace-10 off? Not for me.
Went to Phoenix once.
Not for me. Not my tempo.
No, not your vibe. And that's the thing, listen, I mean, we
dog
cover a lot of
stalking the
EPT
old
main
dog
events,
around.
and
That was a
the
slap.
play
Yeah, it
is
was just
certainly
luck. You got lucky
more
with the
advanced
ace-10,
than this,
but,
and it
you know,
rightfully
it's a
so. The
daddy.
buy-in is 5 times,
You passed it
sometimes
all,
even
man.
10 times, depending on which
That was a skirmish.
EPT event we're covering.
Sure.
So we're
You're gonna have to keep
the
getting lucky.
vibe that I'm sure a lot of people watching at home are seeing is a lot less getting out of line, and in that way you can kind of tighten up the kind of hands you play in these extra bet pots. You know, you don't have to worry that someone's coming after you every time you open ace-10 and someone 3-bets. You can really, you know, you can make some big folds, and I think that's a great example of it. Where, you know, if that was 2 regs in EPT Prague, maybe some fireworks would happen, or we'd see a call and there'd be some action. But in this, Andy, very aware, making a good fold.
K. O'Donnell's. Now I can see it clearly. And K. O'Donnell with the ace-10 this time around.
Hey, 4.5 out of 5. Pretty good rating. So if you're ever in where?
Scottsdale, Arizona.
If you're ever in Scottsdale, Arizona, I mean, see if there's anything better in the area that you're in, but sounds pretty good.
I took my girlfriend to Scottsdale for her birthday this year. I was just there. Last year, I mean.
Pretty sure that's where Austin Matthews is from, the best player on the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Yeah, you know that big
The more you know.
hockey town of
That's the thing.
Arizona.
No, I know. It's crazy. He's kind of like this outlier. As O'Donnell getting the better of Mr. Black. Pretty unfortunate for Black, especially because he certainly needs to continue on this texture. Going to be good a lot of the time here with 2 7s, so let's see a turn.
Actually, we went to the casino in Scottsdale, and my girlfriend hit quad aces on Ultimate X Machine for $3,500.
Wow.
Yeah.
And now she has a gambling problem that you don't know about.
She does not have a gambling problem. Gambling problem, nothing to joke about.
And now, Andy Black turning the 7s into a bluff.
I feel like O'Donnell's not going to give up right away.
But, oof.
And definitely not giving up now.
Well, this is the thing about this spot now is that Andy would hate to check back and lose to 2 jacks. Oh, but this is, you can't bet here, man. Don't do it. You have an opportunity for your opponent.
I feel like this is a situation where you kind of change your read a little bit based on what cards have come out, right? Like he stations with the 10 and decides Andy doesn't have a queen, didn't turn the queen somehow, and then bets huge here as if Andy did hit the queen on the turn, and this will be somehow a second best hand he can call with. Or maybe, yeah, Andy's going to let it go. Kevin O'Donnell, for better or for worse, crushing right now, though.
Yes.
Congratulations to your girlfriend. Did she buy you some Jack in the Box after? We definitely got food that night, and it was, that would be really creepy. I don't think it was Jack in the Box. Or was it?
Uh-oh.
I think we got Taco Bell, actually.
Oof, thank God.
Yeah. There's a little something for Griffin in the chat. It says, Son Excellent says, not really an outlier anymore. You have Hughes out of Florida, Robertson out of Cali, Hot Dog America producing NHL stars. I actually added the word dog. Just Hot America. Hot Dog America, Hot America. It's all the same.
So appreciate your engagement there, Son Excellence. But I was speaking more to how strange it was to have an absolute NHL superstar come out of the deserts of Arizona. You know,
well, that's what he's saying. Hot America,
okay, Hot
Florida.
America. All right, yeah. Fine, you win.
Blind on blind here. Hung v. O'Donnell. 8-8 deuce. It's funny because there's a player here called Hung, and all of poker Twitter was arguing yesterday about that very same thing. Which one of them was Hung? And O'Donnell blasting away, and I don't know.
Big time. Not this is a this is a 1.5x bet. I mean, it's outrageous, but it's going to work. O'Donnell, I think, feeling himself right
the
now.
old guys don't have that 2x pot thing. You just can't do it.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, that kind of looks like he has a deuce there.
And outer table action. This is Benny Glauser versus Dominic Nietzsche again.
And this is really the high roller of day 3 tables.
Yeah,
when
I mean,
you have two people with 7-figure scores sitting next to each other. It's like, you know.
I kind of said that it's a little bit like when the Spartans fought off, like the 30 Spartans fought off the 30,000 invaders. Like these two are the Spartans, and everyone else in the field is getting mowed down by the two of them. Luckily, they're seated right next to each other, so they get to have these ridiculous blind-on-blind battles. Betting
how much are the red ones worth?
100, so that's 135. Full board out there. This is an in-position bet, and it was a blind-on-blind confrontation.
Doesn't look like a lot of chips are in there either.
Yeah,
that looks like could
be a pot-sized
bet. Yeah, that looks like 75 in whites, and there's the call.
Dom shows 9-6. Not exactly sure what the board was, but Benny can't beat it. There we go, and that is just a 6. Oh wait, maybe there was a diamond in there.
Yeah. So look, as much as we were all impressed when we went to go see Glazer make that sweet king high call, now we've seen 2 river calls. So maybe he's just a calling station. Huh? Anyone? One right, one wrong.
I'm not willing to say that Benny Glazer is a calling station.
You're a calling station, Benny.
Kona Ryder says, JFC, these clowns tanking over 2 BBs.
Okay, 60.
Griffin, how much money is 2 BBs? How many chips is it?
How many chips is it?
Yeah, 2 BBs.
2 BBs. Oh, it's 60,000.
So was that bet for 2 BBs?
No, it was for 4 BBs.
4 Bs. So I'm sorry, Kona Ryder, but you banned.
Yeah. And
if you're gonna be a know-it-all, be right. That's all. That's the only. It's really the only rule.
Well, I mean, that's how
know-it-all.
that's how I feel about that hand for Benny. I mean, you know, a bit of a know-it-all, and he was wrong. So nice action flop here for Samperio, the Spaniard, and hung. Advantage hung, but a lot of ways for Samperio to improve, near 30% to win this hand.
That's 65.
That was a big side, Joe. I'm sorry. Are we boring you?
No, it's stretching. Gonna take a little stretch.
Yeah, Samperio gonna continue with a call. Ba-doom. And this was part of that equity for Samperio, is finding those backdoor hearts. And, you know, I think Hung can certainly bet again here with the intention of even checking back some rivers. You really don't want to give a free card here when your hand is so open to being sucked out on. It does suck if you bet 170 and get shoved for 610 here, but I don't think that's going to happen with Samperio's particular holding. It would be pretty cool though. It might fold an ace-queen, because ace-queen is of course drawing dead to a flush.
Gulp.
Yeah, wouldn't put it past Samperio, but instead is just going to play it as a call, which I think is just fine, baby.
And there is the flush for Samperio. Runs down, took the turn and river, but bang, bang, you first. Samperio shows the 9-high flush, picks up a pot of 310,000. Hung drops to under $1 million.
You can have a stack of whites.
No, you can have all the green you want.
Yeah, give us the green.
Count those. I haven't double checked it.
Yeah.
David says, OMG, you're making my Easter so great, cracking up here. Look, there's only one person that should be credited for making your Easter great. And that's your man JC upstairs. The original.
Thought you were going to say me.
The original commentator. Okay? It's all about the resurrection today. Okay? The original Razor. You know what I mean?
Nearly took it.
You see it?
You want to revert it back to poker.
I nearly looked at them. I felt like negative energy though.
Shall I just toss them and not look at them?
Thus.
You're right.
Thus.
JC, the triple OG. That's right, son. Excellence.
Day 16.
Here comes Hung looking for some redemption after that unfortunate ace-queen run out. But, oh, just the absolute blade that is
Stick.
O'Donnell. Just cutting these guys up. Going to put in
stick.
double fist those greenies.
Coming after Hung again.
Thus. Thus.
You thought you could come in here and raise 2 hands in a row? This is my table. Interesting question from Fowl. And Griffin, do you feel if Hung bet bigger on that turn, he would have got the J9 to fold? Quite possibly. But do you even want him to fold? I know it feels like you do because he got there on the river, but he was 28% going to the river. So these are nice edges. You want to get a call there and for it to brick out, and then you just take on a nice pot. But sometimes you lose the 70-30s, you know? So I think Hung played it great. And I think he played that ace-8 suited great. And just a spot of bad luck. Comes for us all in the end. Like death. Sorry, I got a little dark there.
It's a part of life. It's the only sure thing.
It is the only guarantee.
Is death. The whole crew is French. They understand what you're talking about.
Impressive. No.
Those cards are shit, in fairness.
Do you know in French they call death the little orgasm?
Easy way out to say I got negative energy.
I did know that, yeah.
I like a 90%.
Wait, they call no. Isn't it the opposite? John Bovey 420 asks, how many bullets is Andy Black in for? I don't know, but until he cashes, I hear he's in the black. How does it work? Which one's positive? Which one's negative?
Black's the good one.
Black's the good one.
Yeah.
Oh, so he's in the black. No, okay, he's going to be in the black. Gosh, see, I don't know the difference, and I didn't want to look it up.
But also, we're not sure that he is in the black because we don't know how many bullets he's in for.
No, but he's probably already guaranteed to cash like $7 grand. There's no way he's in 7 bullets. We can surmise.
There's someone in for 9.
Yeah, but that's one person. Tony Red.
All right, I'll give you that one. No, I'm going to give you credit for that one. We got a monotone board here, all heart flop, no hearts in hands, and Swain with another quick surrender. Cubel says, I liked it better when I could see commentator heads on the side. Have we ever done that? Oh, I guess when we do online,
yes,
but never in live poker.
No, they want it for the live.
No, that's a terrible idea.
No, then we would have to wear shirts.
Yeah. It's a terrible idea.
16. Plus. That's
John Bovey with another good question. What place did Helmuth bust? He wasn't even invited. Can go do his nonsense in the U.S. Ace King against King Jack. Hung, unfortunately, all the ranges so far of the way he's played hands since he got to this table have been absolutely correct, but just not going his way, as Swain will be heard from because Party on Swain is going to pop it up here.
No guff, Chet.
All in.
all in. Plus.
What is happening? Hung said to himself.
Could you ask for some service?
We can ask. There's only one service he should be going to today, and that's 7 p.m. Mass. Down the street.
JC's waiting for you when you're ready, Andy.
Uno Bugme says JC never banned anyone, Joe. I never made any claims.
Yeah, I appreciate the comparison and everything, but like, yeah.
Flattered,
like,
but.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, like, you're banned, you know? Johnny.
Okay, 16.
Oh, Shay. 60,000
to do that.
Plus. Plus.
Yeah, this is a black coffee. A black coffee.
Oh,
please.
don't yell it. And John O'Shea taking it down. Looks like a rich, privileged polo kid, all grown up, making adult money now.
Can I clarify, is Andy Black requesting a hot beverage, or does he want us to play the song Black Coffee by All Saints?
Well, I think it's probably the song, but that's why he needs to say Alexa beforehand. I'll wake up everyone's Alexa. Alexa, play Black Coffee.
This is so sad.
On Spotify.
Alexa, play Despacito.
Always have to make an entrance, don't you,
Just
James?
say it, Christine. You wanted to go up for me.
I was just thinking about All Saints.
It's a good bit. Strong.
Big fan of All Saints.
I'm surprised James has recovered from the S Club 7 news.
That is genuinely devastating news.
What happened?
It's one of James's favorite bands. A fella passed away.
No.
Yeah, Paul from S Club
Oh my
died.
God! They're gonna have to change the name.
They did once already when he left the band and they became
Oh.
S Club. For the reunion, they were S Club 7 again.
Oh gosh, you're gonna have to go back to S Club. That's terrible.
Gonna go and see him in the autumn, Griff.
Yeah?
Got tickets.
With your daughter?
No.
No? Just you.
He doesn't want his daughter ruining it for
Do you
him.
have more than one ticket, James?
I'm going with my boss.
Who got him the tickets for his birthday.
Oh, wow, okay. All right. Well, as long as you're not going alone. But you could tell me off air if you are. Here we go. Doherty and...
That's a little
Wait.
cheeky.
What happened there? What happened there?
7 deuce raised and big blind folded.
No, Hung, come on. There are the chip counts. Hung is now officially out of my good graces after refusing to defend with an ace blind on blind. Doherty, we do recognize. We've seen him on the tour, huh?
Yeah, in London.
Final table. Did he win something?
Yeah.
Real deep?
I think he might have gone fairly deep in Barcelona right before that also.
Yeah, strong, solid player.
I want to say David was 7th place finisher in London. I think he missed out on the final day, missed out on a spot in the final 6, but obviously was still at the final table.
Thank Jesus on this, the day of Easter, for the encyclopedia known as James Hardigan.
Meanwhile, blinds have rolled into the 2040 level, so 60 minutes until the next break, which will be the 60-minute dinner break. And we are at 50 players now. 110 eliminations since the start of play today, but still require another 42 eliminations before we're at the final table and play can conclude for day 3.
So, a bit of a, we'll call it a novice question here on Twitch that I wouldn't mind addressing to maybe help some of you out there. Any ace is a re-raise BVB from the big line, right, Griff? From Ars Viturin. It's really not that simple. Sometimes you want to be re-raising and just taking it down pre. In a situation like that, only playing 23 big blinds, you kind of just need to defend and keep in those bluffs, or just shove for the 23 big blinds. You don't have a lot of room to work with, so it's not all just restrictive.
I love the way you teed that up as a novice question from a guy who played a 25K, albeit as a platinum pass winner. Bantha Voodoo says, did I just hear a seagull? Yes, you did. There's a lot of seagulls in Dublin, and there is a glass roof to parts of this venue, and the seagulls can be very loud if they land on that glass roof and decide to communicate with each other.
That's 75.
Been a nice level here, level or two from Swain. Just been kind of chilling, c-betting, not a lot of resistance.
He's got it cut out. You
What was Joe's adage about being a know-it-all?
I don't know, but I made it about Benny Glaser.
The saying is, if you're going to be a know-it-all, be right.
Right.
So, for example, when Jack Gamer goes, 50 minus 42 equals 9, wow, James is smart. It's an 8-handed final table. You're banned.
She'll find it.
Nice. Samperio.
Okay,
2 10s. Minimum raise as the blinds have gone up to 20,000, 40,000. O'Donnell hasn't missed a flop all day. What will he do?
Not So Slippy says, if we don't make it to the final table, roughly what time does it reach end of level 12? Around 3 in the morning, kind of between 2:30, 3 a.m.
You go by Sam, Samperico. Your name. How are you called? Like your friends?
My name is John. Last name is Samperio.
Samperio. We're in Spain.
Bilbao. Bilbao.
In the Basque.
Trivia question, Griffin. Which James Bond film opens in Bilbao?
Don't tell me, because I think I might know.
Okay, if you need a clue, I can give
No,
you
I
one
don't
clue.
want a clue yet.
I can tell you.
I don't want a clue yet.
Okay.
I'm
Just so
gonna
you know,
say.
if you do take the clue, I'll tell you which James Bond it is, which actor.
Okay, see, that's the thing. I feel like you wouldn't give me a Daniel Craig one, but I'm pretty sure it's the one like 2 before, like the one when he where they're all wearing masks and he's walking around.
They all wear masks and he's
Maybe that was
walking
in
around.
Mexico or something.
Oh, Spectre. Yeah, that's in Mexico City.
Okay, that was my first guess. Yes.
Take the clue. It's a Pierce Brosnan movie.
Ooh. Okay, what was the question? It takes place, the opening scene is in Spain?
The literal opening scene is Bilbao. It opens in Bilbao.
Like, I can set the clock now for
Okay.
an hour plus the 52
pre-credit
minutes so I don't
sequence.
forget just before break.
Okay, I recently watched the one with Michelle Yao, and it wasn't in that one.
Correct.
So we got a bunch of bets still out, huh?
It's not. It can't possibly be GoldenEye.
Correct.
So
you've now got a flip.
Okay, so the Brosnan ones were GoldenEye, Tomorrow Never Dies, which is the other one I mentioned, and then and then the other two, I forget the names. There's the one where he drives the car on the ice.
That's Die Another Day.
Die Another Day, and then he did a fourth.
He did. We've gone out of sequence. The third one is The World Is Not Enough. The fourth one is Die Another Day.
Okay, so The World Is Not Enough, the one with Christmas, right?
Correct.
And every Christmas I send James a Merry Christmas. Denise Richards. I'm gonna go with Die Another Day.
Oh, you lost a flip, Griff. It's The World Is Not
Oh
Enough.
no! Wow, that's so meta that you would reference the one Bond movie that I send you references for. Although I did send you that video of me watching Casino Royale once.
King Jack versus King Jack.
Fair fight, fair fight.
Early position versus Big Blind. David Doxey versus Andy Black.
Fair fight, fair fight.
And both flop Broadway. Would like to highlight that Doherty is free rolling. Oh no, he's not. Black also also has a flush draw.
Yeah, it's a double free roll.
It's a double free roll
and
situation.
they all think that they're about to double up. By the way, that's what's so sad about spots like this. We have a secret. We know you have the same hand. You think you're gonna win the Irish Open, but you're just going to split this pot. And then we're going to sing some more.
Players, if you signed up for
your stock
we have a whole song for situations like this because we love to celebrate
it's not
mediocrity.
Really, it's not so much a song as it is a jingle.
I think we just like to celebrate no losers. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
It's just like it always seems there's a winner and a loser, and being a loser is just not a good feeling. And a chop is a nice way of saying, hey, we're all in this together.
What suit is it going to be? It is a black one. No, it's a red one. It's a 10.
Zappo asks, why was it 51% for black if they've got the same? Probably, I think, because there are more clubs in the deck, right?
Yeah, because this is going to take into account folded cards.
Yeah. You know, black's not going to be thrilled, actually, by this turn pairing the board. Sometimes Doherty is going to have two aces, two queens that are not filled up. And Doherty also not going to be that thrilled with it. Could have been getting check raised by something like ace 10, queen 10 on flop. I think those often will play as just a call, though. So maybe Doherty is thinking that it's maybe more likely that black has the same kind of hand or maybe a big spade combo. Yeah, no reason to scare off your bluffer or just bust into the boat. Rather just let black keep telling the story. Oof. And that's the kind of card that, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Quick all-in from Andy Black.
Come in, please.
Oh my gosh. So this is not an easy call, really. I mean, there's so much money out there. At this point, you know that your opponent is almost like you're never winning here. Basically, you just can't be. The spades have even got there. If your opponent was check raising with, you know, let's just say 9-8 of spades. That's now a flush. That's now beating your king jack. So
you don't have a royal flush this time, Andy. I know that.
Your opponent is repping a boat, a straight, or a flush, and all you have is the bottom end of that. Never just has a random bluff. So that's why Doherty is thinking, well, hell, if he was check raising the flop with ace-10, he has a boat. If he was check raising with, you know, I mean, you do have the jack of spades. So it's hard to imagine he would check raise like the 9-8 of spades. I mean, I think you just got to call and hope for the chop here, but Queen X of spades could have been check raising the flop. That's actually a good combo to think about. Queen 9 of spades, Queen 8 of spades to try to put pressure on the ace X with a check raise on the flop. But again, I think a lot of the time that just plays as a call. And Doherty.
Same. I think we both have the same answer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
David Doherty makes the call. This will be a chop pot. And you know what they say?
Like the board
Everyone loves a chop pot.
I mean, I had a chance to get rid of you. There in the river. I took the chance.
Yeah, you had the queen 10s, and he might have the ace 10, but
I don't know.
you definitely had the edge.
No, you want me to do the photo post? Yeah?
Good call by David
Thanks for
Doherty.
wasting our fucking time, huh?
I was trying not to.
Yeah. I think you were both trying not to.
I know, but
trying to
I
out-slow
could
play
win
each
it.
other.
I could win that.
You get nervous with the suits. I will tell you.
Dave, did you get that? Black set him up for a pot-sized shove on the river.
So we are going to one of the outer tables. And looks like it's a couple of players we've seen at one of our earlier feature tables. It's George Heldens versus Rory Curtis. And that is the green triangle of death that's just been presented to Heldens. He's moved all in. Rory Curtis making the call. Everyone else folding. So on their backs, Heldens all in and at risk with ace-jack, and it is pocket jacks for Rory Curtis. And no appearance from Barry Greenstein, no ace on the river, and George is KO'd.
That's sweet. Telling your table mate you're going to win after busting.
Nice.
I'm going to start doing that. Just picking a random person, even if they're short, just looking them deep in the eyes and say, you're going to win. Manifestation, baby.
Back to the feature table, where you'll notice we have lost Kevin Swain. He has not been eliminated. He has been balanced off the feature table.
No, he's got to make it 80.
It's more than 50.
Nobody's
It is 65.
What does he say?
It says 65.
You say 65 or 55?
Well, I hardly say 55, Andy.
I don't know. If I heard 55, I'm dead.
John O'Shea has opened from the cutoff with ace-3 suited.
I'm going down. You might have said 55. I don't fucking know.
Andy Black in the small blind with 10-7 off.
6 max turbo. Be registered for this event.
And Seamus Cahill in the big blind with ace-deuce.
5 minutes before we start that event. Start taking your seat.
So fucking great if you laid that down.
Also, players, if you've not already done so, you've got your
Cahill's defended, going to see a flop.
cut off the registration for the
The board has to run out like that for me to think about it as well. It's like obviously turn flush river.
It is ace high.
I mean, arguably, I can check
Know what
and
they
you can bet it.
say.
I was going to say, chop opportunities are real.
Do we ever get a 2 in a row? That's pretty.
If I check,
It's pretty something.
I don't know whether you're going to bet it.
When was the last time we had 2 in a row? I don't want to jinx
What?
it. Am I jinxing it by talking about it?
Yeah,
100%.
So I just thought I'd take the initiative.
Sorry, I've never been here
You've
before.
got a
This
house
is like
that's-
really exciting. Should we? What do
Whatever
we
you
do
have.
with like
Had the
a
jack
2 in
of
a row
spades, if
situation?
you
We
check, it's like
get one of the crew members to
pretty
jump
hard
in
for you to have a
as a
No,
third.
it's the queen 10
like,
to be worried about.
Yeah, the
Well,
queen 10's the
worth
best. I don't
highlighting,
think
I
you
showed the
check
flush
that
draw
on
now.
river, so it's like, I don't think you check queen 10 on river. It's like you're trying to stack a straight, right?
I didn't check. I stuck
No,
it
I'm
in.
saying if you had queen 10, I don't think you would check it. So.
He was setting up the shove. Like,
Yeah. That's why I was worried, because I thought you'd shove it if you had.
Definitely a
house.
universe where Cahill
The queen 10 or the ace 10
by
was,
the river, but
a
I
great
think
call,
John's
Sam.
going to check back
It was a really good call.
the non-heart rivers. At which point we
In the six max turbo,
will be looking at a. Oh gosh, I jinxed it. It's incredible. It's incredible. I'm such a joke.
Yes, Griffin, you
had
are
an
100% a joke.
I mean, that's not very supportive. Or is it because I said it and then you supported me? Either way, John O'Shea with the absolute stone nuts. And might be going on the big side, targeting those ace-X and maybe some two pairs.
550.
Into 800K bets a very, very large 550. And this isn't you know, an automatic fold. I know we can see that John O'Shea doesn't flush, but sometimes John is going to have something like Jack 10 with the Jack of Hearts. The problem is it's just like there's not a lot. I mean, even Jack 9 got there, right? King Jack got there. Do you think O'Shea just has like pocket threes and is just going for it here? He's got a 3. So, yeah, I think you need to make a fold here. And if you do get bluffed, you do get outplayed, you just tip your cap. I mean, if the river wasn't a heart and this was happening, you know, you could be up against something like King 9 of Hearts that's now bricked that would have 2-barreled. And you can consider calling with this ace, but... O'Shea, 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 O'Shea.
Cahill still thinking about heroing here with just an ace.
You know, there are some combos like, let's just say O'Shea had King 8 of spades. Something of that ilk, you know, with c-bet 2-barrel and then have to turn it into the bluff with the river pair. There are some bluff hands. This is a very polarizing sizing on the river. You know, it kind of eliminates hands like ace-jack, ace-king. They're not betting this big, so O'Shea's really repping like, look, I have king-jack, or I have a flush. I have a set, but even a set, does it even bet this big in case Cahill's back door to flush? Yeah, I think you need to find the fold here. Just understand that this run out, this situation has dictated that this pot doesn't belong to you. But it's not easy. Wow, makes the call.
Hero call gone wrong. Not flush for John O'Shea.
Big pot for Johnny Boy.
Adding 975K to his stack.
Nice
Up to 2.7 million.
I like the nuts or nothing.
O'Shea table chip leader, just ahead of O'Donnell.
Thanks, Christine.
And we are going to one of the outer tables. Mark McDonnell jams second pair against Ryan McNulty. Second pair no good. And that is going to do it for Mark McDonnell. He has cashed the Irish Open 8 consecutive times. But he will go no further in this year's event, out in 49th place.
Start taking your seats at this time.
Incredibly impressive statistic there from Mark McDonnell. 8 in a row cashes here at the Irish Open, but hasn't been able to break through with a win. There's always next year.
No, he doesn't. 48 is when they should break enough for it. They should be breaking now.
48 they should break.
So 48 players remaining. That means a table will be broken. That means we'll get the empty seat on the main stage filled. And we are going to probably stick with this feature table after the dinner break as we return to our former feature table. And this looks like Benny Glaser versus Dominic Nietzsche. And I see the triangle in front of Benny. Benny has shoved on Dominic by the looks of things.
Wow.
And Dominic calls. King, Queen. And looks like Benny had 2 pair. And Benny Glaser has just eliminated Dominic Nietzsche.
Wow. Unfortunate turn of events there for Dom. Looked like top pair against an ugly looking 2 pair. Big pot for Benny, and he is going to be a force to be reckoned with down the stretch here. We're well under 50 players now, and he's going to be one of the bigger stacks in the room.
So back to the action at the feature table. David Doherty in the big blind with ace-jack, but John O'Shea has him dominated with ace-king and has flopped top pair, top kicker.
Yeah, this ain't gonna work. But I don't fault Doherty too much. This is gonna be easier to play as
1.6.
a check raise sometimes. You know, you get into check calls here, and you get into some barrels later, and I mean, it's just tough when you're in the big blind.
Lucky Whiz, I literally have no idea what you're talking about. What is the delay? Because the main board mentions 83 players remaining, and the commentator mentions 48 players. What's the main board?
Probably a different event.
Oh, they're talking about the screen. Yeah, sorry, I wasn't trying to be difficult. I didn't know what you meant by main board. So yeah, the tournament clocks you see around the room, they relate to different events. So there may be 83 players in one event. It's the green clock, funnily enough. It's the green theme for the main event. So if you see the green clock, that you will see has now 47 on it.
We need to get some chips here.
New player at the feature table, by the way. This is Merivan Hassan from France, who brings just over 1 million chips with him.
They want you to replace the guy you knocked out with that patch on.
I never think of the tournament clock as a board. Sorry.
Another big pot for John O'Shea.
Oh, is that the one at Green Valley?
That was going really well.
Andrew, is that the one at Green Valley something at the end of the month?
I don't know. It's an Irish poker tour thing. It might. I don't know what this is. Could well be, yeah.
I think there's a.
It's Irish poker tour.
Yeah, I think
a
there's
whole load of tournaments,
a tournament like.
Foul and toss. Why are they playing 8-handed and not 9? 8-handed has become pretty standard in tournament poker these days.
As we go back to the outer tables and find Rui da Costa Diaz in a hand against Jamie Wynn. Got a Jack 7-6 flop with 2 spades. Looks like a button continuation bet and a check raise from the big blind.
To the tune of, I think, 350,000, if I'm reading that correctly.
Spicy.
Very spicy. So 75K to 350. You can see visibly uncomfortable is the button here. A lot of chair adjusting going on. there's Swains, huh? Right? Between them.
Howard Swains.
It's Howard Swains. All right, usually with a big decision, like, it's usually a river and all in. This is...
Well, that's a fold.
Very tight fold. C-betting top pair and then just folding to a big check raise. That's going to get exploited a lot. Surprised to see that big a fold, but...
Yeah, that orange clock does not relate to the main event, guys. So when you see that in Vision, that does not have any information relevant to the tournament we're following right now. 47 players remaining in the main events.
Okay.
Current payout.
Your last aggressor.
6,000 euros.
Oh, and 8. Oh, you have 8s. Okay.
Aces and 8s.
Sorry, it's the accent. You go 8. You know, it doesn't. What's he said?
Yeah, it's a thick Dublin accent.
It's not. It's a bit of a northern bit. I mean, if he was actually
there
Irish, he would
are
have been
chip
able to
counts.
understand.
Yeah, 'cause
incredible
that
few
would've been
levels
brought
here
up
for
around
O'Shea,
here.
going all the
He
way
would
up
have
to near 3.2 million.
I feel he would have spent some time sort of studying the culture.
Yeah. Well, I have. Still, the problem is, can't understand a freaking word anybody's saying.
I don't know. I just fucking thought it was impossible.
Especially when they start
that,
talking
so.
fast. Holy shit, I can't understand anything.
Oh,
That table
Americans
we were at
abroad.
the Bonington that time we were playing together.
Hey?
At Bonington when we were playing together, you were at my table. Once we got going, I couldn't understand anything. It was just so fast.
Yeah.
Freaking Joe's laugh. You can tell him apart a mile away.
Yeah. I remember when he first played in the World Series main event.
Well, David Doherty opened from the cutoff with ace-4 suited. John O'Shea defending the big blind with 5-3 of hearts.
Objects. It was much more common than now, yeah. But he had a lucky piece of fake shite. A fake shit. Right? It looked very real, you know, and people just...
I don't doubt it, yeah. He's a character.
Oh, yeah. There was a documentary done by my soon-to-be ex-wife. It was me. She didn't know anything about poker, but me, Porrig, and Joe.
Oh, wow.
It's a radio documentary.
The legend himself, Porrig.
Yes, yeah, but like she didn't know anything. She wanted to do John, yeah?
To do him or
but
interview
John
him?
was too big for it. Yeah. No, you were too big for it. You went, no, it's not big enough, you know. No, I'm too big for that. You were sort of busy making sort of big television stuff or whatever, you know. So you rejected the offer, you know. And she just had to put up with me and Porrig and Joe, you know.
Pretty rough end of the stick for her, wasn't it? I mean, to think Andy's the best of that later.
Well, no, exactly, yeah.
I don't think he understands when she told him she propositioned you. That wasn't for
the opening. You altered my entire life sort of trajectory, you know.
If it wasn't for you now, I think they would have drowned that bank.
You could have ended up marrying her, and I'd be living in Dubai betting on fucking rugby. Right?
85. 85.
Pocket jacks.
How'd you get service up here, Andy?
I'd look for somebody with a tray.
Timothy Leary asks, was trying to compose a dirty limerick featuring James and Griffin, but what the heck rhymes with Avenger? Avenger!
10 minutes. I just want to get something for the break.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they're dressed in black.
Yeah.
You know? Like L's into the dress in black.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, quite an unexpected final table look, by the way. The big coat.
Yeah, I don't need it yet. Like
from Maravan. I mean, it's pretty hot up there with those lights and stuff. You know, wearing a sweater's okay, but that's pretty heavy duty.
That is pretty heavy. It's not that warm at the table. I have to say, the whole venue today is a little bit chillier today.
I find the hotel cold, too. Everywhere's cold.
It's Dublin, mate.
Yeah.
So we're about 25 minutes away from the dinner break, 25 minutes from the end of this session.
Oh, man,
really like to see a raise there from O'Shea. You're sitting there as a chip leader with $3 million. You got a decent-sized king on the button. Players that are, you know, at least Andy playing pretty honestly with you.
Most important question, Griffin, is which food truck do you want to utilize tonight?
Yeah, I might eat at the hotel. I don't know. Food trucks. Although I haven't had the spice bag yet. But I don't know if I want to start tonight.
Samperio with the best hand, pair of eights, bets. And improves to trips on the turn. Inconsequential Barry Greenstein, ace on the river.
And based on this run out, could find a hero call from black. I mean, king high is actually not that bad in this spot, and a quick call. You know, all those 9-10s and jack 9s and clubs have missed. Black calling very quickly, wanting to be a hero. Not that time.
Nice pot for John Samperio.
I mean, to people on the stream. I mean, I want to say hi to my friend. Okay. So for my friend from France who follow me on Twitter, you see I made the table TV. Phonoland _ on Twitter. If you like sports betting, you can follow. And if you are from Ireland, you can try to play on KK Poker.
All right, enough.
Oh, okay. It's my friend. I work for them. I mean,
Hashtag play on PokerStars.
I mean, I don't know how long I will stay here, so.
Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, make sure you hit the notification bell for when we post new videos.
Yeah, please like and subscribe.
Comment down below, do all the stuff that feeds the algorithm. As we see Doherty raise with 8s and Samperio pick up 7s on the button.
$30 big blinds think this is just fine. Calling them in raise.
So heads up to the flop. Ace, queen, deuce. Neither player is going to be in love with this board. 8's officially still ahead.
Liverpool go.
Check, check. 5 of hearts on the turn. Doherty's checked a second time.
So Samperio knows at this point that he's not winning this hand if he checks it down. The only hand maybe Doherty could have that's worse than pocket 7s is 2 6s. So if you want to win this hand, you got to start telling a story. The kind of story like I check back the flop with ace jack, or I'm block betting with, you know, king queen. Hands that are really going to attack well against the likes of pocket 8s, pocket 9s, 2 10s, jacks. But Doherty is wise to it. Also recognizing, you know, he's still ahead of hands like king jack suited, king 10 suited that might flat. So great awareness here from the Brit. And Samperio, with that third heart on the river and a heart in hand too, might have reason to think, okay, if I'm going to do this, I got to do this. But it's scary, you know, like you're worried that your opponent is just raising with the ace 6 suited and check calling the turn and not folding river. Might not even fold a queen. I think we'll probably fold 2 8s a lot of the time. But that only represents a portion of his range, including those other pairs. So what's Samperio going to do? Has the face of someone that really wants to bet.
Gareth says, oh no, don't call Doherty a Brit.
Well, let's get him a new flag then. And does find the bet, and it is large. 325,000. The kind of bet that really puts pressure on those Queen X type hands. Very intelligent bluff here from Samperio. And this would be heroic.
Last time I checked, Gareth, Scotland was still part of Britain.
In fairness, did not know that he was Scottish, but we'll just call him Doherty, all right? But you know what? We'll call him whatever you want if he makes this call. Because this, you know, Doherty is really breaking this down. I mean, Samperio, with a size like that, is really representing the nuts. I mean, something like King Jack, King 10 of hearts wouldn't bet this size with just, you know, let's say Ace 10 of clubs or something like that. Ace Queen, pocket 5s probably doesn't call pre.
That's bad equity.
So Doherty really considering making a hero call, but can't find it.
For the final table. Like, I think they should have a separate one.
Well, Samperio did what you told him to do, Griffin. He told a story over 2 streets.
I mean, one of the
well deserved.
Call him with a queen.
Just hit a big bounty. You don't have to be a great player, right? You just get lucky and knock out the right person and pull the right envelope.
What do you think?
I don't fucking know.
Give me some white magic.
I like the idea of doing something like that, but I think they should.
Still haven't listened to that podcast yet. Right now.
For a $1,100 tournament, make it $1,200.
O'Shea, still table chip leader, Hung still in the danger zone.
Danger zone! I like the reaction on Twitch from some of the comments over that hand. A lot of the time, you see someone fold the best hand, and people are just like, "Oh my God, I would never have folded." And instead, we're seeing a lot of good play. That's a good bluff. Better fold. Good point. James Hardigan out. You know, a bunch of really valid
No, he's
questions.
still in and somehow commentating at the same time because that's how bloody brilliant he is.
Yeah, that's true. Andy Black playing 30 big blinds on the button. Lovely hand to start the action with. Gonna come in for min raise.
Well, you may be impressed by what people are saying on Twitch. Over on YouTube, Gom says dumb fold. Played 8's too passive. If he bet flop, he takes the pot.
So this is being recorded as actually a limp from Andy Black, and it's actually king 10 off. So I feel like that was some sort of Mandela effect situation. I thought I saw a raise, and I thought I saw king 10 of diamonds, but here we go. And Mervan with the unorthodox lead out. Hard for Mervan to credibly rep an ace from the small blind here in a limped pot. So this often looks like what it is, which is a flush draw, and Andy Black is going to be well aware of that. And I think we'll be able to comfortably call multiple streets with this king. So Mervan has to be careful.
135.
Oh, Goms is not dumb. Moronic line to play with 8s. C-bet the flop. Dumb.
C-bet the flop so you can get only hands that you're ahead of to fold. Look, sometimes you got to tip your cap. Samperio made a really nice bluff. And this looks like Andy Black might. And I wonder if he's maybe a little bit affected by making that king high call earlier. And does fold the best hand. I'm a bit surprised, but doesn't have a lot of info on Mervan as well. Could be the kind of player that just bets twice with ace-5 there. So, you know, it's not the worst fold in the world. It just it sucks when you can see it was a flush draw.
Goms is back for more. Can't believe people like this playing 1K tourney. Looks like I need to fly to Ireland. By the way, we didn't see the hand, but Benny Glazer's just won a huge pot from Kevin Swain. And Benny Glaser is now playing more than 4 million chips.
And these heaters often come in waves, and Benny Glaser is in the middle of a pretty incredible one. A 7-figure score last year. Champion of the high roller 5K here, and
That's
now
right.
What appears to be maybe the stone chip lead with 40-ish remaining in the Irish Open.
That is incredible to have already won the high roller, be making this deep run in the main event, already in the top 45 out of 2,491 entries, and potential chip leader on course to a seat at the final table.
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
Yeah, these things often come in bunches. It's what's so interesting about poker, because when you're running good, your confidence is good, you play better. One of my favorite runs ever was Dan Smith at EPT Monte Carlo. I think he won all 3 5Ks that week, just riding high on the run good. I'm sure everyone playing can relate to a heater here and there that just feels like you can't lose. Doherty with the Gretzkys. And this coming on the heels of Mervan's button open. Doherty playing 30 effective. Surely going to go for a 3-bet with the intention to call off a shove. I think with this hand, we should expect Mervan to just get out of the way.
Meanwhile, more pearls of wisdom from the Book of Goms. When you make the pre-flop raise, making a c-bet gives you a 65% chance to win the pot, especially if the caller has air.
We're learning so much. Thank goodness for Goms. Where have you been? Are you looking for a job? There is the 3-bet from 85 to 280,000. Pretty nice, clean sizing of about 3.5x.
Started with 1.
This will teach you for shilling at the feature table.
Mervan looking at the dealer.
Well, she's not going to help.
Yeah, but that's where you look if you want to say the magic words. But I think Mervan's going to be okay with getting taken advantage of sometimes here. Doherty, definitely someone capable of, you know, having something like Queen 5 and just going for a 3-bet here. But these spots are always tough, especially in a a 1K when you're deep, because there's going to be so many other spots where, you know, you're going to be against weaker players that you can really make your chips. Don't want to take the marginal spots where you might be getting
Have a nice break.
bluffed by a good player. You just got to let it go. And there are chip counts.
Yeah, I found, thank you very much for asking.
For the league, though. Oh, I did have a bet on an Arsenal draw no bet as well.
What did you get them at?
So we are coming towards the end of this session. The dinner break is imminent. 43 players remaining.
I was here the last time they won the Six Nations. I must be bringing them luck.
Pass.
Marty, you've had a few pints today, have you? That's a good lad.
Attention players and dealers in the mystery bounty. Once you finish the current hand, you're on a 20-minute break. It's a 20-minute break in the mystery bounty.
The last of the attention, I think, we'll give Gomes, but he just said, or she, people have different backgrounds. Wait 3 years. You will know my name. How dramatic. I like it. Just on the off chance this is an origin story of the next Fader Holtz, I want to remember, you know, this chat. Finally, hung. Something goes right. Flop 2 pair. Playing 12 big blinds. You're going to be bet into by Doherty here for sure. Now, very important here that you don't get crazy and start raising, because this is a full range bet in this spot from Doherty. That looks like the face of someone that doesn't want to see a bad turn card.
That'd be a tall order to get me even for life.
Oh, nice. Just calls. Good. Good trap.
Christine, who are you laughing at? Because Stapes isn't that funny, is he?
Well, from absolutely nowhere, Doherty suddenly has 22% equity, but wisely checks.
Nothing personal, Stapes.
He's not here.
Attention to me and not you.
And also, do you really think they would give the dealer a headset to listen to commentary that's kind of 30 minutes old?
40, huh?
Pretty unlucky for Doherty there after the continuation bet on the flop, which should have worked 65% of the time, James.
Oh, what do we owe you? All right, thank you. Brilliant.
Doherty button raising here with King Jack. We've got Hung getting shorter and shorter in the small blind. Ace 4 of hearts.
Yeah, good candidate here to shove all in for the 16 big blinds.
Green triangle time. O'Donnell will fold the 7-3 off. Does Doherty call here with King Jack, Griffin?
I don't think so. It represents half of
I
his
don't
stack.
care how much he has,
I think with King Queen, you
it
would
doesn't matter to
probably
me. Yeah.
call more frequently. If this was King Jack suited, maybe you would call King Jack's going to be right on the line. I wouldn't be that surprised if we saw Doherty go for it. You know, you're going to be flipping so often against hands like this, some pocket pairs. You know, not that often are you dominated, but you're never really dominating. Maybe King 10 suited gets worked in. Maybe Queen Jack suited. So Doherty's going to be really aware of these things, going to be pretty good with his ranges and knows this is right on the line. I think if it was more like 500,000, we'd see a call. 640 gets a bit dicey. Still a king, still a jack, still not suited. Yeah, tough spot for the Scottish man. Scotland man.
I'd stick with Brett if I were you.
Okay.
Otherwise, you should dig yourself a nasty, nasty hole.
I'm digging more now? I thought I was being corrected, and then... Oh, gosh. All right. Please, forgive the Canadian that knows nothing.
How much did you end up having?
680.
Oh, Jeff?
Ace 4. Ace.
4, so yeah. I think that.
So, I'll be lying because we're going to see later.
5 minutes left on the level.
I won't be lying. I won't be lying.
Samperio, ace king.
Raise 80. Thoughts?
It's raised to 80,000. Andy Black quickly folding fours. Everything was fine, by the way, until you started going Scotland, man, and I was just worried about where it might go.
Okay, I don't know.
I was just a little bit concerned about where it was going to go, and I know Griffin very well, and just thought better to call time on it before it goes any further.
Call. 2 players.
Ooh, finally a spot of bad luck for O'Shea. Assuming that it doesn't always come 7.
Continuation bet from Samperio. $70,000. Called by O'Shea. Turn card. 5 of diamonds.
Check. That's 250.
And Samperio now beefing things up. Wants to get max value from those weaker kings and those 10x with diamonds type hands, or some even just 10x hands that are getting stubborn. O'Shea too high up in his range to fold here, surely. Might be prepared to make a big fold on certain rivers.
Check.
I could see Samperio not getting too greedy here. Maybe betting something around 375, 350. The expression tells me he might even be considering checking, but I think it's a bit too strong, especially because you block diamonds with that ace of diamonds, so you don't have to worry about a hand like ace 3 of diamonds or ace 10 of diamonds that have now backdoored a flush.
Yeah.
So is betting a little more than that 375 I suggested. Probably also thinking 10s are probably going to fold, but kings are going to call up to this much, so let's go for it.
Do it. $450,000.
Ooh, beautiful fold.
O'Shea gets away from
Beautiful. Made a little easier by the backdoor diamonds, but still really impressive to find the fold button with top pair.
Still, big pot for Samperio. As we come to the end of this blind level, players about to go on a 60-minute dinner break. And a reminder, this is only the, potentially I should say, the halfway point. We've played 6 levels today.
Yeah.
We could play another 6 if we don't get to the final table tonight. To the outer tables and checking in on Benny Glaser, who could well be tournament chip leader right now, has around 4 million. Is involved in a hand against Darren Harbinson. Ace, Queen, 10 on the flop. A bet and a call. Turn card. 3 of spades, unlikely to have changed anything. Harbinson betting again. And Benny lets it go. Harbinson and his little Easter bunny.
Very cute.
Once again, cannot see the clock for this event on any of those screens. But I think this will probably be the last hand before the break.
I thought they were changing it, so it's all good.
Yeah, players already stepping away from the table. And to reiterate, we are going to stick with this lineup. We'll stick with this table. This will still be the feature table when we come back in an hour's time. These two again, Griffin. O'Shea versus Samperio.
Yeah, and both with straight draws, but O'Shea with the lead here. But blind on blind, I think we should expect Samperio to want to continue here. Ooh, okay.
What you have in that hand till now after the dinner? What you have in that hand till now after the dinner?
King, ace of diamonds.
What?
The second ace king with the ace of diamonds.
I had king 7.
King 7.
King 7.
Yeah. I didn't want to get too big the river. I don't know. Try to
So these are the stacks of the players that we've just been watching, and we'll watch them again in an hour's time after the dinner break as we continue the penultimate day of the Irish Open, brought to you by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. See you post-dinner in an hour's time.
5 days ago, 675 players entered the Grand Connaught Rooms for the PokerStars.com EPT London main event, all hoping to become the next European Poker Tour champion and take home the top prize of nearly £500,000. Now, only 8 men remain. Each man is successful in his own right. Each has come to win, yet they fight for different reasons.
Wygranie turnieju EPT jest ogromnym sukcesem dla każdego gracza i na pewno daje ogromny szacunek środowiska pokerowego.
Ma motivation pour gagner, c'est le trophée, c'est pas l'argent.
Obviously, I'm playing for the money. The title would be great too, but my main focus would be the money.
Sería un orgullo para mí ser el primer español que gana un EPT, es algo que todos los españoles estamos esperando a que pase.
I know that I can hit that big score. I know that I can beat good players. So if the cards go my way, yeah, I'm really confident I can win.
I feel very confident right now. I've played well, I've run well. I'm not saying that I'll win this tournament, but I feel very good.
But all eyes are on 2 former champions. Winning their first main event in EPT 6, they're looking to do the double. And Kevin McPhee is not letting it go to his head.
I want to make good decisions, execute my game plan properly, and I'm just going to focus on one decision at a time and just worry about the results later.
But this is Jake Cody's arena. With home field advantage and the rail behind him, he could be unstoppable in his hunt for his second EPT title.
It would be amazing. I mean, I know I've won before, but like winning one in London, I would be the first ever guy to win 2. Everyone knows how prestigious the EPT is, just I hope I can make it.
This is it, the final table of EPT London. Down to the floor, and Joe Stapleton.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 101st EPT event in this, the 11th season of the European Poker Tour from the center of the world, London, England. Let's meet the final 8. Seat 1 has already made the biggest live score of his life from France, Jonathan Bessedoun.
Jonathan is dedicating his final table appearance to his friend Bruno Bard, who died earlier this year.
C2 is a hometown legend. From the United Kingdom, Jake Cody.
Jake's last EPT final table, the Season 9 Grand Final.
Seat 3 is shooting for legend status as well, as he is also attempting to win his second EPT title. Kevin McPhee.
Kevin won the EPT Berlin main event 2 months after Jake won his title in 2010.
Seat 4, he is an EPT reg who could potentially double his lifetime live earnings today. Art Corin.
He's an online qualifier. His biggest live cash to date, 56K.
Seat 5 has friends and family railing him here and at home. From Dublin, Ireland, Kevin Killeen.
He won UK IPT Dublin early this year, wearing the same hat.
Seat 6 is the short stack. Just a few weeks ago, he won 3 online tournaments in one night. Pablo Gordillo!
He also came fourth in EPT Vienna earlier this year, winning more than €250,000.
Seat 7 is the chip leader, so it should be no surprise that he is from Germany, Sebastian Pauli.
He's massive chip leader. This is his 5th EPT and his 3rd cash on the tour.
Seat 8, his previous best result was a win in a 1K side event in Barcelona, so this probably supersedes that. Jakub Mroczek.
He won his seat via a live satellite, and he's been amongst the chip leaders since day 4.
Good luck, everyone. Dealer Daniela, keep calm and shuffle up and deal.
It's away. Today's the day we crown another champion on the European Poker Tour. Blinds 20,000, 40,000 with a 5,000 ante. Kevin Killeen first to speak, and he's got kings under the gun. Raise coming. He makes it 85,000. Action folded around to Jake Cody, and he's got ace queen.
Oh boy, this could get uglier for Jake Cody than Willem Dafoe and drag.
No re-raise from Jake, just a call on the button.
I do like the just call with how deep they are.
Art Corrin also has a queen. Queen Jack in the big blind.
Getting pretty good pre-flop pot odds, but his hand is pretty much in jail.
He calls as well. We go three-way to the flop. Colleen, roughly a 2-to-1 favorite. Well, that's a gut shot for Corrin. Colleen's king still way out in front.
Yeah, look at that. Things not so bad for Queen Jack all of a sudden, though.
No c-bet from Colleen. He's checked the action to Jake.
I'm fine with a no c-bet, believe it or not. The only problem is that there are lots of bad turn cards.
So Jake takes over the betting lead, 160,000.
He must have heard me calling him dad face most of the tournament. Today he's dressed like Sandy from the end of Grease. Sure, I could have said Danny, but I went with Sandy.
Looks like Corrin's calling with his gut shot.
Kevin's hand obviously way too strong to fold, but he can't really like this action.
He calls as well, so we're still three-way as we go to the turn.
On the rail, Liv Barry, Olashemian, and Olashemian's two guns.
It's a 6, which doesn't change anything. Corrin checks.
Given the flop action, this could very well check around.
Colleen checks again. Yeah, no second bet from Jake. He checks behind.
Do you think that's the real Iron Man?
Queen on the river. That's top pair for Corrin and Cody. But Colleen's overpair is still good.
Oh, man, worst river ever for the